Chapter 1533. Mabe looked at the surrounding stupefied disciples and frowned. I say, you guys actually don't recognize him. Senior Mabe, who is he? The guarding disciple hurriedly cupped his fists and asked. The little critter complained. Don't you guys see the 10,000 world shadow stone? Mabe said, the matter of your eighth heaven has indeed been passed down, but this time the battle between Lu Qin and the 8 gods happened suddenly, and the most important thing is we don't know if you are alive or dead in the shadow stone, so the Divine Devil Immortal Academy didn't release it to the disciples. As for the battle with the mad demon war god 7 years ago, back then you had white hair, golden armor, and demonized great illusionary arm. In addition, your appearance and aura have changed greatly over the past 2 years. It's normal that these little fellows don't recognize you. Don't talk about them. Even I almost didn't recognize you just now. After all, 40 years have passed. Lu Qin smiled. It's fine. Don't listen to the little critter. I didn't take it to heart. It's just that right now, I have no way to prove my identity. Mabe, please bring me in. Ha ha ha, this is too interesting. The dignified founder of the Demonic Academy is actually stopped outside the academy. Ha ha! Mabe laughed loudly. Lu Qin and Mobe were casually chatting. As a result, the surrounding disciples of the God Devil Immortal Academy were all stunned. From Mabe's words, even an idiot would know who Senior Mabe was talking about. Eighth Heaven, the one who killed the demonic war god. Lu Tiandi, of course, he was also the founder of their Divine Devil Immortal Academy, the ancestor. You are. Solipsistic? The guarding disciple seemed to be struck by lightning. His body stiffened and looked at Lu Qin in disbelief. This disciple deserves to die. I didn't know that the ancestor had personally come. I deserve to die 10,000 times. As he spoke, the guarding disciple was about to kneel down in fear. Lu Qin raised his hand, and a gentle force lifted that person's arms. No matter, as a guarding disciple, it's your duty to deal with strangers carefully. It's my fault for not identifying myself. However, since you don't know me, I'm afraid that if I reveal my identity, you'll think that I'm here to cause trouble. This disciple didn't look down on others, which Lu Qin was satisfied with. That disciple's heart surged. He had long heard that when the ancestor of the Divine Devil Immortal Academy established the academy, he was extremely amiable and easy to get along well with the other disciples. Seeing him today, it really was the case. Lu Qin's identity was finally exposed, and the surrounding disciples immediately exploded. It's our patriarch. My God, quickly go back and tell the senior and junior brothers. Heavens, I actually saw a living ancestor. I'm not dreaming, am I? Lu Tiandi, he's my idol. Back then, when the other academies looked for me, I chose the God Devil Immortal Academy precisely because of him. Patriarch has returned from the 8th heaven? This can't be real, right? I can't believe I actually saw Lu Tiandi in my lifetime. Oh my God! Greetings, Patriarch. Lu Qin faintly smiled. Patriarch sounded like he had aged several hundred years. After waving to everyone, Lu Qin followed Mabe into the academy. As soon as Lu Qin's group left, a group of people surrounded the disciple who was guarding the gate. Hey, junior brother Young Wind, you just stopped the patriarch. Awesome. Even the mad devil war god and the 8 supreme gods could not stop the patriarch, but you actually stopped him. Ha ha. Young Wind, you can brag about this for the rest of your life. Quickly tell us the details, just now. Young Wind could not be considered a top disciple in the academy, but suddenly he became a famous figure in the academy. For a moment, Young Wind suddenly felt like a star disciple and proudly said, "Look at you guys. Do you need to make such a big fuss over such a small matter? You want to know what happened, right? Actually, it's like this." Mabe walked while secretly looking at Lu Qin. Lu Qin frowned and asked, "Ma Bei, is there something on my face?" "Haha, of course not. It's just that I haven't seen you in a long time. Hey, how did your battle with the 8 overgods turn out?" Ma Bei couldn't help but ask the question he was most concerned about. Both sides suffered heavy losses. I still underestimated the power of heaven's origin unification. Supreme gods are indeed very strong. I don't want to listen to your personal feelings. You also know that it's a bit difficult to make others resonate with you. You said both sides suffered heavy losses. What exactly happened? Ma Bei directly skipped over Lu Chen's feelings. The 5 of them were seriously injured. 2 of them are still alive, and 1 of them died. As for me, I just happened to be saved by someone. What? You killed a supreme god? Yes, it seems to be the supreme god of death. Perhaps he was the weakest of them all. Lu Chen said, "My God, it's only been 40 years, and you're already invincible in the 8th heaven." Ma Bei took a deep breath. "You're too scary. Fortunately, our Zhongxian good changed our strategy in time and did not become enemies with you." Lu Chen smiled slightly. "Let's not talk about the past. However, you and a sea of clouds have already reached the great accomplishment of the human king realm. This is beyond my expectations." "Oh, us? This is the result of the 6th heaven's spirit chi recovery." Ma Bei said, "Do you know about the 6th heaven?" Lu Chen nodded. "I know a little. It's said that in the few years after I left, the spirit chi recovery and the heavenly tribulation weakened. In short, I didn't make it in time." "Yes, the heavenly tribulation has returned to normal now, but the spirit chi recovery is still continuing. Especially in the past 2 years, I think it has something to do with the battle in outer space a few years ago," Ma Bei said. Lu Chen nodded. "That's possible. A large number of gods fell, causing their control over the lower realm to weaken. When the path beyond the heavens opened, part of the spirit chi from outer space also flowed into Zhoutian. As they chatted, the group arrived at the top of the mountain. Little Beast saw the divine demon arena leaderboard at a glance. The arena leaderboard was now occupied by a person called Zhenbei. It showed that he had reached the 5-star human king realm. "Dad, you didn't let me participate in this back then." Little Beast pointed at the leaderboard unwillingly. Lu Chen smiled slightly. "You were stronger than Yi Fan at that time. Did you still want to bully Yi Fan and the others? That kid still owes me money." At the mention of Yi Fan, Little Beastie recalled the debt collection incident. "I reckon that he ran away when we were on Earth just to avoid me." Ma Bei suddenly said, "Yi Fan came back once a while ago." "He came back. Yes, he was also blocked at the entrance at that time. Later on, he sent me a voice transmission, and I rushed over," Ma Bei said. "Why are both of you deans the same? Why did he come back?" Lu Chen asked curiously. "He came back to collect evidence," Ma Bei said. "Do you still remember Yi Fan's feud? He told me that his enemy was on the 7th heaven and was an immortal supremacy. During the final battle of the human race, not only did the immortal supremacy not participate, but he also ran away to another planet to hide from the world. Now that Yi Fan has advanced to an immortal supremacy, it's time to settle everything." Lu Chen thought for a while and said, "Yi Fan is going to seek revenge on immortal supremacy Ling Tian." Chapter 1534. Yi Fan didn't seem to be doing proper work all these years, but in the end, he silently rose to peak immortal venerable. Although Yi Fan's fortune was not good, his strength was absolutely impeccable. "Dad, should we go and take a look?" Little Beastie was a bit worried about Yi Fan. After all, the other party was known as one of the 7th heaven's 3 emperors, immortal venerable Ling Tian Yi Shao. Lu Chen nodded. that Ling Tian also plotted against me before, but I believe that Yi Fan won't blindly seek revenge. When the time comes, we'll just go and watch the show." Ma Bei asked, "Lu Chen, why did you guys come back this time?" "Oh, didn't you notice that Little Green is different from before?" "I noticed. You reconstructed Miss Green's body?" Lu Chen smiled. "Then you're actually not surprised at all. Anything that happens to you is normal," Ma Bei said calmly. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. Ma Bei understood him more and more. Just as the few of them were chatting and walking, there was a light at the back mountain of the Divine Devil Immortal Academy. Ma Bei took a glance and said, "It's from the teleportation array. Seems like someone is rushing back." Sure enough, not long later, a few figures rushed towards Lu Chen. A sea of clouds shouted from afar, causing the group of Divine Devil Immortal Academy disciples to be shocked. "Dean!" This Teacher A Sea of Clouds came out of seclusion, and Teacher E Tian. Wait, isn't the dean following them? Who is Teacher A Sea of Clouds calling for? A Sea of Clouds didn't care about the disciples' astonished gazes. He rushed in front of Lu Chen and hugged Lu Chen, fiercely slapping Lu Chen's back. "Stinky brat, you still remember the Divine Devil Immortal Academy. You're finally willing to come back and take a look?" A Sea of Clouds said with a sobbing tone. Yi Tian shook his head with tears in his eyes. "This is outrageous. You've already reached the 8th heaven. How long can a trip down here delay you? It caused us to sharpen our heads and head to the 7th heaven." There was a group of strangers following behind the two of them, and one of them was wearing a badge that said Principal of the Divine Devil Immortal Academy. "Junior Xian, Yuan greets the old principal." Ma Bei looked at Xian Yuan and said without a smile, "Xian Yuan, you are also a well-known figure in the 6th heaven. I have never seen you afraid of anyone. Good fellow, you are so nervous that you are even trembling when you see this stinking brat." "Senior Ma Bei, you must be joking. Since when did that?" Xian Yuan's face turned red. Lu Chen smiled and comforted a Sea of Clouds and Yi Tian. "Old Sea, Yi Tian, this is the current principal of our academy?" The two of them nodded. "This brat is also the most outstanding disciple in the academy. Although his potential is not as good as Yi Fan's, he is still very outstanding." Lu Chen nodded. "And looking at the academy's current development, his ability is indeed not bad." "Xian Yuan, what realm are you at now?" Lu Chen asked. Xian Yuan hurriedly replied. Replying to the old principal, "I am now an 8-star king." Lu Chen smiled and patted Xian Yuan's shoulder. "And you are about to face your tribulation. Little brat, you don't need to be so nervous when talking to me. How can the principal of our Divine Devil Immortal Academy be so submissive?" Yes. Actually, I am fine with the others. It is just that when I see you, principal, the person I admire the most, I am still a bit nervous." The current Xian Yuan did not have the style of the principal of the Divine Devil Immortal Academy. He was stammering like a newcomer. "Ha ha ha ha, Xian Yuan." A Sea of Clouds laughed loudly. "Lu Chen's temper is very good to his own people. If you have the chance to interact with him, you will know." "Lu Chen, don't worry. Xian Yuan's attitude towards outsiders has always been very appropriate. He is not arrogant, nor is he afraid of the various great powers. Our Immortal Academy was even upgraded to an Immortal Academy in his hands." Lu Chen could not help but size up this simple man again. "Oh, Xian Yuan, you are really amazing." "Oh, right, which disciple has passed through the star diagram formation?" "They have all passed through it. Our academy has gone through these years of development, and talented people have come out in large numbers. Together with the recovery of the 6th layer of spiritual energy, many people have already passed through the tribulation to the 7th layer. At that time, when I said that to upgrade to an immortal academy, they needed to pass through the disciples' star diagram formation. All of them did their best to pass through it. Within 3 months, they passed through the disciples' star diagram formation, setting a record for the 6th layer of heaven. Divine and demonic disciples were all geniuses. Becoming an immortal academy was only a matter of time. However, to be able to complete the upgrade in such a short period of time was also inseparable from Xian Yuan's management. Although Lu Chen was forced to become the dean and establish the demonic academy, seeing the academy's development today, he was especially gratified. "Dean, how long will you stay this time?" Xian Yuan asked with concern. "If there is nothing else, then stay a few more days. Many students, including me, wish to meet you." Lu Chen looked at Ma Bei. "Ma Bei, did Yi Fan say when he will take revenge?" "He did. Calculating the time, it should be around this month." Lu Chen thought for a moment and said to Xian Yuan, "I'm afraid there is no time this time. Yi Fan wants to take revenge on Venerable Immortal Ling Tian. That Venerable Immortal also has some conflict with me. I need to go and take a look." Xian Yuan was a little disappointed. However, Lu Chen said something important. It seemed like he could only wait for the next opportunity. "I came back this time to bring Little Green and the others to learn the Academy's mental cultivation technique. Heavenly Word Nourishing Matter Mental Cultivation Technique." Lu Chen said, "Senior Sister Lu? Okay, I will arrange a meditation room immediately." Xian Yuan hurriedly assigned tasks to the teachers who were still in a daze. "Senior Sister Lu, Little Sister Xiaomin, and Little Brother Tong. Follow these 3 teachers to the meditation room." Lu Yi looked at Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Chen nod to them, she followed the 3 teachers to learn the mental cultivation technique. Speaking of this mental cultivation technique, Lu Chen, I still have to thank Yi Fan, Chu Tian, and Xiao Zhan. A sea of clouds suddenly mentioned the past. "Do you still remember that this mental cultivation technique has many difficulties?" Lu Chen naturally remembered. Otherwise, this mental cultivation technique would not have been abandoned by Zhongxian Ge. Those brats have very strong mental cultivation techniques. Logically speaking, they do not need the heavenly word nourishing matter. However, they still spend some time to decipher it layer by layer. Etian also said, "That's right. These children all treat the Divine Devil Immortal Academy as their home. In the blink of an eye, they have already gone to the 7th heaven. Yi Fan even came back once. Chu Tian, Xiao Zhan, Wu Xian, and Skyfall, none of them came back." Lu Chen said with a smile, "They are all in the immortal spirit paradise. They probably saw Yi Fan leveling up so quickly and are all chasing after him. When they reach the immortal sovereign level, they will come back." While they were talking, the teleportation array in the back mountain suddenly lit up one after another. That is to say, the teleportation array in the Divine Devil Immortal Academy has already been upgraded to a top-grade teleportation array. Otherwise, it would not be able to handle so many visitors. Big Brother Lu Chen. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful woman rushed in front of Lu Chen. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" "Tian, Exiner?" Lu Chen looked at the person in surprise. It was the young miss of the Royal Heaven Immortal Palace. Lu Chen. Tai Hao followed closely behind. "If not for a sea of clouds telling me, I really would not have known that you were willing to come back." Not long later, Li Wei and Yao He from the Phoenix Immortal Academy also arrived. He Xing and the others from the Celestial Fortress also came. The people from the various immortal academies, sacred academies, and main academies appeared one after another. In an instant, the guests in the Divine Devil Immortal Academy were crowded. Mabe saw so many people rushing over and could not help but sigh. I didn't even say anything, and so many people came from far away to meet me. What kind of appeal is this? Chapter 1535. Xian Yuan arranged his disciples to entertain the guests in an orderly manner. At this moment, he spoke appropriately and enthusiastically without losing his elegance. He was completely different from the nervous person he was when he saw Lu Chun. At night, a grand banquet was held in the Divine Devil Immortal Academy. Lu Chun was also in a good mood. Whether it was his former friends or rivals, he drank to his heart's content. Xian Yuan looked at Lu Chun in the crowd, shook his head, and sighed. As expected of my idol, someone who can subdue his opponents, he is truly the solipsistic of the world. At night, the guests dispersed. Lu Chun went to the former main spirit vein of Wu Nian Academy alone. He let out Thieving Heaven and Chiuing and turned to leave. This was the place where they spent 1,000 years. Lu Chun tactfully did not want to be a third wheel. Just as Lu Chun was outside the back mountain, watching the sunset, a beautiful figure arrived behind him. Lu Chun turned his head. When he saw the figure under the moonlight, Lu Chun was stunned. He could not believe his eyes. Under the moonlight, the woman was like a pure fairy. A gentle breeze blew past, lifting the veil on her body, outlining her slender and well-proportioned figure. She raised her hand and elegantly untied the red ribbon on her long hair. Her long hair flowed down like silk. The moonlight made her beautiful face look even more gentle. "Luo Yao," Lu Chun said in surprise. Luo Yao smiled. At this moment, her smile was even more beautiful than the moonlight. She walked to Lu Chun's side and sat beside Lu Chun. Why are you here?" "Why? I can't come?" Luo Yao tilted her head and looked at Lu Chun with her chin raised. "Don't you know that I came to the 6th layer of heaven?" Lu Yi mentioned that the Jade Emperor went to the 6th layer of heaven. However, Lu Chun did not expect her to be here. Seeing Lu Chen's dazed expression, Luo Yao smiled. "I joined the Divine Devil Immortal Academy. Therefore, I am your disciple now." What are you, for? Do you think that my aptitude is not worthy of coming to the Divine Devil Immortal Academy? No, you have already shown your understanding of formless at the 5th layer of heaven. Although you are a bit older, it is only because of the Dongyu country that you did not come to the 6th layer of heaven. You're the old one. How can you be like this? The moment we meet, you despise me for being old. Why didn't you tell me before? Luo Yao lost control of her emotions. Lu Chun scratched his head. It seemed like he had said something wrong. However, Luo Yao was actually not that old. Although many people looked to be in their 30s or 40s, they were actually hundreds of years old. In terms of age, Lu Chun was at the bottom of the 6th heavenly layer. Fortunately, it wasn't the first day that the Jade Emperor met Lu Chun. After being angry for a while, she looked at Lu Chun and felt sorry for him. "I heard that you are leaving tomorrow," Luo Yao said. Lu Chun nodded. "Yeah, I'll go check on Yi Fan." "And after that, are you going to the 9th layer of heaven?" Luo Yao looked at Lu Chun with her bright eyes. Her eyes were filled with reluctance and worry. Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. If he saw this kind of gaze too much, he would inevitably fall for it. He turned his head and looked at the starry sky. "Yes," Luo Yao sighed. "I heard that the 8 great gods were unable to enter the Jiuqian even after breaking through. I don't know if I can go, but I must go." "I know, you have always been like this." Luo Yao lowered her head. This topic was somewhat hurtful. Lu Chun ended the conversation again. He also felt a little embarrassed. That you still have the ribbon I gave you?" "Yes, I have been keeping it. It's just that the color is a little faded. Then I will buy you another one. Are you used to the academy? Quite used to it. It's just that I can't last more than 10 minutes in the training space you leave behind. That you need to increase your spiritual energy level. How about this? I will teach you. What about Little Beast? Luo Yao suddenly asked. That kid drank too much. Oh, that's good. No, I mean teach me. Lu Chen stood up and held out one hand. A creation space appeared in front of him. Of course, the strength of this creation space was very low for the current Lu Chen. He could create it with a wave of his hand. Then Lu Chen took Luo Yao and stepped into the space together. In the creation space, one begets one begets two begets three. So if you want to last longer, you must try to restrain your spiritual energy as much as possible from the beginning. Lu Chen explained seriously. Try to relax your whole body and try not to let your spiritual energy dissipate. As Lu Chen spoke, he turned around and found Luo Yao standing in front of him, looking at him affectionately. Silly, I have already lasted more than 10 minutes. Luo Yao was less than 10 centimeters away from Lu Chen. Lu Chen could smell the faint fragrance on her body. You have already lasted more than 10 minutes. Then your current results are, before Lu Chen could finish his words, Luo Yao suddenly interrupted Lu Chen. Do you like me, or Miss Zhou, or Miss Mushang? Lu Chen's brain was in a state of blackout. The other party's attack was too fast, and it was a killing move. He simply couldn't react in time. Do I like Luo Yao, or Zhou, or Mushang? Isn't this a suicide question? Lu Chen didn't want to answer this question, but he was firmly attracted by Luo Yao's eyes that were filled with stars. He couldn't move his eyes away. Forget it. I don't care. Seeing that Lu Chen couldn't answer, Luo Yao said, as long as there is a place for me in your heart, then kiss me. Lu Chen's gaze fell on Luo Yao's fresh and tender lips. Luo Yao's red lips were slightly opened, like fresh and tender cherries. Does Luo Yao have a place in my heart? The red ribbon is probably enough to explain the problem. Lu Chen hugged Luo Yao tightly and kissed her passionately. Luo Yao's body was soft and fragrant, and she let Lu Chen hug her tightly. Lu Chen had been single for 80 to 90 years. This time, he would never let go of this opportunity. In the creation space, more and more flying swords shot out. Lu Chen didn't even have time to look at them and directly shattered the creation space. Lu Chen pulled open the clothes on Luo Yao's shoulders, revealing her snow-white shoulders. Luo Yao's slightly hot breathing entered his ears, which made him even more lustful. When Lu Chen was about to take another step, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Dad, Sister Lu, and the others should learn to be good. The little beast instantly appeared in front of Lu Chen and Luo Yao. Suddenly, its vocal cords were stuck, and it stood there in a daze, looking at the two burning firewood. The little fluffy ball was lying on the little beast's head, staring at the two disheveled people with its big eyes. Little Originator also arrived and stared at the two. Sister Luo, Yao, you are in the wild. Luo Yao's eyes were full of killing intent. The little beast felt that its life was seriously threatened. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I'm drunk. Everything is an illusion. You guys continue. Sister Lu and the others still haven't finished learning the mental cultivation method. How could they have finished learning the mental cultivation method so quickly? It's absolutely impossible. Aya, the sky is really dark. I can't see anything. The little critter suddenly turned around. Little Originator, let's go. The little beast urged. Rhubarb, don't think that Dad can't find you hiding behind the tree. Go. Luo Yao raised her head and leaned against Lu Chen, saying sadly, Why is the little beast always like this? Lu Chen shook his head. Maybe it's his talent. Then, shall we continue? Lu Chun sighed, kissed Luo Yao's lips, and then lifted the clothes on her shoulders. He turned to the woods and said, "Don't hide. Do you think you can avoid my imperceptible spiritual qi? Come out." Not long after, a group of people walked out of the forest dejectedly. The little beast, the little fluffy ball, rhubarb, little originator, sky thief, Chiu Mei, Lu Yi, Xiaomin, and the medicine boy. Chapter 1536. So there are so many of you here to watch a movie? Lu Chun frowned as he looked at this group of troublesome fellows. Boss, that we just happened to pass by. Lu Chun shook his head. This good thing was spoiled again. It must be little critter urgently calling for others to watch. However, Lu Chun did not blame them in the end. After all, to them, such a scene was probably rare. Little Green, have you learned the mental cultivation method? Lu Chun asked. Little Green looked at Little Critter and then at Kong Luoyao. Little Critter, should I have learned it well or not? Lu Chun said snappily, if you learned it well, then you learned it well. If you didn't learn it well, then you didn't learn it well. What should and shouldn't? Oh, I have learned it well. Since you have learned it well, then we should go. Lu Chun looked at Kong Luoyao, who was leaning close to him. His tone was much gentler. Luoyao, wait for me to come back. And I will wait for you. It is best to leave Little Critter in the 9th heaven. Sister Luoyao. No, Annie, Mom, sigh, I am so sad to hear you say that. I like you the most. Little Critter said, aggrievedly. Rhubarb said disdainfully, Little Critter, you said the same thing to Joe? Or last time? Rhubarb, I think it is better if you don't recover your memory. Luoyao looked at the people around Lu Chun and could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. Lu Chun, with them by your side, at least you will not be bored. Lu Chun nodded heavily. Not only will I not be bored, but I will also have a terrible headache. Little Critter did not disappoint. It once again bumped into Lu Chen's good thing. Not only that, it also called others to peep. Although Lu Chen also had Luoyao in his heart, he could not act out an erotic scene in front of everyone. He had no choice but to give up. The next day, Lu Chen sent Little Green, Xiaomin, and the medicine boy back to Earth. Then, he went to the 7th heaven. The human race's immortal domain was still in a state of disrepair, and it was far less prosperous than before. After returning to the immortal spirit grotto heaven, Lu Chen discovered that no one from the Heavenly Passage sect was in the cave. Lu Chen sent a voice transmission to Mulong, who quickly replied. Yi Fan was currently in the Kunlun Immortal Arena battling Venerable Ling Tian. The battle was about to begin. It's starting today? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Fan had endured humiliation for so long, and now it was finally time for revenge. Lu Chun hurriedly teleported to the Kunlun Immortal Arena. At this moment, the celestial arena was filled with people. 2 people were standing opposite each other in the arena. One of them was Lu Chen's disciple, Yi Fan. The other person was one of the few remaining celestial venerables of the human race, Celestial Venerable Ling Tian. There were too many people in the audience. Lu Chun found that there were no empty seats beside Mulong, Chu Tian, and the others, so he stood in the back row of the audience to watch the battle. The battle between 2 celestial venerables is extremely rare. The audience beside him whispered, Isn't that so? It's said that Celestial Venerable Ling Tian and Yi Fan are from the same clan. Both of them have a blood feud, so they decided to fight to the death. At this moment, Yi Fan stood in the immortal arena with a sword in his hand, looking coldly at the man in his 40s in front of him. Yi Xiao, in order to obtain the cultivation technique, you didn't hesitate to kill your fellow disciples. Moreover, you plotted against my master. Today, Yi Fan, will settle all the old and new grudges with you. Yi Fan said fiercely. Yi Xiao sneered. I didn't expect that when I slaughtered your clan, I missed you. You actually became a celestial venerable in such a short time. That's why the saying, cut the weeds and dig up the roots, is true. I shouldn't have left a vile spawn like you alive. Yi Fan glared at Yi Xiao, his eyes burning with anger. This is called justice has a long arm. You're so cold-blooded that you slaughtered your clansmen. Don't you want to suffer retribution? Yi Xiao snorted. Speaking of which, I'm also your ancestor. Before you die, I'll teach you a lesson. Retribution? Yi Fan, it seems like you haven't learned the essence of it in the ninth heaven. Look at your clansmen. Where are they now? They've already turned into ashes and are sleeping underground. Look at Celestial Venerable Pangu and the others. They insisted on participating in the War of the Clans, but look at the result. They've already fallen. As for me, I'm still alive. Not only that, but I also have a chance to go to the eighth heaven and become a deity. When I become a deity, do you think people will care about how I got to this point? No, they won't care because the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. This is an eternal truth. Yi Fan shouted angrily. You think you're qualified to preach to me? Don't worry, I won't give you the chance to become a deity. Today is the day you die, Celestial Venerable Ling Tian. A crisp bell rang. Outside the immortal battle arena, 10 defensive arrays were activated at the same time. This was a battle between celestial venerables, so the defensive arrays were of the highest level. After the bell rang, the two of them activated their respective states. Interestingly, the two of them used the Celestial Emperor Protection Technique of Celestial Emperor Ye's Celestial Emperor Protective Technique. Yi Fan, Celestial Emperor Ye's Sacred Heart Technique, only has 8 levels, including body protection, sword techniques, and spells. However, I know everything you know. Yi Zhao's eyes were smiling. Others say you're amazing to become a celestial venerable in a few decades. However, your time is too short, and your accumulation is far less than mine. Besides Celestial Emperor Ye's Sacred Heart Technique, I have many more tricks up my sleeve. Divine Skill, Heavenly Illusory Bell. Yi Zhao's whole body glowed with golden light, and there was a faint golden giant bell protecting his body. The little beast touched Lu Chen's shoulder. Celestial Venerable Ling Tian has been famous for many years. It's not hard to see from his way of doing things that he's an extremely selfish person. This kind of person definitely has a lot of wealth. Yi Fan is at a disadvantage. Lu Chen shook his head. Even if Yi Fan has been a celestial venerable for thousands of years, do you think he has any accumulation? It's impossible for that guy to have any accumulation. The little beast nodded solemnly. Dad's words made sense. At this moment, Mu Long somehow found Lu Chen and suddenly appeared behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen, Mu Long, how did you know I was here? You sent a voice transmission, so I guess you might come. I just happened to see you. Mu Long said. Oh, right, I have something important to tell you. What's wrong? Mu Long said. There's a bet outside, and Yi Fan has also placed his bet. If he doesn't bet, he wouldn't be Yi Fan. What's so strange about that? No, he bet on himself to win. Mu Long's expression was serious. What? He bet on himself to win? What is this kid trying to do? Lu Chen immediately frowned. Although Lu Chen believed that Yi Fan came prepared when he thought about his invincible fortune, he couldn't help but sweat for him if he bet on himself to win. Yi Fan said that you're going against the heavens, so he's going against the heavens too. Even if he loses every bet, he still has to bet on himself to win. Mu Long shook his head and said. Lu Chen's expression was serious. At this moment, the two celestial venerables of the Yi family made their moves at the same time. Celestial Emperor Yi Art Monarch Heartsword. The two started with the same move. Instantly, the two turned into two streams of light and clashed head-on. Chapter 1537. The two separated upon contact, then charged at each other at the same time. Celestial Emperor Yi Technique. Heavenly Flame. Celestial Emperor Yi's Sacred Heart Mantra had a total of 8 layers. Under the same circumstances, the two used the same move, as if they were mirror images. Inside the immortal arena, raging flames filled the sky. The 10 defensive arrays were hit again and again, their spiritual energy trembling. Yi Fan's combat ability is actually so strong. Mulong's eyes widened. When using the same move, Yi Fan's details, timing, and control of spiritual energy are all better than Ling Tian's. Lu Chen nodded. Yi Fan is indeed the one with the highest combat talent I've ever seen. However, Yi Fan has the Desolate Illusion Bell's godly defense. If Yi Fan wants to win against Ling Tian, he won't be able to rely on details. Mulong said, Yi Fan must have his own tricks. I believe that guy must have a trump card. The real battle between the two hasn't started yet. The two people in the arena were already extremely fast. Apart from a few immortal venerables, the immortals present could no longer see the two clearly. This is the Celestial Emperor Yi Technique's close combat sword technique. It's quite mysterious, Lu Chen said faintly. Both sides are alternating between offense and defense. Yi Fan is actually not at a disadvantage. Mulong said. Lu Chen shook his head and said seriously that godly skill is listed as a godly skill. It should be no small matter. At this moment, Yi Fan has yet to completely suppress Yi Xiao, so the Desolate Illusion Bell is naturally useless. However, I suspect that the Desolate Illusion Bell has other effects. If I were Yi Xiao, I would definitely reveal them at the last moment. In the 8th heaven, godly skills were everywhere. However, in the 7th heaven, godly skills were extremely rare. They were definitely enough to determine the outcome of a battle. Suddenly, Yi Fan, in close combat, suddenly brandished the heaven-cleaving sword art. Yi Xiao was caught off guard, and the sword slammed into the Desolate Illusion Bell. With a loud bang, Yi Fan was sent flying by the huge recoil and crashed heavily into the defensive shield. Ha 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 ha. Not bad, Yi Fan. You actually managed to hit me. Yi Xiao was completely unharmed as he laughed wildly. Unfortunately, you don't know the might of the Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell. If you hit me, you'll have to suffer twice the spiritual energy backlash. Ha 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 ha, are you surprised? There's actually such a powerful cultivation method in this world. Mulong frowned. Lu Chen's estimation was correct. The Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell was much stronger than they had expected. Double spiritual energy, recoil. How is Yi Fan going to win? Mulong looked worriedly at the man in white. Yi Fan was sent flying by the sudden recoil and spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yi Xiao coldly. Presumably, Yi Fan was also thinking about the same thing. With the Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell protecting him, how was he going to kill Yi Xiao? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Fan, can you find a breakthrough? This is the difference between a normal genius and a peerless genius. Suddenly, Yi Fan used heaven movement, mystifying steps, and jumped in front of Yi Xiao as a sword aura swept out. Heaven-severing sword art, star fall. This time, Yi Fan used a close combat method and mixed in a sword aura attack. If he was hit by the Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell's recoil again, he would at least have time to react and would not have to suffer twice the recoil. Good lad, he found a way to deal with it so quickly. Mulong sighed. It can't be considered a way to deal with it. Lu Chen said, it can only be considered a stopgap measure. Unless we can completely destroy the Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell, we will not be able to kill Yi Xiao. The Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell could indeed reflect sword or attacks. Then, the pressure on Yi Fan was even greater than before. He needed to dodge Yi Xiao's attacks and be on guard against the recoil from the Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell at the same time. Ha ha ha, Yi Fan, you can't even injure me, and you want to kill me? It's still too early for you. Today, I will eliminate your lineage and eliminate all future troubles. Divine technique, demonic abyss sword. Lu Chen's eyes widened. The demonic abyss that Mu Sheng gave him was actually in the hands of battle god Ling Tian. Not good. Lu Chen's eyes widened. He wished he could make a move now. However, Lu Chen also knew that if he made a move now, Yi Fan might never be able to let go. If he was unable to let go of the hatred in his heart, it might affect Yi Fan's future development. This was something that Lu Chen did not wish to see. Just as Lu Chen and the others were sweating for him, Yi Fan suddenly exploded and shouted angrily, Yi Xiao, I want to kill you. The Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell and the Divine Technique, Demonic Abyss, can't protect you. 3,000 heavenly flames, Hellfire Sword Intent. With a boom, the ground of the entire immortal battle arena was directly broken by the bloodlight underground. In an instant, the bloodlight illuminated the sky. Countless blood-colored sword chi, tens of thousands of swords shot towards Yi Xiao. The demonic abyss sword and the hellfire sword Intent collided. A huge chi ring exploded in the arena. The aftermath directly broke through 10 defensive arrays. The surrounding immortals hurriedly took out their spiritual shields to defend. Mulong made a move. He took out his spiritual shield in front of Yi Fan, the little critter, and himself. When the spiritual shield was just formed, Mulong felt a strong impact. Looking at the arena, the Hellfire Sword Intent instantly defeated the Demonic Abyss Sword and crazily attacked Yi Xiao. The Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell emitted a dazzling golden light and crazily resisted the Hellfire Sword Intent. The Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell doesn't reflect spiritual power, Mulong said in astonishment. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Yi Fan, this brat actually already thought of a way to deal with it. The Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell reflects double the damage of spiritual power. No matter if it is activating this ability or doubling the opponent's attack, it will consume spiritual power. If Yi Fan's attack is strong enough, then Yi Xiao will not dare to consume spiritual power to reflect the attack. Right now, he must first ensure that he is not seriously injured by the Hellfire Sword Intent. Yi Xiao was doing his best to resist the waves of Hellfire Sword Intent. He angrily glared at Yi Fan. What kind of cultivation technique is this? How can you have a divine skill? Yi Fan angrily shouted, Laozi can't afford a divine skill. This is Laozi's own creation. Die for me. Lu Chen could not help but suck in a breath. This was Yi Fan's own creation technique. Wasn't this a little too strong? Speaking of which, he had only created his own creation space. This brat actually created his own sword technique. Yi Xiao, you old thief, go to hell and pay with your life. Yi Fan roared. The Hellfire Sword Intense power increased again. Arrogant, Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell. 3 gods quakes the ancients. Behind the Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell, 3 huge gods appeared. One was Pangu, one was Nine Nether, and one was East Sovereign. The 3 of them fiercely slapped the Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell at the same time. With a boom, the Imperial Heaven Illusion Bell let out a long bell sound that shook heaven and earth. A wave of spiritual power that covered all directions instantly shook the entire place. Even Mulong's spiritual shield was unable to block this sound attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Chen hurriedly grabbed Mulong and used the Xianyuan spear array to defend himself. In the distance, Ju, and the rest were already injured by the three gods, Quakes the Ancients. The surrounding immortals were also heavily injured. Just the aftermath was already so terrifying. As Yi Zhao's target, Yi Fan's situation was even more dangerous. Lu Chen stared at Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly jumped up high and floated in the air. The sword in his hand was placed in front of him. Yi Zhao, you old thief, I knew you still had a trick up your sleeve. However, my master also told me not to use my trump card until the last moment. Then now is also the time. Old dog, die for lousy. Emperor Yi Tianju's, 9th level, Dusk of the Gods. Lu Chen opened his eyes wide. Yi Fan, this guy, actually found Emperor Yi Tianju's 9th level. Chapter 1538. Under the Twilight of the Gods. White light fell from the sky and crashed into the Kunlun City Immortal Arena. Thick smoke rose from the ground and rolled wildly. The Imperial Heaven illusory bell shattered under the powerful attack. Lu Chen was also shocked that Yi Fan's ultimate combat strength was so terrifying. Even in the 8th heaven, Yi Fan definitely had the strength to fight a 5-star lesser deity. If he activated his godhead, his future would be limitless. However, after using the Twilight of the Gods, Yi Fan consumed a lot of his physical strength and spiritual power, and he fell from the sky. On the other side, a burst of wild laughter came from the thick smoke. Ha 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 ha! Yi Fan, you can't kill me after all. In less than 10 years, I will regain my physical body. At that time, I will take revenge for today. Yi Fan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched a golden light shoot out of the thick smoke. However, in his current state, he was powerless to chase after it. Damn it, you're still alive. However, the golden light suddenly stopped in midair. A little white mouse was floating in front of him, looking at him with its big eyes. It seemed to be very interested in him. Devour, devour. Yi Zhao's remnant soul couldn't even speak clearly when he saw the little fur ball. His first reaction when he saw the sky-devouring god-slaying rat was that Lu Chen was nearby. Yi Fan also saw the little fur ball, and hope rekindled in his eyes. Master! In an instant, Lu Chen had already appeared beside Yi Fan and supported Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you didn't disappoint me. Lu Chen didn't seek revenge on venerable celestial Ling Tian because of this disciple of his. Now, Yi Fan had proven himself. In just over 40 years, he had become a peak venerable celestial and defeated venerable celestial Ling Tian, one of the 3 heavenly venerables of the human race. Master, I still can't kill him. Lu Chen smiled faintly. In terms of strength and combat skills, you are far above him. To be able to accomplish this in such a short time, you are much stronger than those 3 Empyreans. Besides, you've taken your revenge, but I haven't. You should at least give your master a chance. Mulong came to Yi Fan's side and shook his head. Lu Chen, I'm so envious that you were able to recruit such a heaven-defying disciple. However, I reckon that for a genius like Yi Fan, only you can subdue him. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Mulong, take care of Yi Fan. He forced himself to use Twilight of the Gods and overdrew his spirit energy. I'll go deal with that bastard. Although the little furball craved Yi Zhao, it still swallowed its saliva and waited obediently since its boss didn't say anything. Not long after, Lu Chen flashed in front of Yi Zhao and looked at him leisurely. When Ling Tian saw Lu Chen, he immediately lost his previous arrogance. The current Lu Chen, even if he cultivated for thousands of years, he still wouldn't be able to catch up. Yi Zhao was also smart. Without waiting for Lu Chen to speak, He directly knelt in front of Lu Chen. "Heavenly Emperor Lu, please let me go." Lu Chen sneered. "Yi Shao, with your character, there should be a lot of people who have died in your hands. People who beg you to show mercy. You should have encountered a lot of them. How can you still be so naive when it comes to you? No, you are different from me. I'm an evil person. You have a broad heart. You are a great person who doesn't hold grudges against a petty person." Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. "I say, Yi Shao, who told you that I have a broad heart? It's not that I'm a narrow-minded person who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. Those who schemed against me in the past basically didn't have a good ending. Back then, you wanted to kill me in the Heavenly Might chess game. Let me think, you probably had a part to play in my 4th stage of Heaven's tribulation. Heavenly Emperor Lu, I'm innocent. I definitely didn't do it to you. It was Qianji." Lu Chen frowned and summoned Qianji. The moment Qianji came out, he looked at Lu Chen in fear. Lu Chen, I've already become like this. Don't tell me you're still going to bring up the past." Lu Chen smiled. "I don't even need to think about it. You must have schemed against me a lot in the past. Let me ask you now." He said that you were the one who caused the 6th stage of Heaven's tribulation. "Is that true?" "It wasn't me. It was Ling Tian who took the initiative to find me. Because I was a Heaven domain boss, I had a certain amount of authority. He was the one who took the initiative to ask me if there was a way to kill you in the Tower of Babel. At that time, he would be able to obtain the life-reversing set without being discovered by the gods in the higher realms." "You're slandering me," Yi Shao said angrily. Qianji snorted. "I still have the recording of that incident. Lu Chen, if you don't believe me, you can look for it in my cave in the 10,000 Spirit Tribe." Just as Qianji finished speaking, Ling Tian was speechless. Lu Chen looked at Qianji in surprise. "You actually recorded it on the recording stone?" Qianji said. "Ling Tian is known for being greedy in the 7th stage of Heaven. Previously, I was not in a hurry with him. Now that he suddenly came to visit me, I had to be careful." Lu Chen couldn't help but think highly of Qianji again. Qianji was indeed sinister, but it would be a headache if he was an enemy. However, if he was on his side, it would save him a lot of trouble. Just as Qianji was speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and gave himself a slap. Qianji looked at Lu Chen pitifully. Why did you hit me again?" "I'm telling the truth," Lu Chen said calmly. "There's no reason. It's just that I haven't hit you in a long time. It's rare for me to call you out, so I naturally wanted to have some fun." Tears welled up in Qianji's eyes. "Lu Chen really doesn't treat me as a human. Remember, don't wait for me to ask you before you tell me. If this happens again, slap yourself 50 times. Lu Chen finally revealed the real reason why Qianji was beaten up. "Yes, I understand. All right, tell me, is there a way to turn Ling Tian into a puppet?" Qianji looked at Lu Chen in shock. Indeed, Lu Chen was not only interested in his strategy. Indeed, Qianji was also interested in his skill in puppetry. After being beaten up, Qianji knew that he had to do his best to please Lu Chen. After all, he was beaten up for all sorts of reasons. If he was careless, he would be beaten up. Now, that Ling Tian is only a remnant soul. I have 8 ways to make him. Which one do you want? Do you want the cruelest or the most painful?" Lu Chen nodded his head in satisfaction. Qianji was finally enlightened. 8 ways, right? Let's try all of them. Anyway, I'll merge them into the other earthen guards and let them be your underling." Yi Shao listened to the conversation between the two in fear. He had seen what happened to Qianji. Now, he was going to be made into a puppet too. Furthermore, he was going to be Qianji's underling. A puppet who had been tortured for years would definitely be filled with anger. By then, not only would he suffer a fate worse than death, he would also lose his dignity. No, no. Kill me. Luchan, kill me. Luchan said coldly, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" This single sentence caused Ling Tian to feel dizzy. Finally, Ling Tian knew that it was impossible for him to escape this calamity. He looked up to the sky and cried out in despair, "Why is it like this? The fifth heavenly layer, Ziyi, that trash couldn't kill Yi Fan. The sixth heavenly layer, the seventh heavenly layer, the eighth heavenly layer. So many powerhouses couldn't kill Luchan. This is a world where the strong preys on the weak. I'm just following the natural order. What did I do wrong?" Chapter 1539. Luchan brought Yifan back to the celestial spirit grotto heaven. Mu Long and Qianji were crafting puppets. According to Lu Chen's request, Qianji was going to use all of his knowledge and 8 different crafting methods for Ling Tian to experience. Yifan was fine, but he looked a little tired. Just as everyone was about to leave, Yifan called out to Lu Chen, "Master, can you stay for a while?" Only the master and disciple were left in the stone room. "What's wrong, Yifan? Are you busy again?" Lu Chen asked, "Didn't you win the bet this time?" "Master, that's not what I wanted to talk about." Yifan said, "About the bet, the banker said that I didn't kill Ling Tian, so I didn't win." Lu Chen face-bombed. "How can that be?" Although Yifan didn't kill Ling Tian, capturing him alive was worse than killing him. "Master, do you know why I went to Earth a few years ago?" Yifan asked. Lu Chen shook his head. "I received a message from the Heaven-Defying sect saying that there was a treasure related to you on Earth. At that time, you were in the 8th heaven and didn't have time, so I went to find it for you." Lu Chen frowned. "I heard about it from Lu Yi, but I didn't see you after that. Did you find it or not?" "Master, although I didn't find it, I found a clue." "What clue?" "Earth was secretly opened to the Jiutian 90 years ago. At that time, a powerful being came to Earth. It's very likely that the treasure appeared then. Also, you've already collected 8 pieces of the Heaven and Devil Defying set. I think that the treasure related to you might be the last piece of the set, Heaven and Devil Wuqian." "Master, you were in the Jiutian 60 years ago. That means that the Heaven and Devil Wuqian appeared around your age." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. "So, Master, everyone says that no heavenly god and demon exist, but since there is the heavenly god and demon fate reversing set, how can there be no heavenly god and demon?" "Master, your title is Divine Demon, and your realm is above the human sovereign realm. Although others call you the Celestial Emperor, it is only an honorific title, not a rank. Then, Master, do you think that above the human sovereign realm, is it possible that there is Wuqian?" What Yifan meant was that Lu Chen was heavenly demon Wuqian. Lu Chen frowned and remained silent for a long time. Yifan's deduction was not without reason. He had been defying the heavens all this time. If that wasn't defying the heavens, then what was? Celestial Emperor was a respectful title for the gods, but he was not a god after all, so this title was not accurate. Instead, it was more appropriate to call him Demon God Wuqian. Although he was part of the life-defying set of God-Fiend Fate Reverser, which was somewhat inconceivable, the greatest feeling he got from Jiutian was that it was full of wonders. A very important part of the Dark Erosion set was as the host. Then, could the life-defying set be the same? However, if he was Heavenly Demon Wuqian, then why didn't the last 2 skills of the God-Fiend set appear? The other God-Fiend pieces also did not have any reaction. After thinking hard for a long time, Lu Chen was unable to confirm this theory. He could only shake his head. "I feel that the possibility is not high." If I have really gathered the God Fiend set, then at least the other God Fiend equipment should resonate. But forget it. Whether or not it is true, let nature take its course. Yi Fan nodded. Since his master had said so, then he could only do as he wished. Master, are you going to challenge the 8th floor of Skysplit Tower? Yi Fan suddenly asked. All these years, you have accompanied your family and dealt with trivial matters. Is it because you are not confident? Lu Qin took a deep breath. This disciple of his understood him more and more. Perhaps Yi Fan could understand Lu Qin better. I owe too many people too much. In just a few years, I can't make up for it. My strength has been increasing, but Lu Qin took a deep breath. But the Jiutian is like an endless challenge. You never know what will appear on the next floor. Whether it's Ling Tian or the Supreme God, although they tried to stop me, I feel that they are not the real mastermind. I have a premonition that my final enemy is watching my every move. He is waiting for me in the 9 heavens. Yi Fan was silent for a moment before saying, Master, I believe you. Lu Qin patted Yi Fan's shoulder. Haha, don't believe me. Everyone knows that you lose every bet. Oh, right. Although I am your master, I have never given you a proper gift. I'll leave the Guardians of the Earth to you. After a few upgrades, they can defend against the attacks of lower gods. If you reach the 8th heaven, you will be able to use them. However, I will be taking Qianji with me. As for how you want to deal with Ling Tian, you can make your own arrangements. Master, it will be dangerous for you to go to the 9th heaven. You should take them with you. Lu Qin shook his head. They are no longer useful to me. There is one more thing. Lu Qin looked at Yi Fan, seriously. There is one thing that I am not sure about, but I think you should know about it. Master, what is it? A new storm might appear. Of course, I am only saying that it is possible. However, you need to know that the Jiutian is not the end. You still need to become stronger and surpass the Supreme God. The Jiutian is not the end. Yi Fan's eyes widened. After Lu Qin came out, he went to the crafting room to take a look. Ling Tian's cries were endless. Qianji's crafting method was not the most perverted, only more perverted. Lu Qin came to Mu Long's side. Mu Long, can you craft a puppet for me? It doesn't need to be very strong. Just move Qianji down from the Earth Guardian. Why? I will leave the Earth Guardian to Yi Fan. Mu Long thought for a while and said, Okay, I will get it done for you in the afternoon. Qianji was confused when he heard that he was going to change to a random puppet. Lu Qin did not leave me behind. A strange feeling arose in his heart. This guy is indeed going to torture me. However, why am I secretly happy? If I follow Lu Qin, does that mean that I have the chance to go to the 9th heaven? Others might not even have the chance to go to the 9th heaven, but I somehow managed to complete the lifelong wish of countless people. Mu Long pitied Qianji, so he made a human-shaped puppet for him. After putting Qianji's head on it, it looked more like a living person than an earth puppet. After keeping Qianji, Lu Qin did not bid farewell to the others and left immediately. Just as Lu Qin was about to leave the immortal spirit hollow, a woman's voice could be heard from behind. Lu Qin. Lu Qin turned around and saw a woman in black standing on top of a tall mountain. Jiu Er, I will wait for you to come back and marry me. Jiu Er shouted with all her might. Lu Qin was stunned for a while and smiled. This time, he would not miss this opportunity. Okay. On the mountain peak, Jiu Er looked at the back of Lin Fan, with tears streaming down her face. Lu Qin Gij, you must come back. I will wait for you. Chapter 1540. The Tongtian Tower of the Eighth Heaven was located on a planet in the middle of the Eighth Heaven star chart. The planet was lush with vegetation and abundant with spirit chi, but there were only low-level creatures here. None of the gods owned this planet. Lu Qin stood in front of the Tongtian Tower and looked up at the towering Tongtian Tower. Starting from the first heavenly layer, Lu Qin had experienced more than just a short 60 years. There were many secret realms, cultivation rooms, and space-time spaces. Lu Qin must have cultivated for thousands of years in the Jiutian. And now, he finally had the chance to challenge the last level of the Nine Heavens domain. 9 heavens, 1 heavens, 1 heavens. Lu Qin took a deep breath. Tian Heng was definitely a businessman with a conscience. He did not discount the advertising slogan at all. Lu Qin gathered his thoughts and stared at the entrance as he walked toward the Tongtian Tower step by step. Stepping into the 8th floor of the Tongtian Tower, Lu Qin saw a starry sky in front of him. Lu Qin stepped into the void and looked around. No boss. Lu Qin narrowed his eyes. Not only was there no boss, but there was also no heavenly tribulation. There was only an endless starry sky. Without a challenge, there was no way to enter the 9th heaven. Could it be that he was like the 8 supreme gods, unable to pass the 8th floor of the Tongtian Tower? Just as Lu Qin was feeling lost, a deep voice sounded in the starry sky. Lu Qin, you're finally here. Lu Qin's lips curled up slightly. There was someone here. That was good. Who are you? Naturally, I'm the person guarding the 8th floor of the Tongtian Tower. If that's the case, why don't you show yourself? Ha 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 ha. I've already shown myself. Why? Can't you see me? Lu Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. With his level 4 spiritual chi subtlety ability, he did not notice anyone around him. Celestial demon sky? Aye. Lu Qin activated his celestial. Aye. Still nothing. Celestial demon symbiosis. God form. He strengthened his celestial eye again, but there was still nothing. Ha 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 ha. Even your celestial demon sky. I can't see me? Lu Qin narrowed his eyes slightly as his mind raced. He was very sure that as long as the other party really appeared, it would be impossible for him to not notice in his current state. The only explanation was that the other party was lying to him. Since you are the guardian of the 8th floor of Tongtian Tower, hiding like this, you really have the demeanor of a great general, Lu Qin said coldly. Lu Qin, you don't have to provoke me. I didn't lie to you. If you can't even find where I am, how can you pass the 8 layers of heaven? The voice was emotionless. Lu Qin frowned. The other party wasn't lying to him. From his tone, it didn't seem like he was bluffing. Lu Qin looked around again. The surrounding starry sky was dotted with stars, and the starlight was resplendent. Using the heaven's eye to observe the spiritual energy, he did not find any special fluctuations. Could it be on some planet? Lu Qin immediately followed the spirit threads sent out by the celestial bodies and used his heavenly eyes to check the corresponding celestial bodies. In the end, he still found nothing. After several hundred attempts, Lu Qin's frown deepened. Maybe his train of thought was wrong. The guardian of the 8th floor of Tongtian Tower was definitely not weak. Even Konggu and those who had broken through to the supreme god level were not qualified to challenge the tower. However, what kind of person could have such terrifying strength? It should be at least the strength of Panga 9 underworlds and the Western gods and Buddhas at 100% combat power. If it was an opponent of this level, it could not be judged by common sense. Thinking of this, Lu Qin quickly adjusted his train of thought and expanded the scope of his observation from a part to the whole. When he tried to connect the spiritual energy in the entire starry sky, he was stunned. Those spirit threads seemed to form the blood vessels and veins of some incomparably huge creature. You really saw me? The voice sounded again. Not bad. You are indeed the person who made me wait for tens of thousands of years. As the first person to challenge the 9 levels of heaven, such a moment should be seen by everyone. Luchin narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not sure what that person meant, but soon he received a system notification. Earth player Solipsistic has become the first player in the history of Jochen to challenge the 9 levels of heaven. We will broadcast the entire process of challenging the tower 360 degrees to all the worlds in the Jochen. Wish everyone a happy game. System notification? This thing had almost disappeared since the 5th level of heaven, but it suddenly appeared at this moment. However, the 8th level of heaven boss obviously had the ability to do so. A happy game? Seeing this string of familiar system notifications, Lu Chun sneered. The significance of Jochen had long exceeded the scope of a game. How many people had fallen? How many races had gone extinct? How many planets had been destroyed? This sentence was particularly ironic here. Perhaps, in the eyes of some people, everything they did was just a game. At the same time, all the videos on the official websites of Jochen planets and galaxies had stopped broadcasting, leaving only one live broadcast available. It was the live broadcast of Lu Chun challenging the 8th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Earth was instantly in an uproar. Almost all major industries were suspended, and the number of viewers on the official website was in the billions. The comments were crazy, just like everyone who could not calm down. Mad God has gone to challenge the Tower of Tong Tian. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm able to see this in my lifetime. Once he passes this level, he can enter the 9th heaven. Mad God is finally going to break through the 9th heaven. Even the 8 supreme gods are not qualified to challenge the tower. Mad God is indeed the Mad God. He's too strong. From the 1st level of heaven to the 8th level of heaven, countless people stopped what they were doing and paid attention to the tower challenge this time. The first person in history to challenge the tower, Solipsistic, I met him at the 5th level of heaven. And now I'm still at the 5th level of Tong Tian Tower, but he has already gone to challenge the 8th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Can he succeed? What's above the Jochen? Why is the 8th floor of Tong Tian Tower a starry sky? Is the battlefield of the advanced heaven realm so incredible? Where are the heaven realm bosses? Why don't I see any heaven realm bosses? He did not expect that the last challenge of the tower would be broadcasted live again. Luchin shook his head. Fortunately, he was already used to it. In front of Luchin, spiritual threads gathered and gradually formed a human figure. This person was huge, at least 1,000 meters tall, with a human body and a snake tail. Looking at the other party's appearance, Luchin knew that this guy was indeed an ancient god. Which ancient god are you? Hanyuan Heavenly Tao. Why haven't I heard of you before? Luchin frowned. Earth is just a small and remote place, and all knowledge is limited to what happened after Pangu opened the sky. But how much do you know about what happened before the chaotic universe? Hanyuan Heavenly Tao asked. This universe's celestial emperor has no beginning and no end. I am a manifestation of the heavenly Tao, so you naturally have no way of knowing. Luchin narrowed his eyes slightly. Since you are a manifestation of the heavenly Tao, why are you guarding the tower of Tong Tian for the Jochen? Ha 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 ha, guarding the tower of Tong Tian for the Jochen? Luchin, all living things are equal in my eyes. Life and death are the same, success and failure are the same, and all things are the same. If someone tries to pry into the secrets of the heavens, I naturally won't allow it, whether you are from the Jochen or not. Since you are already here, then let me see if you, a person who has defied the heavens and changed fate, is qualified to pry into the secrets of the heavens. Lu Chen took a deep breath. It did not matter who the other party was or how their strength compared to Pangu. The only thing left was to fight. Chapter 1541. Lu Chen activated his divine form. Spiritual energy surged around him, and 3 divine weapons hovered beside him. Han Yuan Heavenly Tao narrowed his eyes. It's rare for a mortal to be able to cultivate to your level. Unfortunately, you're still a mortal. Heaven Skill, Myriad Tao Desolation. Han Yuan Heavenly Tao sent a palm strike toward Chen Xiaobei. Although it was called a palm strike, it covered the sky and covered the earth, spanning thousands of miles. In front of this palm strike, Lu Chen was as small as an ant. Oh my God, if this palm strike hit Earth, Earth would have been destroyed long ago. Heaven Skill? Is this a skill that surpasses supreme divine skills? It's too scary. What kind of enemy is Mad God facing? Lu Chen's heart tightened when he saw this palm strike. Han Yuan Heavenly Tao had already displayed his unparalleled strength the moment he attacked. God's descent. Lu Chen leaped thousands of miles. However, the moment Lu Chen appeared, the huge palm strike behind him blasted toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen did not expect Myriad Tao Desolation to be able to instantly jump through space and catch up to him. The attack came too quickly, and Lu Chen had no time to dodge. He hurriedly used the emptiness of God's and Demon's arm and the Shenyuan spear formation to block it. The moment Myriad Tao Desolation collided with him, Lu Chen felt a terrifying pressure. Endless spiritual energy poured over and instantly broke through Lu Chen's 2 layers of defense. With a loud bang, a white light exploded in the galaxy. Then Lu Chen was directly sent flying and sank into the ground of a planet. Seeing this, everyone was shocked beyond words. Solipsistic could fight 8 supreme gods alone and still kill 1 and injure 7 in the face of an 8 elemental combination skill. However, in front of Han Yuan Heavenly Tao, he could not even take a single palm strike. This is too strong. This is not something a human can defeat. It's too scary. Even Mad God's descent can't avoid that Myriad Tao Desolation. How is Mad God? Just as everyone was still amazed by Han Yuan Heavenly Tao's terrifying strength, Han Yuan Heavenly Tao attacked again. Another Myriad Tao Desolation directly blasted toward the planet Lu Chen was on. As the palm strike descended, the planet's surface temperature rose sharply. The ground cracked, rocks flew, and everything was annihilated. Lu Chen, this nameless planet will be your burial ground. Under the Myriad Tao Desolation, the planet was directly turned into ashes. Countless people who saw this scene had already forgotten their own existence. For the Han Yuan Heavenly Tao, destroying a planet was far too easy. Was this the strength of a super expert? The battle between the 2 sides had the Heavenly Tao. After the nameless planet was destroyed, Han Yuan Heavenly Tao frowned. He didn't die, so it's here. Han Yuan Heavenly Tao narrowed his eyes. Heavenly Tao tracks. In the blink of an eye, Han Yuan Heavenly Tao's figure appeared thousands of miles away. The scene changed, and Han Yuan Heavenly Tao was once again standing in front of Lu Chen. At this time, Lu Chen was covered in blood and gasping for breath. His left arm hung weakly by his side. Although he had used descent to escape Han Yuan Heavenly Tao's second attack, at the critical moment, the first Myriad Tao Desolation had seriously injured Lu Chen. Han Yuan Heavenly Tao looked at Lu Chen indifferently. You actually ran out. Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand and stared at Han Yuan Heavenly Tao. This guy was ridiculously strong. He had never met an opponent like this who had heavily injured him in the first move. Lu Chen, if I were you, I would give up struggling. The gap between you and me is not something you can surpass. I think you should obediently stretch out your neck and accept your death. Lu Chen said fiercely, Ninth heaven, I must go. I don't care if you are Heavenly Tao or Buddha. No one can stop me. Ha ha ha, even now, you still can't see the situation clearly? Just as Hunyuan Heavenly Tao was speaking, Lu Chen suddenly attacked. His figure was like lightning. Demon God's limitless sword, annihilation. Facing Lu Chen's attack, Hunyuan Heavenly Tao didn't dodge or even make any movements. Just as Lu Chen transformed into a star and shot 300 meters away from Hunyuan Heavenly Tao with sword chi, he suddenly found that the surrounding spiritual power was gathering at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it formed a spiritual power shield in front of Hunyuan Heavenly Tao. Lu Chen's strongest sword directly hit the spiritual power shield. Break for me! With a loud bang, a vertical chi ring exploded in the starry river. In the huge shock, Lu Chen not only failed to break the spiritual power shield, but he was also repelled. Heaven's Wrath Talisman, Myriad Thunder Roar. Hunyuan Heavenly Tao didn't give Lu Chen any chance to catch his breath. A thunder talisman burned in front of him. Then, the place where Lu Chen landed was covered by endless lightning. The spiritual power in Lu Chen's body was chaotic. He couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit by a few heavenly lightning bolts. Even with injuries on top of injuries, Lu Chen didn't have the chance to stop. He hurriedly forced his chi and shouted, Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. Thousands of sword chi slashed out and collided with the heavenly lightning, slightly relieving the pressure on Lu Chen. Sky-breaking sword. Lu Chen took this moment to catch his breath and quickly adjusted his internal energy. He broke the trap array at the border of the lightning lock and escaped from the lightning lock. But at this time, Hunyuan Heavenly Tao was already pinching the talisman and quickly followed up. Heaven's Wrath Talisman, Heavenly Soldier Formation. In an instant, thousands of figures suddenly appeared around him. As soon as these people attacked, Lu Chen realized that their strength was at least a little weaker than Kong Gu and the rest. They should be comparable to Kong Gu and the rest before they broke through. In other words, these thousands of people were all at the Supreme God level. At this moment, the 7 Supreme Gods were also watching Lu Chen challenge the pagoda. They had also come to the 8 levels of the heaven-reaching pagoda, but they didn't find Hunyuan Heavenly Tao and didn't even have the chance to challenge the pagoda. Previously, when they saw Lu Chen find Hunyuan Heavenly Tao, they were still a little unwilling. However, when they saw Lu Chen's battle situation, their faces changed drastically. What kind of joke is this? Thousands of Supreme Gods. If I challenge the pagoda, I won't be able to pass with just this heavenly soldier talisman. Although our strength surpasses the average Supreme God, we are just a little stronger than the Supreme Gods. There's no way we can defeat thousands of Supreme Gods. It seems that Lu Chen will definitely die here. Our strength should have reached the limit. Doesn't that mean that we will never be able to enter the 9 heavens? It's no wonder that no one in Jiotian history has been able to enter the 9 heavens. The only one who has a chance now is Solipsistic. But with Hunyuan Heavenly Tao's current strength, even he won't be able to pass here. Lu Chen's several battles with Hunyuan Heavenly Tao could be said to be extremely dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he would die on the spot. Even those friends who were close to Lu Chen no longer had the same feeling of hope as before. Chen, Li Muhua looked at the scene on the television with red eyes. It's impossible to pass this level. Chapter 1542. Primordial Chaos. Heavenly Tao didn't give Lu Chen any chance to catch his breath. Wave after wave of attacks came. Lu Chun was already heavily injured, and his left arm couldn't even move. Facing thousands of supreme gods, Lu Chun fell into a bitter struggle. Holy Lotus Sword Heart, suppressive firepower, heaven incinerating earthly fire, sky profound earthly fiend spear, endless daybreak. Lu Chun unleashed every skill he had at his disposal as he fought desperately against these paramount god-tier heavenly soldiers. Among these celestial soldiers, there were close-range and long-range attackers. Lu Chun had just killed one person with his 9-spear shadow spear when several cold beams of light appeared behind him. Xinyuan spear array. Lu Chun growled. Reverse soul roaming dragon. Using the shield to weaken the enemy's attack, he counterattacked with the reverse soul roaming dragon, piercing through the enemy's shoulder. But at this moment, several sharp arrows silently appeared behind Lu Chun. Taking advantage of Lu Chun attacking the enemy in front of him, they directly pierced through Lu Chun's calf. Lu Chun quickly used Divine Advent to escape from the encirclement. He swallowed a pill to quickly stop the bleeding and recover. But without waiting for Lu Chun to rest for a moment, the enemy once again came over overwhelmingly. Lu Chun gritted his teeth and once again clashed with the celestial soldiers. Although Lu Chun still relied on his exquisite techniques to kill a large number of celestial soldiers, the wounds on his body were increasing. Gradually, Lu Chun's speed became slower and slower. Blood dyed his Pisces robe red. This set of clothes, which was known for its toughness, was finally torn apart under the countless attacks. And Lu Chun's wounds were even more shocking. There were countless wounds on his body. Knife wounds, sword wounds, hidden weapons that pierced through his body, and deep holes left behind by long-range weapons, all of which were bleeding profusely. No one had ever seen Mad God suppressed to such a degree. Just a single talisman was enough to push Mad God to the brink. Mad God, run! This guy can't be defeated. There are about 5,000 supreme gods. Can one of them in the 8th heaven withstand them? Primordial chaos. Heavenly Tao clearly hasn't used its full strength. There's no way he can pass the 8th level. Mad God, run! It's meaningless. Primordial heavenly Tao cannot be defeated. If you don't leave now, you will die. However, Lu Chun did not escape, nor did he fall. He had already activated the mental demon state. His figure broke out of the encirclement again and again as he fought with all his might. One by one, the 5,000 paramount god-level celestial soldiers perished. When there were only 1,000 left, Lu Chun growled, "Little critter!" 5 battle pets appeared next to Lu Chun. Little beasties supported Lu Chun. "Dad, why didn't you let us out earlier?" "How dare you hurt my dad? I'll fight it out with you." Little beast looked angrily at the remaining heavenly soldiers and roared. 16 mythological beast phantoms appeared behind the little beast, and its entire body erupted with astonishing spiritual power. However, behind the little critter, Lu Chun angrily shouted, "Little critter, don't be impulsive. Disrupt the battlefield, and buy me 2 seconds." Lu Chun knew very well that with the little beast's strength, they had no chance of winning even if they fought alone, not to mention that there were more than 1,000 people on the other side. Although the little beast was angry, since his dad said so, he naturally had his reasons. "Got it, Dad." The little beast did not rush out. Instead, it threw out all kinds of skills. Beast God, dual polarity heavenly fire. The little beast roared. The 2 poles of the battlefield, one above and one below, surged with monstrous flames that instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. For a moment, a series of explosions erupted on the battlefield. Dual polarity heavenly fire and earth fire collided, instantly releasing spiritual energy. The entire battlefield was shaken by the explosions. Boom, 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 boom. The sky was plunged into a sea of fire. The little beast's goal was not to kill the enemy, but to use its mythological beast fire to launch a large-scale attack and temporarily surround the enemy. However, the little beast's strength was still a bit weak. Many of the celestial soldiers used displacement to pass through the sea of fire and attack Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen quickly called back the little beast. Creation space. Lu Chen created a huge space with a radius of hundreds of meters. At the same time, he directly drilled into the creation space. These celestial soldiers were extremely strong, but they were not war pets. They could not even be considered puppets. Because of this, they only wanted to kill Lu Chen with all their might. They would not consider anything else. As long as Lu Chen entered the creation space, they would definitely rush in without hesitation. Once the creation space was developed, then Lu Chen would still have the strength to fight. Creation space. Han Yuan Heavenly Tao narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately thought of Lu Chen's plan. Want to use this move to turn the tables? Naive. With that, Han Yuan Heavenly Tao pinched another talisman paper. Heaven's Wrath Talisman, Explosive Curse. The remaining 1,000 celestial soldiers madly rushed into the creation space. However, they did not attack Lu Chen again. As soon as they entered the creation space, they self-destructed one after another. Lu Chen's creation space did indeed absorb spiritual energy as nourishment for growth. In order to deal with the influx of these supreme god experts, Lu Chen deliberately spent a huge amount of spiritual energy to build this creation space. However, Lu Chen did not expect Han Yuan Heavenly Tao to see through his plan at the first moment. The self-destruction of celestial soldiers was not the self-destruction of elixirs, but thousands of self-destruction. Such a fierce attack could not be absorbed by the creation space. The creation space was instantly broken. Lu Chen vomited blood and suffered another internal injury. Lu Chen, I already said that you are no match for me. Han Yuan Heavenly Tao flashed in front of Lu Chen and looked indifferently at the seriously injured Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised his head with difficulty, his eyelids twitching. This guy was too strong. With his current strength, he had no hope of winning. Now, he had used all his trump cards, but he was still suppressed by the other party. He did not even have the chance to fight back. The difference in strength between the two sides was so terrifying. Don't you understand? You can't defeat me. Now, I will ask you one last time. Are you willing to give up on entering the 9 heavens? If you are willing to never enter the 9 heavens, then I can destroy your cultivation and let you be an ordinary person. You can reunite with your family and live the rest of your life. I will not kill you. If you are unwilling, then I can only represent the Heavenly Tao and obliterate you. Now, I will give you one last chance to choose. Everyone was looking at the exhausted man nervously. How should he choose? Lu Chen knelt on the ground on one knee and vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. He then looked up at Han Yuan Heavenly Tao. Those blood-red eyes surged with green smoke. You represent the Heavenly Tao and obliterate me? Ha 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 ha. Lu Chen suddenly laughed wildly. What is the Heavenly Tao? It is just your consciousness. What right do you have to represent the Heavenly Tao? You want me to be an ordinary person. Don't you want me to submit? Remember, this is my choice. I have never submitted in the past. I will not submit now. And I will never submit in the future. Hearing this answer, many people had complicated feelings. Yes, this was Solipsistic's answer, and it must be his answer. However, the consequences of insisting on such a choice were too heavy for people to accept. Chapter 1543. Han Yuan Heavenly Tao looked coldly at Lu Chen and narrowed his eyes. As expected of the solipsistic, your answer at least makes me feel that you're a worthy opponent. It seems like you're prepared to die. Fine. Since this is your choice, I can only kill you. As he spoke, a talisman appeared in Hunyuan Heavenly Tao's hand. Heaven's Wrath Talisman, complete destruction. Just hearing the name of this skill made Lu Yi unable to hold on any longer. Tears streamed down her face. No, brother. Lu Yao clenched his fists tightly as tears streamed down his face. However, he didn't even blink as he stared at the screen. If his father died in battle, he would definitely kill his way up to the 9 heavens one day and avenge his father, Ju, or stared blankly at the image on the projection stone as tears streamed down her face. Her heart was already dead. In the end, Big Brother Lu Chen still couldn't marry her. Luo Yao clenched the red ribbon in her hand tightly. She would probably never forget that person in this lifetime. Countless humans across the universe stood up one after another. The solipsistic had saved the entire human race. This debt of gratitude could not be repaid. With his mortal body, he had reached the peak of the 8 heavens and crushed the supreme gods. He had defeated the demon-sealing battle god with his absolute strength and defended the Jotian world. He had done too many things that no one before him had been able to do. He had left behind too many legends along the way. However, at this moment, he was going to fall in the sky-reaching tower. Lu Chen stood up shakily as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His slightly recovered left hand held the god-slaying spear, while his left hand held the god-slaying sword. Even if his body and soul were to be destroyed, he would fight to the last moment. When Lu Chen held the god-slaying sword, he suddenly heard the voices of the god-slaying spear and the magic divine staff. Boss, let the god-slaying sword devour us. Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Sky Pilfer and Chiu Wei's voices were unusually calm. Boss, thank you for everything you've done for us along the way. If it weren't for you, Chiu Xing would still be suffering in Intentionless Mountain, and I would only be able to watch her wither away. Although it's a little regretful that I couldn't see you use the 8th tier of the God-slaying spear, God-slaying soaring firmament, and the 9th tier of the Supreme Spear Dao, I believe that you have already comprehended your own Dao. The Dao of the spear and the Dao of the sword are not the Dao of the spear or the Dao of the sword, but the Dao of the heart. You actually already have your own Dao. Xiaoming also said, Boss, thank you for bringing us back to Intentionless Mountain. We no longer have any regrets. Actually, we really didn't mean to ruin your good deed that day. Speaking of which, your marriage is really making people anxious. It's a pity that I can't attend your wedding. Let Wuji devour us, and use the Supreme Sword Dao to break the heavenly Dao he speaks of. Sky Thief, Xiaoming. Lu Chen's entire body trembled. Limitless Sword, hurry up, Heaven Pilfer urged. In the future, take good care of this silly brat. Boss, I will follow you in life and death, and I will never regret it. Limitless Sword was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, Don't think of leaving the task of taking care of him to me alone. There's no time to explain. Now, I will devour your Dharma bodies first. At this moment of life and death, Lu Chen had no other choice. Limitless Sword instantly finished devouring both the Void God-slaying spear and the Chaos magic staff. In an instant, the divine demon Limitless Sword shone brightly, and the black and white fog churned like a galaxy. The spiritual energy that Lu Chen had lost was instantly replenished at this moment. At the same time, the divine wrath talisman's body and soul had been destroyed and burned to ashes. An earth-shattering spiritual energy beam shot out like a laser beam. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with tears as he held Limitless Sword tightly. He narrowed his eyes slightly and observed the churning green fog. divine demon, limitless sword intent. Countless people were shocked. At this moment, the spiritual energy that Lu Chen had burst out was actually not inferior to the Hunyuan heavenly Tao. He was clearly a person who was about to die. So how did he suddenly become so strong? Limitless sword intent. I've never seen the solipsistic sword intent use it before. Heavens, he still has a trump card up his sleeve. Just now, limitless sword devoured the void god-slaying spear and the staff. Beishue Gufei stared at Lu Chen's sword and muttered, "This sword has already reached the great Tao of the sword." Lu Chen became one with his sword. His sword qi was extremely condensed, converging into a dazzling spiritual energy beam that collided with the divine wrath talisman's body and soul. The moment the two powerful beams of light collided, the galaxy was illuminated by the white light and shook. Amidst the bright light, people could clearly see countless celestial bodies disintegrate in the aftermath. At this moment, the moment of life and death had arrived. Everyone stared intently at the scene. Limitless sword intent and divine wrath talisman were like two evenly matched beams of light, fighting for the initiative. This Hunyuan heavenly Tao's eyes widened. He actually comprehended the great Tao of the sword. Divine wrath talisman, myriad spirit strengthening. At the same time, Lu Chen roared, divine might of the heavens, heaven-defying demonic might. The two of them crazily absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy at the same time, enhancing the energy of their cultivation techniques. The center of the struggle between the two beams of light shifted back and forth, neither giving way to the other. Hunyuan heavenly Tao saw that he couldn't take down Lu Chen. With a huge sword in hand, he instantly shot out, his body converging into the spiritual energy beam. With the support of Hunyuan heavenly Tao, the divine wrath talisman's power increased greatly. It seemed that Lu Chen couldn't hold on any longer. Right at this moment, Lu Chen shouted in a low voice, "9 heaven stars, primal chaos turbulence." This was the top cultivation technique of the Jiutian star, supported by the limitless sword intent. A strange power instantly converged. The sword qi of both sides suddenly turned from tit for tat to a whirlpool. Hunyuan heavenly Tao, who had just gained the upper hand, was suddenly distorted by this power and instantly lost its advantage. The previous competition of pure spiritual energy now had a strange force field that rapidly changed. At this moment, it was a competition to see who could quickly change the way their spiritual energy revolved and adapt to the chaotic turbulence as soon as possible. The two fought many times in the distorted force field, but they were forced to separate again and again. This feeling was like both sides were in a tornado at the same time. They wanted to kill each other, but they had no choice but to adjust their attack angle and method according to the wind. To control such terrifying spiritual energy in a short period of time, whether it was for Lu Chen or Hunyuan heavenly Tao, it wasn't easy. After 4 or 5 exchanges, Hunyuan heavenly Tao's mastery of spiritual energy was no weaker than Lu Chen's. This time, he gradually began to take the initiative again. "Lu Chen, in order to prevent me from finding the rules of the chaotic turbulence, you let it freely change. But this way, you can't immediately determine the direction of the turbulence. Your spirit qi is at the minute subtlety level. Can it be higher than mine? In that case, it's impossible for you to win against me. Prepare to die." But at this moment, the force field suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Lu Chen seemed to have been prepared for this. He immediately stabbed towards Hunyuan heavenly Tao. Before Hunyuan heavenly Tao could adjust the flow of his spiritual energy, he saw Lu Chen turn into a beam of spiritual energy and shoot towards him. Although Lu Chen's control of spiritual energy was not stronger than Hunyuan heavenly Tao's, the problem was that the Jiutian star was Lu Chen's magic weapon. He could at least stop the chaotic turbulence. With a bang, Lu Chen's limitless sword intent directly slammed into Hun Yuan Heavenly Dao's protective shield. Everyone stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Now was not the time to be amazed. What they cared about was whether the limitless sword intent could break through Hun Yuan Heavenly Dao's protective shield. Chapter 1544. In the starry sky, a small black that broke through the light screen and stabbed toward Hun Yuan Heavenly Dao. A spirit shield quickly formed in front of Hun Yuan Heavenly Dao. The sword tip pressed against the spirit shield, and the stalemate lasted for less than half a second. Suddenly, the place where the tip of the sword touched cracked open with a cracking sound. Following that, a series of cracks extended outwards in a menacing manner. It's broken. Hun Yuan Heavenly Dao's protective spirit shield is broken. The spirit shield around Hun Yuan Heavenly Dao instantly shattered. Boundless sword intent was endless. It broke through the shield as fast as lightning. Hun Yuan Heavenly Dao's eyes widened. It's just a broken shield. Do you really think you can hurt me? Hun Yuan Heavenly Talisman, boundless life and death. Hun Yuan Heavenly Dao actually had a life-saving method. A spirit talisman exploded, and a black vortex formed in front of Hun Yuan Heavenly Dao. A large amount of spirit power was sucked in by the vortex. However, Lu Chen's speed did not slow down at all. Lu Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He roared, "Heaven-stealing, watch carefully! God-slaying spear, great Tao of the spear!" Outside of Boundless Sword's body, a black spear shape was formed. The spirit power that was sucked away by the vortex was quickly reversed by the spear. Boundless Sword intent and the great Tao of the spear were the two strongest skills. One sword contained two moves, and it instantly shot toward Hun Yuan Heavenly Dao. Before anyone could realize the passage of time and space, Lu Chen was already standing behind Hun Yuan Heavenly Dao in an instant. The spirit power that permeated between heaven and earth suddenly did not vibrate as violently as before. It slowly dissipated and once again filled the starry sky. If one did not observe carefully, they might miss its existence. It was just that the surrounding stars were destroyed, leaving behind many meteorites that floated leisurely in the starry sky. The intense battle suddenly stopped, and the universe returned to its original tranquility. At this moment, the entire world fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the man's back. Senior Heaven-stealing, Senior Qiuming, it seems that Boundless Sword did not completely devour you. Your artifact spirits are still here. Lu Chen lowered his head and smiled. Thank you. We will fight side by side in the future. Lu Chen waved his hand, and the god-slaying spear's afterimage dissipated. The ultimate sword returned to the void. Turning around, Lu Chen arrived in front of Hun Yuan Heavenly Dao and indifferently looked at his huge opponent. You lost. Hun Yuan Heavenly Dao's body began to dissipate into specks of starlight. But at this time, Primordius Heavenly Dao didn't panic like the others before they died. Instead, he was surprisingly calm. Yes, I lost, but Lu Chen, you may not win either. Do you know what kind of challenges you will face in the 9 heavens? Lu Chen shook his head. I don't know, but no matter what the challenge is, I won't stop. Hun Yuan Heavenly Dao nodded slightly. This is indeed in line with your personality. Interesting, I didn't think that I would be defeated by a mortal, Lu Chen said indifferently. Perhaps gods aren't invincible gods. Gods, immortals, mortals, these are just the concepts of our predecessors. But if no one before us has entered the Zhouqian, what qualifications do they have to say that their understanding is correct? Besides, you should also know that the Zhouqian isn't everything. There's also the outer heavens and the heavenly gate. Hun Yuan Heavenly Dao suddenly raised his head. Lu Chen's question seemed to have solved a puzzle in his heart. After a long time, Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao let out a long sigh. Ask the heavens what the Tao is, and the heavens say, no Tao is Tao. Ask the heavens what the Tao is, and the heavens say, no Tao, no heaven. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. What did Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao mean by this sentence? Lu Chen, perhaps in the future you will regret passing through the 8 heavens today. With that, Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao turned into starlight and scattered among the stardust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Even gods had to return the spiritual energy they had absorbed throughout their lives to the world when they died. Lu Chen took a deep breath and looked down. Where Hun Yuan Heavenly Tao was, a black portal had appeared. Without a doubt, this was the portal to the 9 heavens domain, the final heavens. Finally, Lu Chen stood in front of the portal. Within the immortal spirit grotto heaven, everyone couldn't help but stand up and look at the image projected by the projection stone. On Earth, countless people stood up, their eyes falling on Lu Chen's back. In the immortal domain, countless people's breathing quickened. They suppressed the excitement in their hearts and stared at the human in front of the portal. No one had ever mentioned what the 9 heavens domain was like. No one had ever mentioned who lived in the 9 heavens because no one had ever entered that portal. Since ancient times, countless geniuses and overlords had stopped at the 8 heavens. However, in their lifetime, they were lucky enough to see the portal that led to the mystery. No wonder everyone was nervous. Lu Chen turned around and looked at the path he came from. In the empty core, he was the only one. He felt a little lonely, but this was inevitable. Then, Lu Chen stepped into the portal. Countless pairs of eyes watched as Lu Chen's figure disappeared into the black hole. After Lu Chen entered the 9 heavens, the 9 heavens domain returned to its usual calm. In the low-level heavens, people were still working hard to kill monsters and level up, clearing dungeons to get equipment. In the 4th heavens, the rules had been modified by Lu Chen. Now, there were fewer wars between races. Most importantly, the races had agreed to prohibit physical damage skills. In the 5th heavens, Earth and the natives had relied on the mineral veins that Lu Chen had left for them to develop their country of origin. After decades of development, the strength of the country of origin had gradually improved. They already had the potential to compete with the 8 countries. In the 6th heavens, the reputation of the Divinity and Devil Immortal Academy was even greater than before. They still only recruited genius disciples. In addition, the founder of the Divinity and Devil Immortal Academy, Solipsistic, was the first Jiutian pioneer to enter the 9th heavens. This made the Divinity and Devil Immortal Academy unparalleled in the limelight. Even the Emperor Heaven Immortal Palace was gradually surpassed. In the 7th heavens, there were many things waiting to be done in the human immortal domain, although decades had passed. At this level, decades were not enough to make up for the losses of the war between the races. It was just that the new generation of humans, Sengoku, had already shown their talents. Yi Fan, Mu Long, Jiao and Yi Fan had already become the strongest, immortal venerable of the human race. And although the human race was now at its weakest, the interesting thing was that the human race's status was higher than ever before. With the contract signed by the 10,000 races in hand, the human immortal domain could at least be peaceful for a few hundred years. In the 8th heavens, after the war beyond the heavens, their strength was not as good as before. One of the 8 supreme gods of the 8 factions had fallen. The death god elected a new supreme god, but his status was no longer as good as the other 7 factions. However, in general, the original 8 factions were no longer the strongest in the 8th heavens. Various forces were surging with the intention of replacing them. However, no matter how the 8th heavens changed, The various heavens would always mention a name. The divinity and devil, celestial emperor. How was that person doing in the ninth heavens? Chapter 1545. The nine heavens regained its peace. At this moment, Lu Yi walked to her room. She opened the drawer and looked at the brocade pouch inside. This was the brocade pouch that Goddess Noel gave her. When she gave it to her, she told her not to tell anyone, including Lu Chun. Now that her brother had finally entered the nine heavens, it was time to open the brocade pouch. Carefully opening the pouch, a special shadow stone suddenly fell out from within. Lu Yi hurriedly caught the shadow stone. And, shadow stone? What's inside? Lu Yi injected her spirit energy, and the shadow stone reacted quickly. The shadow stone started to play a scene. On a certain night, a kind woman was hugging a little girl and singing a lullaby to lull her to sleep. But for some reason, tears suddenly fell from her eyes. The little girl looked at her mother curiously. "Mommy, why are you crying?" "Nothing." "E, do you still remember what Mommy said to you? That thing that you must remember?" "I remember. Mommy told me to protect brother." "Then, are you willing?" E is willing. Brother loves E the most. E also wants to protect brother. The woman smiled happily, but in her smile, her tears flowed even more uncontrollably. On a rainy day, two children sat side by side on the stairs of the street to avoid the rain. The little boy passed the meat bun to the little girl and smiled at her. "Little sister, eat quickly." "Brother, I'm not hungry." Grumble. The little girl's stomach failed to live up to her expectations and started to growl. Looking at the little boy's smile, the little girl blushed. "Brother, Mommy told me to protect you. You need to eat more to have strength." "Silly girl, how old are you?" "Of course, it's me who will protect you. Eat quickly." "Then let's eat half each." And one day, the brother and sister were too hungry. The brother finally went to steal a bag of barbecued chicken steaks, but he was still discovered. Those people caught up with them and blocked them in the alley, looking at the fierce adults. The little girl stood in front of the little boy, but in the end, the one who was beaten was the brother. How could he watch others beat his sister? That time, the brother was beaten unconscious. The little girl laid on the brother's body and sobbed. Mommy said to protect brother, but now, fortunately, her brother woke up in the end. Scene after scene appeared. The little boy and the little girl lived a difficult life. He dropped out of school early and worked to pay for her education. The little girl finally grew up and entered the game company as an intern. It wasn't until they entered the nine heavens domain that the siblings' lives underwent an earth-shaking change. However, no matter how rich they became, the one her brother loved the most was still the one who always shouted to protect her brother. As she watched, Lu Yi's tears fell silently. The video played the past between her and her brother. In the blink of an eye, 80 years had passed, but this relationship had never faded. At the end of the projection stone, the woman who was hugging Lu Yi appeared once again. Seeing this woman, Lu Yi was already sobbing. "Mom." Although the woman in the projection stone couldn't hear Lu Yi's words, her eyes were filled with endless tenderness. "E, by the time you see this recording stone, a few hundred years might have passed. Although your father and I were unable to accompany you as you grew up, we asked someone to record you and watch you grow up." As she spoke, the woman's face was already covered in tears. The woman wiped away her tears and readjusted her emotions. She said, "E, since you've seen this recording, it means that the time is ripe. You should know the truth. Actually, your brother isn't your biological brother. Your father, and I only have you as our child." Lu Yi widened her eyes and looked at the woman in disbelief. Her brain was buzzing. "Do you still remember the lowest level of Jotian, first heaven, the jackhallen, but you should know that there are no real wild beasts in Jotian. All wild beasts were once living creatures. When your father and I entered Jotian, we found a newly born jackhallen. At that time, it was so weak and helpless. It didn't know the fate of the jackhallen clan and could only look at us helplessly. Later, your father used some methods to turn it into a human and brought it to Earth. We raised it, and it became your brother. As we came into contact with higher levels of the heavens, we began to feel that Jotian was far from a game. Humanity, the fate of Earth, was at stake. So, your father came up with Project Guide. This process was very complicated, and it's not the main point that I want to tell you. I won't say more here. What I want to tell you is that Lu Chen isn't your biological brother. He's just a low-level creature. All his family members have been devoured by Jotian and became wild beasts in the first heaven. When Lu Yi heard this, her face turned pale. She took a few steps back and sat weakly on the bed. Brother, Yi, after knowing the truth, are you still willing to protect Lu Chen? Lu Yi's mind was blank. She had temporarily lost the ability to think. However, the woman was not in a hurry. It was as if she already knew this would be the result. When she was recording the recording, she deliberately waited for a long time. No, impossible, Lu Yi said in a daze. This news was too big a blow to her. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. Lu Chen wasn't her biological brother. He wasn't even human. He was just a lowly, low-level creature. After waiting for a long time, the woman spoke again. Her eyes were filled with determination. Yi, if you're still willing to protect your brother, then complete the last step of Project Guide, which is also the most crucial step. Only you can achieve Divine Demon Wu Qian. When Lu Chen stepped into the ninth heaven, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The place he was in now was an empty space filled with dense, chaotic spiritual energy. This was the ninth heaven. This was completely different from what Lu Chen had imagined. It's good to cultivate here, but I've reached a bottleneck again. Lu Chen shook his head. Is there really no one here? Won't I suffocate to death? At this thought, Lu Chen quickly summoned the little beast and the rest. Oh, what the hell is this place? Is it the Nine Nether Chaos? The little beast looked around in surprise. Strange, it's not completely dark here. At least we can see the surroundings. Where is this light coming from? Rhubarb frowned. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little furball expressed that it would starve to death if it stayed here for too long. Boss, since there's a weak light, let's go find the source of the light. The little golden carp said. Lu Chen nodded. Okay, everyone, be careful. There might be something near the source of the light. Chapter 1546. The Nine Heavens was like a forbidden zone for life. Apart from Lu Chen's group, there were no other signs of life. The tour guide, Rhubarb, led the group towards the faint light. Although there was light, they couldn't see it in this vast and empty space. Even if there was a light source, it must be in an extremely distant place. Little Beast leisurely followed behind Lu Chen. Dad, I really miss the times when we went to other heavens. At least when we arrived at a new heaven, there would be a large group of people. This Nine Heavens is great. There's nothing. Rhubarb said. Of course. Didn't you say that no one has come to the Nine Heavens before? But it can't be that there's no one. Where's the ruler of the Jotian? Even if you want to fight, you should at least come out. Little Beast said in boredom. Dad, what do you think? Lu Chen frowned. The Jotian's final secret lies in the Nine Heavens. Perhaps the light source is the answer. Perhaps that will be our last battle in the Jotian. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Little Beast and the rest couldn't help but become nervous. The last battle in the Jiuqian, then the opponent should be stronger than Hunyuan Heavenly Tao. Dad, then do you want to cultivate first? Little Beast said. Hunyuan Heavenly Tao's battle strength is already very terrifying. You don't have any stronger trump cards now. Lu Chen shook his head with a serious expression. My level has reached a bottleneck. Last time, Jixing helped me break through. But there's nothing here. I don't have the opportunity to break through. Forget it. Let's go and take a look first. We're just getting close to the light source. While Rhubarb and the rest leaped forward, Lu Chen took the opportunity to check his backpack. There were still a lot of materials inside. Although he left most of the materials for the immortal spirit grotto heaven, he still left 2 storage rings with many materials inside. Lu Yi left him all kinds of pills, from recovery to enhancement. There were too many to count. There were only a few beast nuclei. The little critter needed beast nuclei, so most of them had already been used up. The remaining beast nuclei were for emergency use. There were only about 100,000 of them. In the end, Lu Chen's gaze fell on the piece of mud. This thing could replace all living things. It was a super powerful, life-saving treasure. Unfortunately, there was only one piece of such a useful treasure. Dad, what are you thinking about? Little Beast noticed that Lu Chen had fallen behind and seemed to have a lot on his mind. So it ran over and asked, It's nothing. Are you worried about the prophecies of the gods and Buddhas? Gods and Buddhas had said that within the 9 heavens, Lu Chen would lose a loved one. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Sure enough, the little critter had been following him since it was an egg. It had almost become a roundworm in his stomach. It knew everything he was thinking. Dad, actually, I'm a little concerned too. The words of the gods and Buddhas don't sound like prophecies, but more like karma. So, his words are more or less concerning. Lu Chen smiled. I'm not afraid. I just need to be prepared. Let's go. From the next day onwards, Lu Chen called back the little critter and the rest and directly jumped through space. Lu Chen's jump distance was already very exaggerated. He could jump between galaxies. However, it was not until 6 months later that Lu Chen and the rest arrived at a light source in the distance. It was like the only starlight in the entire night sky. After discovering the light spot, Lu Chen increased his speed. 3 months later, Lu Chen finally arrived in front of this huge planet. At a certain location on this planet, Lu Chen saw a tall tower, Tong Tian Tower. Lu Chen immediately entered this planet and arrived in front of Tong Tian Tower. Tong Tian Tower. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. His father was imprisoned in the last level of Tong Tian Tower, Tong Tian Prison. Although he had just arrived at the 9 heavens, there was nothing in the 9 heavens. But at this moment, Tong Tian Tower was right in front of him. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but walk towards Tong Tian Tower. Just as he arrived in front of Tong Tian Tower, a deep voice suddenly sounded, shaking the heavens and earth. Lu Chen, you finally came. Lu Chen's hair suddenly stood up. He instantly activated Divine Demon Symbiosis and paid 120% attention to his surroundings. Who are you? Me? Before knowing who I am, I suggest you figure out who you are first. Lu Chen was always vigilant of his surroundings and said, Since you can exist in the 9 heavens, you should know who I am. That voice had a hint of ridicule. Of course I know who you are, but the question is, do you know? Lu Chen coldly snorted. So, the higher the level of the strong, the more they like to deliberately mystify. Ha 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 ha, Lu Chen, you have been insisting on one thing all this time, and no one can change it. You have been using the identity of a human to fight against the heavens, against the earth, against the strong. You want to obtain supreme power, but you don't want to give up the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Do you think this is realistic? To put it bluntly, others only want to comprehend the way of heaven, but your motive is greed. You want to control the way of heaven. Lu Chen sneered. I have never thought about controlling the way of heaven, but if I give up the 7 emotions and 6 desires, even if I become an immortal or a god, so what? I will no longer be the original me. That voice sounded again. The strongest power should be pure power. Any power mixed with personal emotions will lead to the imbalance of the heavens and earth. Strength shouldn't be different just because you are strong or weak. In front of the way of heaven, all living things should be equal. Lu Chen sternly shouted, Don't boast about the way of heaven in front of me. And you said that in front of the way of heaven, all living things should be equal. Right. I have a friend who asked me to ask you. The king of wild monsters wants to ask you, what is the equality of all living things? Kings, nobles, generals, ministers are all equal. The lowly will always be lowly and can only accept the fate of being destroyed. The strong will wantonly plunder and torment living things without any punishment. Is this the equality of all living things you speak of? If all living things are equal, why can you control the fate of all living things in Jiuqian? Didn't you set up the Jiuqian system? Why can you control the way of heaven that you speak of? But I can't. Devouring the world, exterminating races, enslaving all living things, the law of the jungle, despising life. If you think this is fair, then I'm sorry, but I'm going to break the fairness that you speak of. These words had been in Lu Chen's heart for many years, and now he finally had the chance to question them face to face. After a long time, that voice sounded again. How interesting. You don't even know who you are, and you are preaching to me here. Fine, I'll show you that what you insist on is actually a lie. God and demon? No, you will only become a demon in the end, and become what you hate the most. Suddenly, a huge light screen appeared in front of Lu Chen. On the light screen, tens of thousands of jack-o'-lanterns were frantically running away, as if something was chasing them from behind. Only a female jack-o'-lantern was very special. She went against the crowd, quickly entered the dense forest, and came to her nest. At this time, there was a newborn jack-o'-lantern baby in the nest. When it saw its mother return, it howled at her. Chapter 1547. The female Knoll grabbed the baby Knoll and quickly passed through the jungle. The thorns on the road cut through her skin, but she did not notice it until she saw the corpses of her kind. Her eyes were full of sorrow, but she only stopped for a moment. She still went in the direction of her remaining companions and quickly sneaked behind the pursuers. Unfortunately, the Knolls were still weak. Soon, the foreign pursuers found this kind of Knolls. There's one over there. Kill her quickly. A sharp arrow pierced her calf, and then more arrows hit her body. Her body was full of sharp arrows. However, she did not care and rushed toward a portal with all her strength. At the moment when her life was about to end, she looked at the baby in her arms and used the last of her strength to throw the baby Knoll into the portal. The baby Knoll flew in the air and was scratched by a chasing arrow, but it only looked at its mother in confusion. Watching her fall in a pool of blood, watching more people stab her body with sharp swords and spears, and watching a smile on her face. For some reason, when Lu Chen saw all this, there was an inexplicable sadness in his heart. The scene changed. In an unknown world, 2 humans passed through a jungle and found the baby Knoll in the forest. The woman curiously walked forward and picked up the young life. Why is there a Knoll here? Didn't the Jiuqian devour the Knoll world? Why is it here? Strange. The man was also a little confused. Xingkai, he seems to be injured. The moment the man and woman appeared, Lu Chen's mind buzzed. He knew these 2 people. In the family photo he had been keeping, they were his parents. It was just that compared to the movie, they looked younger. At this moment, Lu Chen's body shook, and he could not help but step back. Before the light screen continued to tell the story, all the causes and effects had been connected one by one. Lu Chen had realized something. No, impossible. This can't be true. Why was it that when he first entered the Zhoutian, all the other players were humans, but he was a weak gnoll? Perhaps this wasn't a Zhoutian bug, or a second-hand gaming helmet from the very beginning. How could a game like Zhoutian have a bug? Lu Yuan, let's keep him. The woman looked at the little gnoll with heartache. Look at how helpless and pitiful he is. The man frowned. Its species has already gone extinct. Keeping it alive might not be helping it. Then bring it back to Earth. I have the initial divine blood demon seed that corresponds to the divine blood demon seed. If it inherits the divine blood demon seed, it will be able to obtain a chance to reconstruct its body. All I have to do is reconstruct it into a human. The man seemed a little hesitant. Xing Kai, do you really want to keep it? Some of the information we have now seems to indicate that there is not much time left on Earth. At this time, we can't even take care of ourselves. The woman held the little gnoll in her arms and looked at the little gnoll with a loving smile in her eyes. Little guy, you're so ugly. Your parents are gone, right? I don't know what method they used to send you here. They must love you very much. But don't be sad. From now on, we will be your parents. Lu Yuan, we can't just ignore it. The woman raised her head and looked at the man firmly. The man shook his head helplessly. Okay, I really don't know what to do with you. A few months later, the little gnoll was implanted with an unknown blood. At the same time, it was integrated with the blood of Lu Yuan and Xing Kai. It gradually took on a human form. The scene changed again. The little gnoll had grown to 4 or 5 years old, and he had long forgotten his origins. He had a cute little sister, and he loved his little sister more than anyone else. The last scene, there was only Lu Yuan and another man in the scene. Lu Chen also knew this man, the man from the mountains. Old Mountain, I hope you can help me. This is the last hope of mankind. Lu Yuan, you have placed all your hopes on Lu Chen. He is not human after all. No. Lu Yuan seemed a little agitated. He is. He is my and Xing Kai's son. I believe he can do it. Moreover, he has the power of both gods and demons in his body. This is the foundation of the life-defying set. Only Chen has hope of completing the life-defying set. The mountain man side. It's impossible to complete the life-reversing celestial and demon set. Even if you and Xing Sai have clues about Wuqian celestial and demon, you should know that the difficulty of obtaining each piece of life reversing celestial and demon is unimaginable, let alone the complete set. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. I know, but do we have any other hope? Both sides fell into silence. After a long time, the man from the mountains said, Xing Kai, she has fallen in Polar Star. Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with tears, and his voice was choked with sobs. The man from the mountains lowered his head. After a long time, he said, the cost of your guide plan is too great. So what? How much time do humans have left? Are we going to become the next Jack Allen race? This is Xing Kai's choice, and I have no right to stop her. After coming to Zhoutian for so many years, I have understood that Earth is just a low-level planet. We are no different from the Jack-O-Lands. If we are not willing to accept our fate, then we must resist. Even if the chance is so small that it can be ignored, we must at least try. Yamanaka, help me. Guide Chen, and make him our last hope. Yamanaka frowned. If this is your last chance, then I will do my best. But, I can only help him until he reaches the 6th layer. And don't you think that Lu Chen will be in great pain when he finds out the truth? Are you sure he can survive? For him, his whole life has been a lie. Even his existence is part of the guide's plan. He has become a tool for the survival of humanity. Can he accept all this? Lu Yuan smiled slightly, and his eyes were filled with tears. At least there is one thing: we have never lied to him. The video played to this point, and before Lu Yuan could finish his last sentence, the screen suddenly disappeared. When the screen disappeared, Lu Chen was still standing there, motionless. At this moment, the shock in his mind made it impossible for him to think. He is not human. He is not his parents' flesh and blood. He was a weak knoll. From the moment he entered Zhouqian, the answer was in front of him without the slightest mistake. He is a jackhallen race that has been exterminated, and the people he has been protecting are not his own people at all. Lu is not his sister. 100 years. It turned out that he was wrong from the beginning. It turned out that the heart he insisted on was wrong from the beginning. The world in Lu Chen's heart collapsed at this moment. Chapter 1548. Lu Chen's mind buzzed, and the voice sounded again. Lu Chen, you've been used all your life, and that person is your so-called father. You protect Earth, your family, but they have nothing to do with you. Don't you think it's ironic? Didn't you want to go against the heavens and change your fate? How are you going to change such a fate? Lu Chen only felt a splitting headache. He wailed in pain. Stop talking. You shut up. The more Lu Chen didn't want to listen, the more he couldn't get rid of the voice. Lu Chen, you risked your life for Earth, but in the end, you're just a pawn. If the people of Earth knew your identity, would they still call you Earth's god of war? They'll definitely laugh at you and treat you as a joke. You're nothing at all. Lu Chen's eyes were uncontrollably emitting smoke. He desperately tried to control the anger and helplessness in his heart, but as soon as he calmed down a little, he would be crazily destroyed by the ruthless reality. You lied to me. None of this is real. Lied to you? Lu Yuan is in Tongtian prison. After you think it through, you can ask him yourself. Lu Chen raised his head with difficulty and looked in the direction of Tongtian prison. He had always wanted to save his father, but now he didn't have the courage to enter the last floor of Tongtian Tower. That man had lied to him for 100 years. Lu Chen, release the hatred in your heart and forget those useless fetters. Those things are just proof of your stupidity. Suddenly, Lu Chen turned around and disappeared in front of Tongtian Tower. At this moment, Lu Chen actually chose to escape. Lu Chen didn't leave the planet. He didn't use space jump. Now, he couldn't even use spiritual power. He just ran in the forest tirelessly. After running for an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen fell to the ground, exhausted. He let himself lie on the ground and looked up at the sky. The scene on the light screen was too much of a blow to him. It was enough to make his entire world collapse. Lu Chen's growth from the first layer of heaven to this point was undoubtedly faster than everyone else's, but his journey was definitely not easy. He had been on the brink of death time and time again, but the faith that had supported him all this time had collapsed in an instant. How could he accept this? It's all a hoax. Everything is a lie. I'm a jackhallen. My race is extinct. I'm nothing. Lu Chen allowed the tears to fall from his eyes. Exhausted, he gradually closed his eyes. Forgetting all his missions and putting down all his responsibilities, Lu Chen fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown period of time, when Lu Chen opened his eyes, he suddenly discovered 9 portals not far in front of him. There was a stone tablet in front of each portal. from the first heaven to the eighth heaven, and then to earth there were 9 portals that led to 9 worlds. Was this the transmission array of the 9 heavens? Lu Chen didn't care too much and walked into the first teleportation gate. Earth's novice village. There was no longer a sea of people here, but there were still some young players who were born here from time to time. At the entrance of the village, a few children about 10 years old were hunting jack-o'-lanterns to level up under the guidance of adults. Hey, that person is so strange. Is he an NPC? A child saw Lu Chen with disheveled hair and a dirty face and walked up to him curiously. Uncle, are you an NPC? You have a mission? Lu Chen ignored the child. In a flash, he disappeared from where he stood, leaving behind some shocked newcomers. Hundreds of meters away, Lu Chen walked in the middle of a group of jack-o'-lanterns. These were his people, the weak ones, the strong ones, the agile ones, the especially strong ones. After they died, they were made into the lowest level monsters. And back then, he was one of them. Lu Chen walked in front of a jack-o'-lantern and gently reached out his hand to touch the monster. Strangely, the jack-o'-lantern didn't resist at all. It just looked at Lu Chen with an indescribable look in its eyes. It was as if it could read Lu Chen's mind. Lu Chen's tears flowed down uncontrollably. He cried bitterly, "I'm sorry, I couldn't stop them." Lu Chen cried and knelt down, unable to control himself. So what if I broke into the 9 heavens? I couldn't protect my people. I'm sorry. After a long time, Lu Chen finally calmed down. After returning to the 9 heavens, Lu Chen entered the 8 heavens. Lu Chen went directly to the outer space and returned to Polar Star. Now, Lu Chen desperately wanted to find someone who could tell him everything that had happened. Although Lu Chen broke through because of Polar Star, he was the only human sovereign in the 8 heavens. The other gods didn't improve much in Polar Star, so no one on this planet deliberately came to cultivate. Was this the world where Xing Kai fell? In other words, the woman he met was his mother. No, she wasn't his mother. However, Lu Chen stayed here for a month, but he never saw that woman again. It was reasonable to say that if he didn't meet Xing Kai here, Lu Chen should have left long ago. However, Lu Chen stayed here for another 3 months. During this time, Lu Chen sat in front of the waterfall every day, watching the water fall. He didn't cultivate, nor did he eat. He just sat there in a daze, although the little beast and the others were very worried about Lu Chen. They also knew how bad Lu Chen's condition was. Dad can't really be possessed by the devil, right? It's hard to get rid of the devil. It's really possible. It shouldn't be. I think he still has a trace of reason in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped from the Tower of Babel. He wanted to calm himself down. AI, Master is so pitiful. The little golden carp looked at the figure in the water curtain with heartache. When he walks out of there, I wonder if that person is still the master we used to know. 3 months later, the little beast and the others found that Lu Chen was no longer in the water curtain. They hurriedly looked around and finally found a figure fishing in the deep pool. After such a thing, Boss was actually in the mood to fish. Was he crazy? At night, Lu Chen lay on the platform in the waterfall, looking at the starry sky through the water curtain. There's still the mountain man. Where is the mountain man? That guy was elusive. Only he would look for him. He would never let Lu Chen find him. Rhubarb and the others came to Lu Chen's side and looked at Lu Chen with strange eyes. Dad, are you okay? The little beast was worried and looked at Lu Chen with some vigilance. You came at the right time. Lu Chen sat up. Rhubarb, Mu Xian, and the mountain man are both good friends of Lu Yuan. They might know each other. Do you know how to find the mountain man? Find the mountain man. The 5 beasts looked at Lu Chun in surprise. After a long time, Lu Chun sighed. That guy in the Jiuqian is forcing me to become a demon. He's forcing me to give up everything I've been holding on to. I know that's his purpose. After this period of time, I've calmed down. Actually, I can accept that we're not related by blood. But Mu Xian, why didn't the mountain man tell me the truth earlier? The light curtain didn't finish playing the last part. I need to find the truth. Otherwise, I won't be able to overcome my inner demon. If Lu Chen's beliefs collapsed, he would no longer be the solipsistic man who could create miracles. The little beast sighed in relief and said in surprise, "Dad, you finally pulled yourself together." Lu Chen shook his head. "I just want to know the complete truth. I won't become a pawn for others to use, whether it's that guy in the Jiuqian or Lu Yuan." The little beast nodded. "Dad, no matter what you choose to be, we'll follow you. Rhubarb, quickly see if you can find the mountain man. This matter is very important to Dad." Rhubarb shook his head. "The outer space is so big. I can't find the mountain man." Just as everyone was at a loss, a woman suddenly walked out of the forest. As soon as he saw this woman, Lu Chun was stunned. This was the beast woman who had saved him from the hands of the 8 sovereigns back then. "I knew you'd come back here. You want to find the mountain man. I can take you there." The woman looked at Lu Chun with a smile. Lu Chun stood up and frowned at the woman. "Who are you? How did you know I'd come back here?" The woman smiled. "What's wrong? Has Lu Tiendi become so cautious now? Don't worry, I won't harm you. Otherwise, I would have killed you last time." Chapter 1549. On a certain planet, there were green mountains and clear waters, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. In front of a cave full of weeds, Lu Chen looked in front of him in surprise, unable to recover for a moment. "You said that the mountain man lives here. Why don't we go in and see?" The woman looked at the cave and stopped smiling. Her tone was a little lonely. "Wait, only you can go in. This is what the mountain man said." The woman suddenly remembered something and reminded him. Lu Chen nodded and asked Little Beast and the rest to stay outside the cave. Little Beast shook its head. It didn't know what the mountain man had to say to its dad to not let it in, but it probably wasn't something it was interested in. Little Beast turned to the exotic beast woman and said, "Beauty, what race are you? Do you want to breed with a divine beast? I'm the god of beasts with 16 divine beasts in one body." Rhubarb's face darkened. Little Beast was at it again. The most important thing was that the success rate of such a clumsy pickup technique was actually quite high. Little Furball was more reliable. It was now clinging to the little golden carp and asking her to take it to find something to eat. Lu Chen walked into the cave alone. The cave was full of spiritual energy, but it was full of weeds and cobwebs. It was hard to believe that this was the mountain man's residence. "Mountain man, I'm Lu Chen. Where are you?" Lu Chen shouted as he went deeper into the cave. When he reached the depths of the cave, Lu Chen finally saw a figure sitting cross-legged on a stone bed. But when Lu Chen looked carefully, his heart suddenly tightened. What was sitting there cross-legged was actually a skeleton. This just when Lu Chen was puzzled. A person walked out from another entrance. "Mountain man." Lu Chen stared at the person with wide eyes. The person who came was indeed the mountain man. The mountain man smiled. "Good boy, you actually found my residence." Lu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought this skeleton was you." The man in the mountain looked at Lu Chen with a faint smile. "He is indeed me, Lu Chen. Given your current level of spiritual energy, take a closer look at me." Lu Chen frowned, but he still followed the instructions of the mountain dweller and activated the celestial demon observation eye to observe the mountain dweller. With one look, Lu Chun was suddenly stunned. Spiritual power flowed within the body of the mountain man. It was like spiritual threads that formed his meridians, but the spiritual power was very weak. Furthermore, he didn't have a spirit core. Why don't you have a spirit core? Lu Chun said in shock. Because I'm not from the mountains. I'm just a puppet that Master made in his own image. The real mountain people had already fallen 40 years ago. What? Why? Lu Chen's eyes widened. The mountain man said, Lu Chen, Master created me to wait for you and tell you everything he knows. The mountain man pointed to a stone chair beside him for Lu Chun to sit down. He took out a pot of wine. This is your favorite wine. It took me a lot of effort to get it. He especially told me to keep it for you. A cup of immortal wine that could add 50 points of spiritual energy. Lu Chun, Master, is an immortal cultivator from Earth. However, he didn't cultivate through the Jiutian. A long time ago, very few people embarked on the path of immortal cultivation and cultivated in outer space. Of course, Jiutian has a complete system for immortal cultivation. It can help people grow faster. This is something that Master can't compare to. Lu Chun nodded. Then why did the mountain man suddenly die? The mountain man said, the woman who brought you here is from the Jingwei tribe. Their world can open a passage to Jiutian. Master entered Jiutian from them. However, in order to enter Jiutian, Master had to ensure that his strength was below that of a true immortal. He had no choice but to damage his cultivation and go from a true immortal to an itinerant immortal. According to the lifespan of an itinerant immortal, Master has already exceeded his limit. Lu Chun sat there dejectedly. He didn't expect the mountain man to die. Why didn't he tell me? Lu Chun sighed and shook his head. Maybe I can think of a way. Everyone has their own fate. This is Master's choice. Lu Chun, you don't have to be sad. By the way, Lu Chun, you must have something to ask Master this time. If you have any questions, just ask. I'll answer them to the best of my knowledge. Lu Chun sighed and could only ask, am I really a jackal? Lu Chun, you were originally from the Jackal clan. Later, Lu Yuan and Xing Kai took you in. With the help of Xing Kai's godly demon heavenly might and corresponding godly blood demon seed, you shaped your human form, the mountain man said. Lu Chun had already mentally prepared himself, but when he heard the mountain man's confirmation, he still felt indescribably uncomfortable. Were there humans among the murderers of the Jackal clan? Lu Chun asked. Yes, the Jackal clan was exterminated after the War of the 10,000 Clans. Since it was a war of the 10,000 clans, then humans must have participated. Lu Chen's eyes emitted green fog as he said fiercely, I actually helped my enemy. The mountain man shook his head. Lu Chen, your enemy isn't humans, but Jiutian mechanism. Master specifically checked. The Jackal clan is weak and doesn't even have an immortal. The planet was automatically devoured by the Jiutian after the protection period passed. Under such circumstances, what could humans do? Besides, I can be sure that there were absolutely no humans from Earth among them. At that time, there were probably only a few immortals on Earth. Given their situation, they naturally wouldn't have participated in the extermination of the Jackal clan. After knowing this, Lu Chun felt a little better. Then my mother, adoptive mother, what do you know? She's not human. The mountain man said. She's a species derived from a planet that was devoured and destroyed by the Jiutian. You can think of her as the planet's spirit. Planet's spirit? Yes, you should have heard of Hongmeng, right? Everything has spiritual qi and can be cultivated. She was stronger than your father, so your father stopped at the 7th layer, but she could reach the 8th. Lu Chen's head buzzed. The mountain man's answer was more complicated than he had imagined. Any other questions? Yes. Am I part of Lu Yuan's guide plan? Does he want to use me to protect Earth? Yes. The mountain man answered decisively. Hearing this answer, Lu Chen's heart felt even more bitter. Lu Chen, where on earth did you find out about this? Lu Chen lowered his head and said softly, some guy in the Zhoutian. I only heard his voice, but I didn't see him. In front of the Tower of Babel, he showed me many images of the past. I saw Lu Yuan asking you to help him guide me. The mountain man was silent for a long time. It must be hard to accept suddenly knowing all this. Lu Chen was not in the mood to answer the mountain man. The mountain man suddenly said, since you're in the Zhoutian Tower of Babel, the Tower of Babel is right in front of you. You can ask your father in person, but you took the trouble to find me. So, do you hate him? Lu Chen closed his eyes in pain. This was also an answer. He was very conflicted. Suddenly, the mountain man said, if I'm not wrong, the person in 9th heaven must want to control you, so he showed you all this. Lu Chen suddenly became agitated. But that's not important. What's important is that what he said is the truth. Yes, what he showed you is the truth. But the mountain man suddenly looked at Lu Chen. Is there anything more real than your own experience? Lu Chen, you've been mistaken about one thing. The mountain man suddenly said. Lu Chen raised his head and looked at the mountain man in surprise. The mountain man said slowly, the guide plan is not just to protect Earth. You're the core of the so-called mentor plan. Lu Yuan and Xing Kai have poured all their resources into you. They've given you everything that they can. The ultimate goal of the guide plan is to guide you to become an existence that surpasses the Zhoutian. Chapter 1550. Lu Chen, I don't have much time left. Master didn't give me much spirit energy, said the man from Puppet Mountain, and you don't have much time left either. Lu Chen could see that the spirit energy in the man's body was almost depleted. When the spirit energy was depleted, the puppet would lose its vitality. Do you have any other questions? Lu Chen looked up and asked, does Louie know about all this? No. In her heart, you are her brother. Lu Chen closed his eyes, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Lu Chen, I have used up all my energy. There is one last thing that Master wanted me to tell you. Actually, the divine demon Heavenly Might's corresponding divine blood demon seed has the effect of reshaping the body and balancing the two divine demon Heavenly Might. But it can't decide what kind of person you will become. What you are today has nothing to do with the guide plan. The guide plan only guides you at a certain point. It can't decide what kind of person you will become, nor can it decide your achievements. I've told you everything I know. As for your future choices, that's for you to decide. With that, the man from Puppet Mountain's eyes suddenly lost their light. Lu Chen looked at the puppet, losing its vitality, and felt bad. If it weren't for so many things, he would have always treated the man from the mountain as his mentor and friend. But now, Lu Chen turned to leave, but his feet didn't move for a long time. Finally, he turned around and placed the puppet next to the mountain man's corpse. He poured 2 cups of spirit wine, one in front of the corpse and the other in one gulp. With tears in his eyes, Lu Chen said with difficulty, "Old mountain, thank you." With that, Lu Chen turned and left. Coming out of the cave, Lu Chen's face didn't look too good. The woman from another race wasn't surprised and asked, "You met the mountain man?" Lu Chen nodded and looked at the woman. "You're called Hanshi, right? Thank you for helping me. If there's anything you need me for in the future, just let me know." Hun, she said, there's no need. In the past, our clan owed the people in the mountains a favor. I was only asked by him. By the way, Lu Chun, what do you plan to do next? Lu Chun was at a loss. After a long time, he said, I don't know either. Hun, she nodded. Amen. I've heard about your situation. Even if I encountered this kind of thing, I would definitely be very conflicted. You can't just wander around here, can you? Why don't you come to my world and stay there for a while? Just take it as a distraction. Lu Chun did not want to go back to the Jotian, let alone go back to Earth. There seemed to be nowhere else to go. Where are Little Beast and the others? Lu Chun suddenly thought of the 5 beasts, but they were not around. Oh, the little beast has gone to my clan to reproduce. The sky-devouring, god-slaying rat, and the others have gone out to cultivate with the golden-scaled dragon carp. Went to reproduce. The little critter's itinerary was indeed the most eye-catching. Lu Chun immediately noticed it. Hun, she smiled, but did not say anything. He looked at Lu Chun with a gaze that everyone understood. Lu Chun could only shake his head. In some ways, the little beast had already left his father in the dust in the Jotian. Little Furball and the others were not in any danger. Lu Chun followed Hun, she to the Jingwei clan. The Jingwei clan was very strong. There were all kinds of strange beasts mixed in the clan. Perhaps it was the result of the hard work of people like the little beast. Lu Chun, our clan has legends about the Jotian. Do you want to take a look? Hun, she looked at Lu Chun. It's a pity that our clan's treasure, the Omen Stone, has not appeared for hundreds of years. Otherwise, you would be able to learn more about the Jotian through the Omen Stone. Lu Chun shook his head. I don't want to think about that right now. I just want to find a place to rest. Emin, okay, I've already told my clan members. You can rest assured and stay here. This is my voice transmission talisman. Thank you, Hunshi. Lu Chun lived in this beautiful new world. There were mountains and seas everywhere. He chose an isolated island surrounded by the sea. The island was covered in lush vegetation. It was colorful, and there were only some low-level beasts. Lu Chun built a wooden house near the sea. Every day, Lu Chun would fish by the sea and cook for himself. Occasionally, he would go to the nearby forest to collect some fruits and edible crops. He cultivated a piece of farmland in front of the wooden house and transplanted these crops. At night, Lu Chun would lie on the beach and look at the stars in the sky. He enjoyed the light and shadow of the starry sky reflected in the sea. Lu Chun had forgotten how long it had been since he had lived such a leisurely life. After letting go of everything, he could be so relaxed. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. In these 7 years, Lu Chun was completely in a state of seclusion. On this day, Lu Chun was fishing by the sea. After 7 years of cultivation, his fishing skill had reached the divine level. This also gave Lu Chun a headache. He just wanted to catch some ordinary small fish, enough to eat. As a result, it didn't take long for him to catch some strange things with a single hook. Deep-sea black flood dragons, sea dragon gods, sea elves. He would catch anything of a higher level. Last time, he accidentally caught a little golden carp. At that time, both sides were a little embarrassed. However, Lu Chun basically let go of the divine beasts he caught. He didn't want to take in any more battle pets. Lu Chun checked the hook. After making sure that there was no bait, he cast the hook. Not long after, Lu Chun felt something bite the hook. Lu Chun tried to lift it. It was quite heavy. Don't tell me it's another dragon. Lu Chun looked disgusted. After lifting the hook with great difficulty, the prey came out of the water. Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. This time, what fell out was actually a huge rock. The hook was stuck in the groove of the rock, and couldn't break free. Damn, what is this? Lu Chen had just fished out the huge rock when suddenly, in the surrounding sky, countless figures rushed over. The black mass almost blocked the sky. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. He had seen this kind of scene many times. But the problem was, he was just fishing. Did he offend someone again? Among the many people, a huge bird with colorful wings gradually turned into human form as it flew. It quickly arrived in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen, Hanshi, what are you doing? We sense that the omen stone has appeared. Hun, she seemed quite nervous. Lu Chen frowned and then blinked. The omen stone you're talking about, is it this? Hun, she followed Lu Chen's gaze and was shocked. This is the omen stone. How did you get it? You might not believe me, but I caught it when I was fishing. Hun, she was stunned, but soon she used her spiritual energy to lift the huge rock. Lu Chen, come with me. Lu Chen immediately thought of the history of the Jingwei clan. He shook his head. I don't want to know about Jiutian. It's not about Jiutian. The omen stone should only appear 100 years later. But this time, it suddenly appeared. There must be a terrible natural disaster. Chapter 1551. Lu Chen followed Hun, she to the Jingwei clan's sacrificial altar. Hun, she placed the omen stone in the center of the sacrificial altar. Not long after, the ancient stone pillars around the sacrificial altar exploded with various colored lights. A screen of light appeared in the middle of each stone pillar. In the middle of the screen, in front of the ninth heaven Tong Tian Tower, a huge door of light appeared. From the door of light, creatures that Lu Chen had never seen before continuously surged out. After these creatures crazily rushed into the ninth heaven, they immediately found the teleportation doors to the various heavens. However, they seemed to be unable to use the teleportation doors. Right now, they were studying the teleportation array. What is this place? Hun, she said with wide eyes. Lu Chen creased his brows. It should be the ninth heaven. Ninth heaven? They entered the ninth heaven? What kind of creatures are these? Every single one of them has a glowing spirit shield formed from spirit channeling. Hun, she stared with wide eyes at the screen. Even if they were gods, there were very few that could cultivate to spirit channeling. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to maintain such a spirit shield forever. Materializing a spirit shield required a terrifying amount of spirit energy. Maybe they don't know what kind of world is on the other side of the door of light, so to ensure their safety, they mainly used their spirit energy for defense. Lu Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. However, have these creatures already reached spirit channeling? Not good. Hun, she suddenly said, if they enter the teleportation door, wouldn't they enter all the heavens? Lu Chen's brows creased tightly. In the ninth heaven, there were teleportation doors from the first heaven to the eighth heaven. Most importantly, there were teleportation doors to Earth. Lu Chen's heart was in turmoil. If these powerful creatures entered Earth, Earth would probably instantly disappear in the Milky Way. Lu Chen suddenly remembered two sentences about him in the eighth heaven. One sentence, the human emperor was the limit. The other sentence, if someone reached the limit, the gate of heaven would open, and all creatures would awaken. Could it be the creatures in the gate of heaven? Lu Chen's eyes widened. But I didn't do anything. The video was still playing, but it seemed that these creatures couldn't break the teleportation array immediately. Hun, she sighed. Once these creatures enter the eighth layer of heaven, they will definitely come to outer space through the Jiutian tunnel. Looking at their unbearable thirst, I'm afraid there will be another bloody storm. Oh, by the way, Lu Chen, the omen stone has returned to its original position. I'll bring you to the ancestral altar to take a look. Lu Chen's brows furrowed, but Hun Shi didn't give Lu Chen time to refuse, pulling him towards the Jing Guard ancestral altar. This was a stone wall with many diagrams drawn on it. Lu Chen recognized Jingwei filling the sea, Pangu opening the sky, Nuwa mending the sky, and so on. This tower. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the tall tower carved on the stone wall. That's right, the Tower of Babel. Hun, she looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, use your blood to awaken the ancestral spirit. The highest level the awakener can reach will allow them to know the secrets of that level. Lu Chen was the only person to enter the 9th layer of heaven. Only his blood could completely uncover the secrets of the Tower of Babel. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen came in front of the stone wall. He cut his finger and touched the Tower of Babel with his finger that was stained with blood. The diagrams on the stone wall suddenly became three-dimensional and appeared in front of the two of them. A solemn female voice sounded. The Tower of Babel key hides the universe. There are 9 holes in the key. If the 9 holes are opened, the gate of heaven can be opened and the strongest creatures can be awakened. Right now, the Tower of Babel key has already formed its own consciousness. It will devour the creatures of the gate of heaven and obtain supreme power. Lu Chen's eyes widened. The Tower of Babel was a key. This can't be real, right? Lu Chen looked at Hun Shi in shock. It can't be wrong. The ancestors of our Jingwei clan have existed for a long time. It's because of this that they know the secrets of the Tower of Babel. Hun, she was also a bit distracted. This was the first time she had heard of this secret. However, she never doubted the information provided by her ancestors. Not good. Lu Chen returned to the altar. The two of them quickly returned to the altar. At this moment, the creatures of the gate of heaven were still studying the 9 teleportation circles. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Millions of strong creatures were instantly reduced to a pile of white bones. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was so shocked that he was petrified. His brain almost stopped working. Jixing's second sentence was, "Those above the extreme number will open the gate of heaven. All creatures will awaken and the storm will rise again." However, no one would have thought that all of this was the plan of the Tower of Babel Key's consciousness. All creatures had awakened, but they had all become the spiritual energy of others. Ha 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 ha! A familiar voice sounded from the light screen. Immediately after, a human figure formed from the white bones. This person's appearance was that of a human. His upper body was bare, and his well-proportioned muscles were perfect. He raised his head and roared. Immediately after, he lowered his head. His sharp face was facing the light screen. His purple eyes seemed to be able to see through the light screen and see everyone present. Lu Yuan, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for your guide plan, how could anyone enter the 9 levels of heaven and open the Tower of Babel Key's spiritual energy transmission, allowing me to open the gate of heaven? Now, I also have a physical body. Gods, demons, gods, deities, rulers, gods, Buddhas, supreme gods, ancient gods. In front of me, they are all ants. I am the master of this place. I am the ruler of the universe. Heavenly Tao, isn't that also a type of rule? As long as I have enough strength, I can control the Heavenly Tao. If I control the Heavenly Tao, then things will become simple. Destruction is my Heavenly Tao. Lu Chen, speaking of which, the person I need to thank the most is still you. The man looked straight at Lu Chen. Originally, I thought that I would have to wait tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years for someone to set me free. But you have pushed my plan forward by so much. TSK, 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 what a heaven-defying change of fate. Lu Chen, you are actually a joke. Used by your adoptive parents, used by me, you will always be the most inferior werewolf. Since I am free, this Jiutian no longer has any value in existing. As a reward for you, I will start with Earth. I will personally destroy all the worlds one by one. Don't you hate this world very much? Then let me help you destroy it. Just as the man was talking loudly, suddenly countless light pillars fell beside him like an iron cage, trapping him inside. The man roared, "What? You still won't let me out? You think you can lock me up?" Then the man frantically attacked the light pillars. The light pillars vibrated again and again. Every time he attacked, cracks appeared on several light pillars. However, the light pillars quickly healed and trapped the man. A voice suddenly sounded in Lu Chen's mind. "Lu Chen, I am a Buddha. The 10 ancient gods of the heavens will work together to suppress the heavenly demonic fiend. Senior Buddha, Lu Chen, we can hold on for at most another 5 years. After 5 years, we will no longer be able to suppress this person. Therefore, the only one who can save the world is you. But I am no longer the original solipsistic. Lu Chen, I know that your faith has collapsed. I won't force you. Everything has its cause and effect. You can't force it. I'm just telling you that if you take action, you only have 5 years left. Once you miss it, everything will be irreversible." Chapter 1552. Lu Chen returned to his island and continued to fish and farm leisurely every day. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. On this day, Hun, she came to Lu Chen's residence. Hun, she sighed and walked over to the motionless figure on the distant reef. After calling out a few times, Lu Chen finally came back to his senses. "Lu Chen, Hanshi, when did you come?" "I've been here for a while." Hanshi sat beside Lu Chen. Hanshi looked at the empty fish basket beside Lu Chen and laughed. "You didn't catch any fish today?" "No." The two of them were silent for a moment before Hun. She suddenly sighed. "Lu Chen, your mind isn't on fishing." Lu Chen did not say anything. "Hun," she continued, "you're not a heartless person. Why do you have to act like this? You've always been worried about Earth. Even though it's not your world, it's still your home. Lu Chen, face your feelings. If you don't do anything, no one will be able to stop the heavenly demonic fiend." Lu Chen remained silent. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't reply, Hun, she sighed and put down a recording stone. "This is a recording stone from Earth. If you want to see it, just activate it." Hun, she left, leaving only Lu Chen to fish alone in the sea. He tilted his head and glanced at the shadow stone. It wasn't activated. Who knew what those clear eyes of his were thinking? In the past few years, Hun, she had recorded the scenes of Ninth Heaven and spread them to the Jiutian. The heavenly demonic fiendish chi had formed, and the Jiutian tribes did not know how to deal with it. That was a creature from the Jiutian, the ruler of the 9 heavens domain. Even if the ancient gods took action, they could only seal him for 5 years. As for the others, they were completely powerless against such a terrifying creature. This was especially true for Earth. The heavenly demon fiend had singled out Earth for destruction. In these few years, the billions of people on Earth could only wait for death. At the same time, the heavenly demonic fiend was trapped in the 10 great ancient gods' trap formation and was furious. He knew that the scene of him being trapped was being broadcasted, so he deliberately exposed Lu Chen's background and let people know the true identity of the solipsistic. This news also caused a huge uproar. So, Mad God isn't an earthling at all. He's a Jackallen? It must be very painful to be deceived by the people closest to you. The heavenly demon fiend said that Solipsistic has lost his fighting spirit and is no longer the Mad God he used to be. Even if Mad God was at his peak state, he wouldn't be a match for the heavenly demonic fiend, let alone now that he has lost his will to fight. He's not even a human, so he probably won't help us fight the heavenly demonic fiend. Doesn't that mean we have no hope at all? However, just as everyone on Earth was prepared to face destruction, a large number of immortal cultivators were rushing to Earth. There were so many people that it was simply a spectacular sight. There were the Beishuev family, the National Army, the Jingguang Temple, the Dongfang family, and hundreds of other families. There were the immortal cultivators from the 8 countries in the 5th heaven, a large number of immortal cultivators from the country of origin, the headquarters of the 100 Immortal Academy in the 6th heaven, the Immortal Army in the 7th heaven, and the gods of various races in the 8th heaven. All the teleportation portals on Earth were operating at an unimaginable speed day and night. Hundreds of millions of experts and major races were rushing to Earth. Among the many visitors, the most eye-catching ones were the 8 supreme gods. As everyone knew, Lu Qin had once fought the 8 supreme gods to the death, but now the 8 supreme gods had come to Earth as well. Many people were worried that the 8 supreme gods were waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. However, the 8 supreme gods had come to the Jiuqian Alliance on Earth to discuss a strategy with the Great Wall of Iron and Blood. Looking at the various immortals and gods in the hall, the Great Wall of Iron and Blood felt pressured. "Thank you for your help. Hong Hongjun interrupted. Hong Meng's face darkened as he interrupted the Great Wall of Iron and Blood. Enough of this nonsense. After the heavenly demon fiend took form, he already possessed the strength to leave the 9 heavens domain. He himself said that he wanted to destroy the 9 heavens and 10,000 worlds. Without the lips, the teeth will be cold. The destruction of Earth is just the beginning." "That's right," Konggu said. "No matter what the grudge between us and Lu Chun is, now is not the time to be calculative. Finding a way to block the heavenly demonic fiend is the most important thing. In the past few years, the 8 of us have found some helpers in the various sacred grounds of the 8 heavens. We might not be unable to fight." The Great Wall of Iron and Blood opened his eyes wide. The helpers that the supreme gods found are the 10 ancient gods that used the innate hidden dragon formation to trap the heavenly demonic fiend. Konggu said they will come to Earth in 2 days. There are also Pangu, Nuwa, 9 Nether, and other ancient gods that crossed through the space-time turbulence. However, their strength was affected by the time they crossed over and cannot reach the strength of their original bodies. But at least they are a force that cannot be ignored. When the various leaders of the Alliance heard this, their hearts started to beat faster. With the help of these powerful beings, they might really be able to block the heavenly demonic fiend. In other words, Earth still had hope. Sure enough, the next day, the primordial gods and Buddhas descended on Earth. Then, the Dream-Eater Beast, the Nightmare Taper, the Chaos Sword God, the Primordial Beginning Spiritual Master, the Apocalyptic War God, the Chaos Heavenly Master, and other hidden experts that no one had ever heard of arrived one after another. A few days later, Pangu, 9 Nether, Nuwa, Kwafu, Shinong, the Descendants, the Taoist 3 Pure Ones, a group of gods that were in the early stage of opening the heavens, descended. In a short period of time, the most powerful beings in the Jiuqian actually gathered in this remote place of Earth. The arrival of the powerful beings gave the people of Earth a glimmer of hope. 5 years of time, between hope and despair, anticipation and worry, had finally arrived. In the image stone given by the Jingwei clan, the heavenly demonic emperor broke the innate hidden dragon formation and roared. The Jiuqian shook. Then everyone watched as the heavenly demonic fiend entered the teleportation formation that led to Earth. The 5 years were up. The omen stone disappeared again, and the image on the image stone stopped abruptly. However, the people did not need to look at the image stone anymore because everyone knew that Earth would be the final battlefield in the next battle. The heavenly demonic fiend had already left through the portal. The Jiutian was empty, and the 9 portals were still faintly glowing. Suddenly, the portal that led to the 8th heaven lit up, and a lonely figure walked out of the portal. Only the heavenly demonic fiend and one other person could enter the Jiutian. Lu Chen looked back at the portal that led to Earth, took a deep breath, and walked in another direction. Not long after, Lu Chen stood in front of the Tower of Babel. After hesitating for a while, he stepped into the 9th level of the Tower of Babel. It was not hard to imagine that if the heavenly demonic fiend was still in the 9th heaven, the boss of this level would be him. After all, he was the only one in the 9th heaven. Since the heavenly demonic fiend was not there, it meant that there was no one guarding the Tower of Babel at this moment. Lu Chen looked around and found the stairs that led to the top. He walked up the stairs step by step. Above the 9th level, the ground was burning and lightning was everywhere. It was like hell on earth. In the endless flames and lightning, Lu Chen saw the figure whose limbs were locked by the heavenly chains and was suffering endless punishment. That person's hair was messy and his face was lifeless. However, he still raised his head slightly and tried to open his eyes. When he saw the person at the door, he smiled slightly. Chapter 1553. Lu Yuan had been imprisoned in the sky-piercing prison for decades, suffering the merciless punishment of the heavens for decades. Lu Yuan no longer looked human. If it weren't for his twinkling eyes, Lu Chen would have thought he was dead. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart, and it was extremely complicated. You're finally here. Come here and let me see you. The man's voice was filled with indescribable excitement and anticipation as he looked at Lu Chen eagerly. Lu Chen's eyes were wet as he walked over to Lu Yuan. My son has grown up. Lu Yuan looked gently at Lu Chen and said with relief. Lu Chen's lips curled downwards. Soon, he couldn't help but burst into tears. I'm not your son, Lu Chen said with difficulty. Lu Yuan's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Chen in surprise. Impossible, you're Chen. There's no way I wouldn't remember what you look like. Even if you grew up to be an adult, I wouldn't mistake you for someone else. Lu Yuan had obviously misunderstood. You're a human and I'm a Jack Allen. How could you be my father? Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. You already know, Lu Chen nodded and looked up at Lu Yuan. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did you keep me in the dark? Were you afraid that I wouldn't protect Earth? And Lu Yi, if I knew who I was, you didn't fully trust me from the beginning, did you? Lu Chen questioned. You just wanted me to be your test subject to complete your guide plan. Lu Yuan was so shocked that he didn't know what to do. No, it's not like that. It's not like that, Lu Chen said angrily. You used the demonic blood to reconstruct my body so that I could find the life reversing set. You had Mu Xian and the people of the mountain guide me step by step until today so that I could resist the heavenly demonic fiend. Lu Yuan closed his eyes in pain. After a moment, he opened them again. Chen, you're right, but you've misunderstood our intentions. What starting point? Lu Yuan smiled and let out a long sigh. By chance, I entered outer space through a crack in the 7th heaven and obtained a clue about the celestial demon Wu Qian. After learning about the ability of the life reverser suit, I knew that it was a piece of equipment that could defy the heavens and change one's fate. The fate of Earth is at stake, and we urgently need the birth of a powerhouse. It's a pity that my talent is limited. Although I was a true immortal back then, I was only a sixth tribulation true immortal. In the future, I would not be able to control the fate reversal of the celestial demon. It was at that time that your mother, Xing and I met you. We reshaped your body and turned you into a human. As for me, I have placed all my hopes on you. In those years, I gave up on cultivation and spent all my time on the guide plan, and the core of this plan was you. At that time, I hoped that the result would be that Earth would do its best to nurture you alone and let you grow quickly. This way, you would be able to grow before Earth's coordinates lose their effectiveness. Lu Chen frowned. Give all the resources on Earth to me alone? Yes, because you were born with the power of both celestial and demon. Mu Xian and the people in the mountains will guide you and let you grow faster. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. I've always been alone, and Earth's resources have been given to others. Lu Yuan nodded. When the heavenly Demonfians tortured me, they mentioned this. I didn't expect that after entering the Jiuqian, you would turn into your original body. Because of this, your development has exceeded my expectations. But this is also a good thing. You're stronger than I expected. That's not the point. The point is that Xing and I never thought of using you to protect Earth. Lu Yuan seemed a little agitated. We didn't tell you about your background, because before you came into contact with the Jiuqian heavenly domain, you couldn't understand it at all. And by the time you grew up, Xing had already fallen, and I was already imprisoned in this Heaven's Passage prison. Qin, whether you're a human or a jackhallen, you have my and Xing blood in your body. You're our child. We've never thought of using you. Lu Yuan stared fixedly into Lu Chen's eyes. Isn't it natural for a father to pass on a mission he can't complete to his son? Isn't it normal for a father to pass on a planet he can't protect, a fate he can't change, and a life he can't save to his son? Xing and I have always been proud of you since you were very young. No matter what you were in the past, in our eyes, you're our flesh and blood. The Jackhallen clan went extinct, and I couldn't do anything about it. Many weak worlds were destroyed, and no one cared. But Chen, you have to care. You're a descendant of the Jackhallen clan, a child of the human race. You know that the weak have their purpose, and you shouldn't let the tragedy repeat itself. With a boom, a thick bolt of heavenly lightning struck directly at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had already turned into a mortal, but a mortal wouldn't be able to withstand a bolt of heavenly lightning like this. This meant that the heavenly demon fiend didn't want to keep Lu Yuan alive any longer. After he transformed, he wanted to kill him. Seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes widened. Before he could fully digest what Lu Yuan had said, he instinctively pounced on Lu Yuan. The heavenly lightning struck Lu Chen directly. With Lu Chen's cultivation, this level of strength didn't matter. But then, countless bolts of heavenly lightning and earthly fire pounced on Lu Chen. Chen, run! Lu Yuan shouted. This is the sky-piercing prison, and the heavenly punishment here is endless. No matter how strong you are, there's a limit to it. You can't withstand it. Lu Chen summoned his spirit shield to protect Lu Yuan. At this moment, Lu Chen finally understood that in his heart, Lu Yuan had always been his father. No, I won't go. Lu Chen roared. No matter how strong the heavenly punishment is, I will save you. Endless bolts of lightning and earthly fire attacked Lu Chen's spirit shield. Lu Chen's spirit power was greatly depleted. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Chen, tears falling. Chen, you're still the same, Chen? Since you were young, You always protected Lu Yi at all costs. Since the heavenly demon fiend wants to kill me, it means that he is already transformed. He said that once he leaves the sky-piercing tower, the first thing he will destroy is my world. My body is locked in the shackles of heavenly punishment, and I can't break free. The heavenly punishment is endless, and even you can't withstand it. Don't think about saving me anymore. My life is complete. Death is more like a release for me. The heavenly demon fiend has already gone to Earth. Go back quickly. There are more things you need to protect there. It's a pity that I didn't see Yi again. Run. Endless bolts of heavenly lightning and earthly fire had already submerged Lu Chen's spirit shield. Lu Chen's nostrils flared as he roared. I have a way to save you. Infinite substitution. Lu Chen didn't hesitate to use infinite substitution. Chapter 1554. The soil in Lu Chen's hand quickly changed and clung onto Lu Yuan's body until it completely covered Lu Yuan's skin and turned into Lu Yuan's appearance. Immediately after, Lu Yuan was replaced. Lu Yuan's face was filled with shock. What's going on? I'm out? Lu Chun pulled Lu Yuan up and quickly escaped from the heaven-penetrating prison just as the spirit shield was about to shatter. The Jiutian was not safe for Lu Yuan, so Lu Chun wanted to bring Lu Yuan there. To the polar star, Lu Yuan said. Lu Chun was stunned for a moment, but quickly recalled that it was the planet where his mother died. It was also the place his father wanted to go the most. The two quickly arrived at the polar star. The two came to the place where Lu Chun used to cultivate. You shouldn't have wasted the infinite substitute on me. Lu Yuan finally brought up this matter. Lu Chen did not speak. Are you still angry at me for not telling you the truth? Lu Chen shook his head. I have already heard the answer I wanted from you. I don't hate you. Then Lu Chen took a deep breath and said, Father, you should rest here first. I have already asked the Jingwei clan to come and protect you. Where are you going? Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with worry. I still have one last thing to do. Lu Chen said faintly. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, he stopped in his tracks and suddenly turned around and hugged Lu Yuan tightly. Lu Yuan could feel Lu Chen's body trembling. His eyes were also filled with tears as he hugged his son tightly. The two did not say anything, but at this moment, it was more than 1,000 words. After a long time, Lu Chun released his hands and turned his head to wipe the corners of his eyes. Thank you. Lu Yuan held back his tears and squeezed out a smile. Silly child, this time you must be careful. Your mother and I will wait for your return. It seemed that Lu Yuan had already guessed what Lu Chen was going to do next. Lu Chen nodded heavily, turned around, and vanished from the spot. Lu Yuan looked at the world around him. The environment here was very similar to that of Earth, so he didn't feel any pressure as a mortal living here. Xing Kai, you knew that I would come, so you modified this place to be like Earth? Lu Yuan gently stroked the ground and knelt down, pressing his face against the ground. Xing Kai, our son has grown up. As she spoke, she allowed her tears to seep into the soil. Not long after, Hun, she came to Polar Star and found Lu Yuan. I'm Hun Shi. Lu Chen told me to temporarily guarantee your safety. Hun, she said, did he return to Earth? Lu Yuan nodded. He didn't say, but I know he will definitely go back. That is his hometown. Hun, she didn't know what to say. The more he understood Lu Chun, the more he understood just how much pain he had gone through and how cruel his fate had been. His journey has never been easy. During those years in our tribe, when I saw him depressed, I actually felt relieved for him, said Hun Shi with a sigh. However, Hun Shi quickly became spirited again, and even his voice became much louder. However, I always believed that he would definitely return. The former king, the strongest person who looked down on Zhou Qian, the one who defied the heavens and changed fate, the solipsistic, will definitely return. In the sky above Hua, Xia on earth, many gods stood in the void. On the ground, there were countless cultivators from all walks of life. Adding in the people of earth, there were hundreds of millions of people waiting. At this moment, everyone was as if they were facing a great enemy. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning exploded in the sky. Immediately after, the sky was torn apart, and dark clouds covered the sky. The sun was blocked, and day became night. The huge pressure made it hard for people to breathe. A wild laughter pierced through the sky, shaking the universe. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect so many people to be waiting for me. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Hunyuan, Heavenly Tao, Primordial Buddha, Wui Sword God, and even people from beyond the heavens are here? It seems that you still want to struggle. A black figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Seeing this person, everyone's nerves tensed up. Heavenly Demonic Fiend. The consciousness of Zhou Qian that had absorbed countless spiritual energy had manifested, and it had used the creatures outside the divine gate to create a super strong body. He was a Zhou Qian, and the Zhou Qian was him. Unfortunately, your struggle is a joke in my eyes. The heavenly demonic fiend sneered. None of you can stop me from destroying Earth. With so many people gathered here, it has saved me a lot of trouble. Not bad, not bad. The primordial Buddha narrowed his eyes. The Zhou Qian gave birth to such a terrifying demon. Heavenly demonic fiend. Why do you want to destroy the Zhou Qian races and worlds? Why? The heavenly demonic fiend looked at the primordial Buddha coldly. You tell me why. Don't you think your question is ridiculous? Heaven and earth give birth to all things. Since there is creation, there is destruction. This is the heavenly Tao. The primordial Buddha snorted. I think you just want to destroy the Zhou Qian races and give yourself true freedom. So what if I am? Only when I break free from the shackles of the Tower of Babel can I continue my mission in a broader realm. Obviously, an existence like the heavenly demonic fiend could not be convinced with just a few words. Now, there was only one way out. Fight. 10 sides, heavenly armor formation, the primordial Buddha shouted, and everyone quickly set up a defensive formation. Formation? Unfortunately, you can't stop me, the heavenly demonic fiend snorted. 10 sides, heavenly armor formation, then I'll destroy all 10 sides. Heaven-destroying palm. A palm print fell from the sky, spanning thousands of miles, bringing with it a raging fire as it pressed down on the ground. You want to break the formation? Have you asked the sword in my hand? The Wui Sword God narrowed his eyes. The beginning of chaos. Stars, sword Tao. 13 flying swords shot toward the palm print. In an instant, 13 different colored sword chis blocked the giant palm print like 13 stone pillars. The heavenly demonic fiend narrowed his eyes. Sword Tao is quite good, but you can't stop me. After saying that, the heavenly demonic fiend added more spiritual energy. Instantly, an extremely strong pressure pressed down. The Wui Sword God held on for a few seconds, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backward and smashed into the ground. Immediately after, there was a series of loud rumbling sounds. In the sky, 13 rings of chi surged out one after another, and the clouds within thousands of miles were scattered by these layers of chi ripples. We can't let this palm hit us. Scatter his spiritual energy. The primordial Buddha shouted angrily. The heaven-destroying palm rumbled down. The remaining 9 ancient gods, the almighties who came through the turbulence, and the 8 paramount gods all attacked. Countless techniques went up to meet it. Spiritual energy collided again and again, and the eastern sky was dyed red. "Damn it, this guy is too strong," Panga said angrily. "If only my main body was here." "Don't talk nonsense. Your original body is no match for him." Before the Tower of Babel existed in the primal chaos, the nine heavens domain had absorbed the spirit chi of the myriad worlds for hundreds of thousands of years. Its strength is even more terrifying. Nine Nether attacked, while also attacking Pangu. The ancient gods have already transcended the world, but the heavenly demonic fiend is getting stronger all the time. Didn't you see that the hidden dragon array of the 10 ancient gods could only trap him for 5 years? TCH, you are also no match for him. Pangu said, "Damn it, we have already hit that kid's home. Is he still not coming out?" Nine Nether did not disagree this time. Since ancient times, only he has reached the 9 heavens. He is also the only one who can fight with the heavenly demonic fiend. But after so many things, will he still protect the common people like before? Nine Nether and Pangu fell silent. "Forget it. Let's not talk about that kid. Let's deal with the heavenly demonic fiend first." Chapter 1555. The heavenly demonic wraith faced hundreds of millions of cultivators without fear. His heaven-annihilating palm was enough to crush them all. Even though everyone had worked together to break through his attack, the difference in strength between the two sides was enough to make them feel the pressure on the defending side. The heavenly demonic wraith laughed coldly, as expected of a bunch of ants. "I'm just warming up, and you're already in such a sorry state. How boring. I'd like to see how long you can last." Heavenly Tao's sovereign skill, Heavenly Sword Tao. As soon as he finished speaking, a 1,000-meter-long giant sword condensed in the sky and descended rapidly from 10,000 meters in the sky. Even the air close to the giant sword seemed to be torn apart by the sword. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth churned, scattered, and burned. Flames lit up the sky. "A mere 10 directions formation can block my sword." The heavenly demonic wraith stood proudly in the sky, looking down on everyone like a divine king. "What a powerful sword Tao!" Sword god Wui's eyes widened, and then a trace of determination flashed through his eyes. "Everyone, this sword's sword energy is ferocious. Please lend me a hand." The 10 ancient gods immediately transferred their spiritual energy to Sword God's body, and his internal injuries were instantly healed. Sword God's body shone brightly, and the 13 swords merged into one, transforming into a rainbow-colored sword of light. 13 heavenly crystal swords. "Fight with me!" Sword God roared, and his entire body merged with the 13 heavenly crystal swords, transforming into a rainbow-colored streak of light that shot into the sky. Heavenly Tao's sovereign skill, Sword Tao Clash. The 2 streaks of sword energy collided in the sky, and the powerful impact instantly swept across the entire world, shaking the entire earth. Huge waves rose on the ocean thousands of kilometers away, and countless snowy mountains collapsed. The ground cracked, and houses collapsed. This was a battle that took place in the sky, and the ground was protected by the 10 directions heavenly armor formation. Just the shock waves from this collision almost destroyed Earth. However, what people were concerned about wasn't the disaster brought about by the shock waves. In the sky, Sword God Wui shot back like a cannonball, and the 10 ancient gods all spat out blood. The primordial fiend god saw that Sword God had lost control of his body, and he hurriedly adjusted his internal energy, transforming into a giant hand to dissipate the remaining energy. Even so, the primordial fiend god's palm had to retreat close to 1,000 meters before it dissipated the remaining energy on Sword God's body. The Sword God spat out several mouthfuls of blood as he looked at the heavenly demonic fiend in shock. So strong. He might not be stronger than me in the way of the sword, but in terms of spiritual power, the spiritual power of the heavenly demonic fiend is too terrifying. In terms of comprehension, the 10 ancient gods weren't any weaker than the heavenly demonic specter. In some aspects, they were even stronger than the heavenly demonic specter. However, the Jiutian had been developing for an unknown period of time, and the heavenly demonic specter had been crazily absorbing spiritual energy. In this aspect, even the ancient gods couldn't compare. With just one strike, the 10 strongest ancient gods of the defending army were unexpectedly injured at the same time. Most importantly, they were no longer in their peak condition after consuming a large amount of spiritual energy. Then, he looked at the heaven-piercing Devil Emperor. His expression was calm, and he seemed to be getting braver as the battle went on. What 10 ancient gods? They're just some old antiques. The heavenly demonic fiend raised his chin slightly and looked down at everyone. Don't the 10 of you like to trap me? Let's see what ability you have to stop me. So, what if you have more people? Even the 10 great ancient gods aren't my match. I can kill all the remaining people with one move. Countless earthlings looked at the figure in the sky, their hearts filled with grief. This is the strength of the ninth heaven. It's too terrifying. This guy is simply undefeatable. Even those gods aren't his match. Who else can save us? The ninth heaven domain, one heaven domain, one heaven domain, one heaven domain, one heaven domain. The difference in strength between the ninth heaven and the eighth heaven is like the difference between heaven and earth. The ninth heaven, that's right, there's another person in the ninth heaven. It was unknown who said this. Everyone thought of that person, other than the heavenly demonic fiend. He was the only man who had entered the ninth heaven. However, when they thought of him, they also thought of his origin. Jack Hallen. The last time the immortals of the seventh heaven had invaded, he had returned to Earth early and made arrangements in advance. With his own strength, he had blocked the Jiutian immortals. However, this time, the heavenly demonic fiend was about to start a massacre, but he hadn't appeared yet. This meant that he wouldn't come at the same time in the center of the 10 directions heavenly armor array. The immortals were rapidly building an altar. Goddess Nuwa looked at Lu Yi beside her and said, "Lu Yi, if your brother doesn't come back, then this altar might be useless." Lu Yi seemed to be in a daze. When she came back to her senses, she was in a hurry. Goddess Nuwa, what did you just say? I didn't hear it. Goddess Nuwa looked at Lu Yi. This child should be very nervous. I said, if Lu Chen doesn't come back, then our preparations will be meaningless, and you don't need to. Thinking of Lu Yi's fate, Goddess Nuwa couldn't bear to continue. Lu Yi looked at the altar in a daze and said faintly, Goddess Nuwa, I hope that my brother can come back, but I'm also afraid that he will come back. I've always wanted to tell him that no matter what race he is, he will always be my brother, but the heavenly demonic fiend is too strong. I'm worried about him. As she spoke, Lu Yi's eyes were already wet. Mother Nuwa let out a sigh. I understand. At that moment, the heavenly demonic fiend had heavily injured the 10 ancient gods and was in high spirits. He used the apocalyptic sword rain, and countless swords rained down. According to Jiutian, this was an AoE skill. The specialty of AoE skills was that they had a wide range, but their individual damage was weak. However, such an AoE skill was simply a disaster when used by the heavenly demonic fiend. The gods and immortals already had to use all their strength to deal with 1 or 2 swords. The ancient gods with weak spiritual energy could only barely block a small area. Even more swords rained down on the 10 sides heavenly armor array. 9 nether, block more. Otherwise, Who knows how many people will be injured? Pangu roared angrily and used Genesis Splitter to disperse the sword rain. Do I need you to teach me? 9. Nether was not to be outdone. Unfortunately, they were only ancient gods who had transmigrated, and their strength was greatly reduced. Dozens of ancient gods, who had lost control, were unable to completely block the apocalyptic sword rain. In an instant, a large amount of sword chi rained down on the 10 sides heavenly armor array. In an instant, the countless immortals, cultivators, and earthlings supporting the array were injured by the terrifying attack. Looking from midair, wherever the sword rain went, there was a mist of blood. Knowing this, earthlings could truly feel the terrifying attack power of the heavenly demonic fiend. Under the weakening of the defensive array, millions of people were directly knocked unconscious, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. How terrifying! It's over, it's all over. This time, Earth is really finished. The great wall of iron and blood stared at the figure in the sky, his eyes full of despair. Unfortunately, the mad god is no longer the mad god of the past. Otherwise, he would never watch Earth perish. Li Muhua was seriously injured and fell to the ground, unable to move. Unfortunately, there were too many people around who were seriously injured like him, and no one had the time to treat him. Of course, if Earth was going to be destroyed, it did not matter whether he was treated or not. Li Muhua looked at the sky, helplessly. The first thing that came to his mind was that guy. Chen, I'm dying. I don't blame you for not coming back this time. It's a pity that in the few years after I found out about your background, you never came back even once. I didn't even have the chance to talk to you again. It's your fault for rising so high, brat. Well, it seems that I won't have the chance in this lifetime. Actually, I really want to tell you that no matter if you're a jackhallen or a human, you're still my good brother. Being able to meet you in this lifetime is the proudest thing for me. Li Muhua, good brother, live well. Chapter 1556. The 10 ancient gods had been entangled with the heavenly demonic fiend for a long time, but even they could not block the attacks of the heavenly demonic fiend. Every time the heavenly demonic fiend used a group attack, a large number of cultivators who provided spiritual energy for the 10 sides heavenly armor formation died. Heavenly Tao sovereign skill, myriad tool destruction. The heavenly demonic fiend emperor roared. At this time, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. The elements in the sky were changing wildly. Wind, fire, ice, lightning, and other elements were fusing together. Finally, the elements fused into an endless black fog that pressed down. This guy actually fused with the chaos. The primordial god, and Buddha looked at the black fog in shock. Prajna, formless palm, quickly block the myriad tool destruction. The 10 ancient gods, the ancient god of transmigration, the gods, and the immortals all attacked together. Countless skills blasted toward the black fog. However, even if they worked together, they still had their own strengths. The various skills could not be stacked. Millions of skills blasted toward the sky, but they still could not block the myriad tool destruction. In an instant, the ancient gods were seriously injured. The 10 sides, heavenly armor formation collapsed instantly. Blood mist spread out on the ground. Countless cultivators' spiritual cores were damaged and could not get up. Ha 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 ha, you want to stop me? What a joke. I have already said that you are all ants in my eyes. The heavenly demonic fiend laughed wildly. I want to bring destruction to all the worlds. Now, I will destroy this world. First, I will kill all of you. Come, let me see the strength of these new servants I have recruited. Heavenly Tao sovereign skill, chaos divine soldiers. With a command, the heavenly demonic fiend emperor summoned millions of divine soldiers. These divine soldiers were completely black, like shadows. However, if one looked closely, they would realize that these divine soldiers were the creatures that came out of the heavenly gate. But now, their eyes were dull and their bodies were completely black. Seeing the divine soldiers in the sky, everyone was in despair. The heavenly demonic fiend emperor's strength was terrifying and could be said to be unsurpassable, but he could still summon so many heavenly gate creatures. It's over, we can't stop them. The sword god of Wui held his chest. He had already tried his best, but he could not stop the heavenly demonic fiend emperor. So, this is the strength of the ninth heaven. No wonder we are not qualified to enter the 8th level. Konggu's eyes were hollow, and then he smiled in despair. I, Konggu, have cultivated for thousands of years. I have cut my way through so many obstacles. I have abandoned so much and lost so much. However, in the end, I am still a frog at the bottom of the well. Damn it, how can this heavenly devil fiend be so strong? Pangu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Even my true body is no match for him. Nine Nether said, if you hadn't killed me back then, I would be even stronger than him now. Cut the crap. You're no better than him. What's the point of saying all this now? Everyone is doomed. The 10 sides heavenly armor formation had been destroyed, the ancient gods had been defeated, and the immortals of the master gods were far from being a match for the heavenly devilish wraith. At this moment, the powerful creatures within the Million Heaven Gate rushed down from the sky. Li Shan closed his eyes and painfully said, in the end, we still couldn't escape the fate of destruction. If Chunna was still here, at that moment, an unknown earthling shouted at the top of his lungs, please save us. It doesn't matter if you are from the jackal race or the human race. You are the Earth's god of war. You are the Earth's guardian god. Even if he didn't mention that name, everyone knew who he was talking about. More and more people began to call out to that jackalen. From the 1st heaven to the 9th heaven, you are a solipsistic. Jackalen or human, you are a solipsistic. You once protected Earth, once fought for the entire human race, once fought for the Jiuqian race. You are not the Earth War God. You are the Jiuqian War God. Lu Chun, did you hear that? Please save us. Jiuqian War God. Jiuqian War God. Jiuqian War God. Pangu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the people who were shouting that name like they were possessed. There were earthlings, humans, and 10,000 races. There were cultivators, immortals of 10,000 races, and gods of the heavens. Everyone was calling out to the Jiuqian war god. Pangu took a deep breath and exhaled. Stinking brat, did you hear that? They are all calling out to you. This time, they are not praying for the gods to descend, nor are they praying for the heavens to protect them. The person they are all calling out to is you. Lu Yao listened to the cries of countless people around him, and his heart beat faster. Was this what his father had left behind? He had no military rank, no path to immortality, and no belief in the world. He was just a mortal. However, everyone's hope was on a mortal at this moment. Father, you will come back, right? Mu Sheng, Jiu, Kong Luo Yao, Ling Long, Li Wei, Xian, Lung Nuo, Feng Lingzi, Xingui Yanran, Ling Shuang, Beishua Qingling. They raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sky. It was as if that familiar figure had appeared in front of their eyes again. Ha ha ha! Are you still counting on the solipsistic? Tong Tian demonic fiend laughed wildly. He won't come. He's no longer the solipsistic from before. Although that kid hasn't become a demon, without the support of faith, he's no different from others. Now, I'm afraid He won't even dare to fart when he sees me. Go to hell, all of you. Chaos soldiers, kill them all. Men, women, old, and young, leave no one alive. However, just as Tongtian demonic fiend finished speaking, suddenly, in the direction of the sky, a bright light pierced through the thick black fog. In the sky, a huge dragon spread its 10 pairs of wings, stirring up the wind and clouds, and was flying towards them. It's 10 wings. Lu Yi held Xiao Min's hand excitedly. I knew it. Boss will definitely come. Although Xiao Min had lost most of her memories, at this moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I've always believed that Dad would come. The medicine boy's voice was a little choked. Of course he'll come. Who asked him to be the solipsistic? On the dragon's head, a person stood with his hands behind his back. His black and white robe fluttered violently in the wind, and his long hair was lifted by the wind, dancing wantonly. His face looked like he was only 26 or 27 years old, but in his eyes there was a vicissitude and frost that didn't match his appearance. He seemed to have seen through many things and understood many things. However, his eyes were as firm as they were in the beginning. 10 wings, faster. Roar. A dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, and 10 wings sped up again. When they saw that person, that dragon, countless people had tears in their eyes. It's him. He's back. He's back. He knows that there are no more of his people in this world, but he still came. Panga hugged Nine Nether's shoulder and said in a trembling voice, This brat, he's finally here. Luckily, I didn't misjudge him. No wonder Nuwa thinks so highly of him. This brat really didn't disappoint. Chapter 1557. The dragon arrived above the main battlefield in the blink of an eye. Lu Chun raised his hand while looking at the surging divine weapons. Tao of a spear. The spear in front of Lu Chun rose to the sky and exploded among the millions of divine weapons. A powerful storm of spiritual power swept across the sky and forced the millions of divine weapons to retreat. Little beast, furball, originator, rhubarb, little carp, I'll leave the divine weapons to you, Lu Chun said casually. 5 divine beast pets suddenly appeared next to Lu Chun. During the years when Lu Chun was in seclusion, Little Beast and the others had been improving their strength. The 5 divine beasts that had been with Lu Chun for many years had all changed. Furball's hair had turned golden, and it was emitting an astonishing golden light after it grew larger. Little Beast was even taller and taller. Its eyes were black and white, and it had 2 pairs of wings on its back. 18 illusions of divine beasts appeared behind it. Originator was no longer in the form of a white tiger. Its body was in the form of a black mist. Little Carp turned into a 9-clawed golden dragon, which was shining so brightly that it was impossible to look at it directly. Rhubarb had grown a bit larger. Ha ha ha! Are you the so-called Elysium creatures? You're just SOO. Rhubarb stood in front of the 4 divine beasts. I'm not going to say much. If you have the ability to get past my 4 minions, I'll give it to you. Little Beast frowned. Rhubarb, stop dreaming. Who are your minions? Rhubarb wasn't intimidated at all. In terms of seniority, am I not the first to follow you? But you're the weakest. So what? Wait for me for 10,000 years. I have the Daitenga bloodline. How can I lose to you? The golden dragon said, Little Beast, let Rhubarb draw the hatred. It's more professional. TSK, what's a Daitengu? The little beast's face was full of disdain. Forget it, forget it. Little golden carp said, Too much. You're still the best at drawing hatred. You can continue. Only then did Rhubarb turn his head to look at the 1,000,000-strong army. Come, come, come. Bring as many of you as you can. Attack together. As expected, Rhubarb successfully attracted a huge amount of hatred. The 1,000,000 divine soldiers madly pounced on the 5 beasts. The little furball's body suddenly expanded and instantly enlarged. It was 3 times bigger than before, reaching a height of 400 to 500 meters. It roared at the 1,000,000 divine soldiers. Roar. The wind howled, and the spiritual power surged. When these Elysium creatures saw this large rat, they actually felt a trace of fear. At the same time, the black mist quickly split into 4 parts and wrapped around the furry ball, the little beast, and the little golden carp. Rhubarb's face was filled with shock. "Little Yuan, why don't I have it? Aren't you going to protect me?" Lu Chen shook his head with a smile. Rhubarb, the differentiation of the suboriginator, will lower its defense. Why should I give it to you when you're not going to fight? You go down and have a rest. Okay. Rhubarb stepped on the void and went down to rest happily. On the other side, the furry ball had started its feast. It took the lead and rushed into the enemy army to kill them. The little beast's attack was very powerful, and its defense was not weak either. However, it was not as powerful as the furry ball and the suboriginator. But now, it had the protection of its doppelganger, which made up for its lack of defense. Lu Chen had thought that the little golden carp was not very good at fighting. However, when he saw the little golden carp's combat effectiveness in the form of the 9-clawed golden dragon, Lu Chen changed his mind. The 9-clawed golden dragon was famous for its attack. Although it was not good at magic, its attack was extremely powerful. With the protection of the suboriginator's doppelganger, the little golden carp was invincible. As for the suboriginator, it was accumulating energy. When it attacked, it would be the most terrifying existence. For some reason, Lu Chen remembered how these guys looked when they were young. In the blink of an eye, they had finally grown up. Now, there was only one person left on the battlefield. Lu Chen turned his head and looked at the man opposite him. The Heavenly Fiend. The Heavenly Fiend's chaos weapon seemed to be no match for Lu Chen's battle pets, but the Heavenly Fiend didn't care at all. At the moment, the Heavenly Fiend was looking at Lu Chen with a smile. "You're here," Lu Chen said calmly. "So you have to die." "Ha ha ha." Lu Chen. "Oh, Lu Chen, so what if you're here? Do you think you can defeat me? Have you gathered all the Fate Reverser weapons? How dare you challenge me?" "Oh, right. There's something you haven't figured out, right?" The Heavenly Fiend looked at Lu Chen in excitement. Lu Chen frowned, but didn't say anything. "Everyone has told you that your mother died on the Terminus star. But do you know how she died? I was the one who personally destroyed her body and killed her." "Lu Chen, you don't know, do you? Before she died, she kept murmuring your name and your sister's name. She missed you so much. She said that she was sorry that she couldn't be with you all the time. She said that you had suffered too much. Oh, I felt sorry for her. So I broke her throat so that she would never be able to say your name again." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. The green mist was surging out. Well, that woman thought she was smart. She carefully left a remnant of her soul on the Terminus star. Maybe I wouldn't find it, but she was just like your idiotic father. What they didn't know was that I needed you to break through the Jiutian star. Lu Chen, you are not only a chess piece for your parents, but also a tool for me to take on a human form. The Jiutian god of war? You don't deserve that. Lu Chen took a deep breath, and the green mist in his eyes actually disappeared. He looked at the heavenly demon fiend and said calmly, "Don't you know? You won't die if you don't take on a human form." The heavenly demon fiend suddenly widened his eyes. "Heavenly demon fiend, The ultimate goal of the guide plan isn't what you think. I can help you take on a human form if I break through the Jochen star, but I can also kill you. My people died because of you. You killed my mother with your own hands. You used countless lives in the universe as a tool to increase your strength. There seems to be no reason for me to let you go. Yi Fan. Yi Fan was watching the show intently when he heard Lu Chen calling him. He quickly flew over. Master, I'm here. Lu Chen nodded at him and smiled. Do you want to bet? Ah. Yi Fan's eyes widened. He was a little confused. Master, how come you're more addicted to gambling than me? Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. Your luck with money is really worrying. How about this? Let the Black Armored King start. This time, you bet. Master, do you want me to bet that you'll lose? Lu Chen gradually stopped smiling. Bet that I'll win. Lu Chen said coldly. This time, I'll bring you along to change your fate. Chapter 1558. After the gods retreated, only 2 people were left on the main battlefield. Only 2 people in the 9 heavens. This battle was probably the Jochien's final battle. Beside Lu Chun, the limitless sword of divinity and demons hovered and rotated slowly. Symbiosis of divinity and demons, God form. Lu Chen shouted and activated the state. It was still that familiar appearance. Billions of people looked up at the white-haired man standing in the void. On the other side, heavenly demon fiend's eyelids contracted. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he disappeared. In the next moment, heavenly demon fiend appeared in front of Lu Chen. I heard that you have all professions. Sorry, me too. Then let me play with you. Extreme Tao Thousand Buddha Palm. Instantly, heavenly demon fiend sent out countless palms, each containing monstrous spiritual energy. Looking from the ground, the entire sky seemed to be covered by golden palms. If one of these palms missed, the entire planet would be destroyed. Facing the Thousand Buddha Palm, Lu Chen held the sword in his right hand and shouted, Fierce tiger descends the mountain, sacred lotus sword heart. In an instant, thousands of sword auras shot out. In the blink of an eye, less than a second after the 2 of them attacked, nearly 10,000 spiritual energy rings exploded in the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Heaven and earth shook, space surged, and airwaves soared into the sky. Lu Chen's formless had reached the peak, and he received all of the 1,000 Buddha palm. Ha ha, as expected of the solipsistic. However, Lu Chen, this is just a warm-up. Heavenly demon fiend seemed even more excited and instantly pounced on Lu Chen. I heard that you're very strong in close combat. A black metal broadsword appeared in Heavenly Demon Fiend's hand, and he slashed at Lu Chen. It's the God-slaying extinction blade. Pangu recognized the weapon at a glance. God-slaying extinction. It's on the same level as your heaven-splitting axe. Nine Nether frowned. The limitless sword of divinity and demons has not evolved to its complete form. I'm afraid it's lower in level. Lu Chen quickly blocked with the reverse soul, roaming dragon. However, as soon as the god-demon limitless sword came into contact with the god-slaying invincible blade, Lu Chen instantly felt an indescribable pressure. Block! Can you block it? Heavenly demon fiend roared. Lu Chen was indeed unable to evade this attack, so he could only take it head-on. Void Guard. Lu Chen stubbornly used his limitless godly demon sword to block the opponent's attack. Wave after wave of spiritual energy crazily collided with him, and finally, Lu Chen was directly sent flying. The heavenly demon fiend did not intend to give Lu Chen the slightest chance to catch his breath and instantly chased after him. Again, heavenly demonic fiend's attack speed was extremely fast. Lu Chen did not have enough time to activate God's descent, so he could only continue to block. Every time the two of them collided, a ring of air would explode in the air. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were already tens of thousands of meters away. Lu Chen consecutively crashed through several mountain peaks, but the heavenly demon fiend became more and more courageous as the battle went on, sending Lu Chen flying again and again. After a few rounds of attacks, Lu Chen finally activated God's descent to dodge the attack. However, after taking the heavenly demon fiend's powerful attacks head-on, the spiritual energy in Lu Chen's body was in turmoil, and he could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Ha ha ha! Lu Chen, you can't take it anymore? You've really disappointed me. I'm not serious yet. The heavenly demon fiend had already caught up with Lu Chen in an instant. He looked at Lu Chen's sorry state and laughed. Everyone, take a look. Is this your Jiuqian god of war? Who dares to call themselves a god in front of me? The spectators' hearts were heavy. The difference in strength between the two of them was actually very clear. Although Lu Chen was very strong, he was still at a disadvantage. One must know that the heavenly demon fiend's powerful attacks did not contain any skills. In other words, he was simply toying with Lu Chen. Lu Chen, have you rested enough? Then let's continue. Let me see what's so special about you. After saying that, the heavenly demon fiend had already attacked Lu Chen again. Brother. Lu Yi's eyes were moist. She knew very well that if they continued to fight like this, her brother would lose his life. Nuwa said faintly from the side, Lu Chen doesn't have much time left. Lu Yi lowered her head, wiped away her tears, and nodded at Nuwa. Okay, then let's begin. The two of them slowly walked up to the altar that had been built long ago. Many people's gazes followed the two of them. Can she really summon the heavenly demon fiend? She's just an ordinary earthling who can't be any more ordinary. How can she? No, she's Lu Chen's sister. Immortal Master Lu Yuan racked his brains to decide on the guide plan. The most important part was her. Lu Yuan's family is really pitiful. Lu Yuan was imprisoned in the heaven-penetrating prison and suffered heavenly punishment for decades. He couldn't even beg for death. Xingkai fell, and Lu Yi still has to sigh. This Lu family is really righteous. Nuwa brought Lu Yi to the top of the altar. Lu Yi raised her head to look at the sky. She really wanted to say a few words to her brother, but under the crazy attacks of the heavenly demon fiend, her brother probably didn't even know what was happening below. She didn't tell anyone about this matter. Bei Shui Gufei, Bei Shui Yi, Lu Yao, Mu Sheng, she didn't say anything. Her brother had no way of knowing. Lu Yi, are you ready? Lu Yi shook off all the thoughts in her mind and nodded. Mother told me to protect brother, but it's always been brother protecting me. Now it's my turn to protect brother. Nuwa sighed. Lu Yi, the level 10 star altar needs to sacrifice you. Are you willing? I'm willing. Lu Yi nodded heavily. Then Lu Yi slowly walked to the center of the altar. Nuwa took a deep breath and said to the altar, I offer a maiden of the stars as a sacrifice. I request to activate the level 10 star altar. Lu Yi couldn't hear what Nuwa said. She only looked at the figure in the sky. I still remember when I was very young. Brother, I've actually always missed the times when we were young. Although we didn't even have a full meal back then, at least you were always by my side. Ever since we went to the Jiuqian, we earned a lot of money and bought a villa. We didn't have to worry about food anymore. But the time I see you is getting less and less. Now, I'm a married woman with children. You're the father of 3 children. We have our own lives now. But I've never forgotten that you're the person closest to me, even if we're not related by blood. Brother, you must win. Protect everything we care about. Protect our home. Lu Yi closed her eyes and said, "Brother, it's Lu Yi's turn to protect you this time." As she spoke, a sword aura mercilessly cut through the sky. Then a figure shot down from the sky. The altar, which had been prepared for a long time, collapsed in an instant before it could be activated. Lu Yi opened her eyes in horror. She felt as if a pair of large hands had protected her and brought her out of the surrounding rubble. Lu Yi couldn't be more familiar with the face in front of her. "But, brother, you destroyed the level 10-star altar." Lu Chen smiled at Lu Yi. "As expected, Heavenly Demon Wu Qian has something to do with you." "Brother, how did you know?" Lu Chen flicked Lu Yi's forehead. "Have you forgotten that your brother has the heavenly eye? As long as my spiritual power is within reach, my vision won't be obstructed. Even if there are billions of people on the ground, even if your altar is hidden, I can still find you at a glance. Although the heavenly demon wraith is powerful, does he really think that he can suppress me forever? I'm looking for you. If the guide's plan is really flawless, then it's missing the most important part, which is Heavenly Demon Wu Qian. Plus, the Buddha said that I will lose the person closest to me. The first person I thought of was you." Lu Chen had shown that he cared a lot about the primordial Buddha's words. How could he forget about the ultimate battle? "You liked to be brave when you were young and insisted on protecting your brother. Why are you still so naughty now that you're older?" Lu Chen was blaming Lu Yi, but his eyes were full of affection. "Brother, don't stop me. Without Heavenly Demon Wu Qian, you can't win against the Heavenly Demon Wraith." Lu Chen smiled. "Silly girl." The Heavenly Demon Wraith said that I'm a pawn of the guide's plan. The primordial Buddha said that I will lose the person closest to me. Without Heavenly Demon Wraith, I can't defeat the Heavenly Demon Wraith. Yi Fan is destined to lose. If these are all destined, then I will change everything. Chapter 1559. A palm pressed down from the sky. Lu Chen put Lu Yi down and shouted, "Limitless sword of the celestial and demon annihilation." Lu Chen didn't have time to say anything to his sister before he disappeared from the spot. Lu Yi sat there in a daze. Brother was still the same. Every time he said he would protect her, he still had to protect her. "Brother, please don't die." Nuo walked to Lu Yi's side and shook her head. In the end, he still chose to bear all this alone. That's true. It would have been fine if he didn't know. Now that he knows, with his character, he would never sacrifice his loved ones. "Solipsistic, you are still the young man we first met." In the sky, Lu Chen stood in the void. The last burden in his heart had been put down. Now, he could finally fight. "Lu Chen, this is really interesting. You actually gave up the chance to find limitless celestial and demon." The heavenly demon fiend was excited. "Ha ha ha ha. You originally had a little bit of hope. Now, even that last bit of hope is gone. I know your strength too well. You can't beat me." Lu Chen looked at the heavenly demon fiend indifferently. "Do you really know my strength?" "Oh, right. You are a Jiuqian consciousness. You have probably seen all my battles and know all my trump cards. However, I'm sorry to tell you that I am no longer the solipsistic from before." Lu Chen raised his head slightly, his gaze resolute. Pangle looked at Lu Chen in the sky and said excitedly, "Little Lu Chen, go and change your destiny. Your fighting spirit has never collapsed. Instead, after this incident, you have become even more determined. You are not from the Jackal tribe, nor are you a human. You are the Jiuqian god of war." With a boom, Lu Chen roared and instantly turned into a white light, shooting toward the heavenly demon fiend. limitless sword of the celestial and demon, limitless sword Tao. Heavenly demonic fiend coldly snorted. Heavenly Tao's sovereign skill, mad blade god-slaying. The god-slaying invincible blade and the celestial and demon limitless sword transformed into huge afterimages at the same time and clashed violently in the air. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion shook the heavens and the earth. Spiritual energy surged and spread for thousands of miles. However, this time, Lu Chun was not pushed back. Reverse Soul, Roaming Dragon. Lu Chun used the Reverse Heaven Roaming Dragon Spear to dissolve part of the opponent's attack. Then, he used the Limitless Sword Tao to block God-slaying Frenzy Blade. Following that, the Limitless Sword turned into a spear shadow and shot out. Chaos Turbulence, 9 Spear Shadow Spear, Open Heaven Shield. A black spiritual shield rapidly appeared in front of Demon Venerable Heavenspan, directly blocking the 9 spears. Since you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, I'll grant you your wish. The heavenly demonic fiend growled. Heavenly Tao's sovereign skill, Starsea Splitter. A 1,000-mile-long saber shadow slashed down towards Lu Chun. Godly Devil Astral Body. Lu Chen's figure blurred and quickly disappeared. In an instant, he appeared behind the heavenly demonic fiend. 8 Directions Annihilation, Back Strike, Devil Body Devil Transformation. The heavenly demonic fiend growled as 2 pairs of arms suddenly grew out from his back. The 4 arms attacked at the same time, blasting out countless thousand Buddha palms. Lu Chun quickly used his firepower to suppress the sacred lotus sword heart to resist the 1,000 Buddha palms. His main body continued to charge towards the heavenly demonic fiend. In an instant, the two exchanged blows again. Under the aftershock, the mountain peak was flattened. After a vertical air ring exploded, the ground was affected, and a dark abyss was directly split open. The two were pushed back at the same time. The heavenly demonic fiend was shocked. What is going on? He can actually push me back. At this moment, a cold light came from behind. Lu Chun had already stopped his momentum. Die for me. Lu Chen's eyes were about to split open as he roared, Great Tao of Spear. The heavenly demonic fiend had just blocked Lu Chen's spear technique when he realized that Lu Chun was already 1,000 miles away. Heaven-burning earth fire, firepower suppression, heaven-breaking sword. The earth split open, and countless words came out from the cracks. Just as Lu Chun was about to kill the heavenly demonic fiend, the heavenly demonic fiend suddenly slashed out. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lu Chun. He raised his sword and slashed down. Kid, you have quite a lot of tricks. Unfortunately, the gap between us is not something that can be filled by your acrobatics. Come, I'll let you have a taste of this. Great Sky Controlling Star Technique. The heavenly demonic fiend raised his hand, and in the distant sky, a planet shot towards Earth. Not long after, people only felt that there was no light above their heads. When they looked up again, they could not help but be scared out of their wits. Some people could already see that a planet was smashing towards the ground. This planet was incomparably huge. When it passed through the atmosphere, it had already turned into a fireball emitting billowing flames as it fell from the sky. Everyone on Earth knew this planet. It was Earth's satellite, the moon. This guy is crazy. He pulled the moon over. Gods could destroy planets, but no one had ever seen a god who could control a planet. If the entire moon fell, even if Earth still existed, all the humans on Earth would definitely be wiped out. When the huge moon fell, it carried an extremely terrifying amount of energy as it broke through the atmosphere and blasted down. The entire world was illuminated in red. At this time, even if Lu Chen used the sacred lotus sword heart to shatter the moon, after the remaining fragments fell, it would still cause an unimaginable disaster. Ha 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 ha, solipsistic. I'd like to see if you can block it or not. Lu Chen stared at the planet, gritted his teeth, and arrived in front of the moon in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, Lu Chen held the falling planet with both hands. Although the flames did not burn Lu Chen, the huge impact caused the spiritual energy in Lu Chen's spirit core to churn. Lu Chen's mind raced. He could shatter the moon, but he could not catch it. Moreover, the moon's falling momentum was too strong. If he used too much force, he would only penetrate the moon and would not be able to stop it. At this time, the heavenly demonic aura blasted toward the ground again. This time, I'd like to see which side you care about. I'm going to destroy everything you protect and make you understand that you can't go against the heavens. One was a falling planet, and the other was an attack that could destroy Earth. Two attacks that could destroy the world fell at the same time. Countless people were at their wits' end at this time. This heavenly demonic aura is too despicable. It's over now. Even if Solipsistic is not defeated, he will definitely not be able to protect Earth. If Earth is destroyed, it will be a fatal blow to Mad God. Everyone, let's block this attack together. Although the main force was now seriously injured, many experts were dead or injured, and the 10 sides heavenly armor formation was broken, it was too difficult for the remaining people to block this attack. But this was all they could do now. At this time, Lu Chen decisively gave up on the moon and stood in front of the heavenly demonic aura. Infinite sword of celestial and demon. 3 forms in one. Little furball, I'll leave the moon to you. Swallow it. Chapter 1560. It wasn't difficult to destroy the moon, but to prevent debris from falling, it was better to leave it to the furball. The furball immediately perked up when it heard that it was time to eat. It ignored its opponent and rushed toward the falling planet. The furball was as small as a speck of light in front of the moon. However, when the furball opened its mouth, a black vortex appeared in its mouth. A huge suction force came from the vortex, and the moon's shape was severely distorted. A large amount of lunar material was forcibly pulled into the vortex. The spherical moon was suddenly distorted and stretched. In an instant, it was sucked into the furball. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy *T. Even Lu Chen was stunned by the furball's appetite, let alone the others. This is the power of the sky-devouring god-slaying rat. It swallowed a planet in 3 seconds. So, as long as the sky-devouring god-slaying rat wants to, it can also swallow the Earth? This is too exaggerated. This doesn't conform to the law of conservation of mass. After swallowing a planet, the furball didn't grow bigger. The only change was that it burped. After following Lu Chen for so long, it rarely had the chance to eat until it was full. This time, it finally ate the moon of its boss hometown. The furball was very satisfied. After replenishing the energy of a planet, the furball roared at Lu Chen, meaning that the mission was completed. If there were any similar missions in the future, it could be handed over to it. Then it rushed into the enemy formation and continued to kill the heavenly gate soldiers with the little beast and the others. At the same time, Lu Chen's 3-style combination of the infinite sword of celestial and demon was colliding with the heavenly demonic blade, aura. The heavenly demonic blade, aura's 2-pronged attack, was intended to distract Lu Chen, but the furball's appearance quickly turned the situation around. Lu Chen's 3-style combination was currently Lu Chen's most powerful attack. It was so powerful that it actually suppressed the heavenly demonic blade, aura. The heavenly demonic blade, aura, attacked aggressively, and a black spiritual shield appeared around it. With a loud boom, a figure was sent flying in the explosion of spiritual power. When everyone saw this scene, they all revealed expressions of disbelief. The heavenly devilish fiend was sent flying by the mad god. Although he was only sent flying, one had to know that ever since the heavenly demonic fiend appeared, he had always been in a dominating position. But this time, when he was sent flying, people saw a glimmer of hope. The heavenly demonic fiend was not undefeatable. When experts exchanged blows, it was never just a single move. Heavenly demonic fiend was like this, and so was Lu Chun, spear of heaven and earth. 1,000 meters away, a light spear fell from the sky, hitting the heavenly demonic fiend that was flying backward. The black spirit shield fluctuated, and after the heavenly demon fiend suffered another attack, its body plummeted downwards. Lu Chun, heavenly demon fiend, gnashed his teeth and roared, but his spiritual energy was in chaos for a short period of time, so he was unable to control his body. However, Lu Chen's attack was far from over. The limitless godly demon sword transformed into the shape of a longbow. Using spiritual energy as arrows, Lu Chen shot out 8 arrows. Sealing sky, setting sun, arrow, piercing sun, arrow. The sun-piercing arrows directly tore through space and struck the heavenly demonic fiend. Lu Chen directly appeared in front of the heavenly demonic fiend. With God's arrival, Buddha body doppelganger, void, shattering triple attack. The 3 doppelgangers attacked at the same time. The heavenly demonic fiend glared at Lu Chen, but Lu Chen's attacks were too coherent. Just now, his carelessness had caused his spirit core to be shaken by the limitless 3 styles. After that, he didn't even have half a chance to adjust his breathing. At this time, he could only meet Lu Chen's void shattering head-on. With a boom, even though he had a spirit shield protecting his body, void shattering had a strong suppressive effect on shields and arrays. The heavenly demonic fiend's body shot straight to the ground like a cannonball. 9-spear rapid shadow spear, sky-breaking sword, universe total annihilation, holy lotus sword heart, suppressive fire, heaven's fury wild spear. Lu Chen didn't give the heavenly demonic fiend half a chance. He attacked wave after wave, all kinds of skills wildly bombarding the heavenly demonic fiend. Lu Chen, the heavenly demonic fiend's spirit energy was in chaos for half a moment, and he was beaten by Lu Chen until he couldn't recover. Being bombarded by Lu Chen's skills indiscriminately, even the heavenly demonic fiend couldn't bear it. His spirit shield finally shattered under the fierce attacks. Seeing the spirit shield shatter, Lu Chen's eyes widened, and he used the limitless 3 styles again. Die for me! Lu Chen roared. His figure was like lightning shooting toward the heavenly demonic fiend. Everyone was so nervous that they couldn't breathe. Was Mad God going to win? But at this time, the heavenly demonic fiend roared, "The one who will die is you, endless 1,000 demon blade." With a loud bang, a ring of air shook open in midair, extending endlessly into the distance, breaking through the atmosphere. Even outside the earth, one could feel the vibration of this ring of air. Suddenly, countless buildings on the ground collapsed instantly, and a huge deep pit appeared in the ground within a few thousand meters. The heavenly demonic fiend directly penetrated the ground, sinking deep into the ground. And Lu Chun was also sent flying, crashing into the mountains thousands of meters away. There was a brief silence in the battle. Everyone was waiting anxiously. Heavenly demonic fiend can actually adjust his spirit energy in such a situation. What's the situation between the 2 of them now? A moment later, 2 figures returned to the main battlefield at the same time, but one came from the distant horizon. and the other came from the ground. Lu Chen's mouth was stained with blood, indicating that he should have vomited a lot of blood just now. And the heavenly demonic fiend also had some blood at the corner of his mouth. At this time, the killing intent in the heavenly demonic fiend's eyes surged. He stared at Lu Chen and said coldly, "You actually hurt me." Lu Chen looked at the heavenly demonic fiend indifferently. "So what if I hurt you? I still want to kill you." Kill me? You went all out and used all the skills you learned in your life, but you only broke my chaotic sky demonic shield. What makes you think you can kill me? You destroyed the level 10-star altar, giving up the chance to obtain the heavenly demonic fiend, and also giving up the only possibility of killing me. Lu Chen sneered. "If I can break your shield, I can kill you." After saying that, Lu Chen took a deep breath. 9 transformations of gods and demons, demonic form. Suddenly, Lu Chen's form underwent a huge change. The emptiness of gods and demons hidden under the divine form rapidly demonized and expanded. Then it was the body. The bloodline of the mutated dragon species turned Lu Chen's body into a 1,000-meter-long dragon. Of course, this was only the first step of the demonic form. The next step was the main point. On the dragon's head, the fox ears that had not been seen for a long time appeared. When Li Wei saw Lu Chen's fox ears, she was suddenly moved. After all, Lu Chen had something in common with her. But the fox ears were still far from reaching the end. Next, spider legs grew on the dragon's body. Knoll claws, devil horns, tiger eyes. And why could there be wooden horns on the devil horns? Finally, the dragon, to be precise. This creature should not be called a dragon anymore. But anyway, Lu Chen's head fell off. The head of an unknown species floated beside the dragon's body. This form, rather than demonic form, should be called the final form of a wild monster. Chapter 1561. When the demon form appeared, both the people in the Jiuqian and the people on Earth looked at the creature in horror. "Oh my God, what kind of monster is that? Don't talk about fighting. Just looking at it is scary enough. Is this Mad God's demon form? I've never seen Mad God in this form before, but this form is really hard to explain." Jiu stared blankly at the terrifying creature in the sky, as if some unbearable memories had been activated. "Big brother Lu Chen. That's right. The ghost that scared her to tears on the ancient battlefield was definitely Lu Chen's transformation. After all, other creatures were not as scary as him." Lu Chen's head was glaring angrily, but when he inadvertently looked at his own body, he still could not find the feeling. "Damn it, I've been handsome for decades, but I still have to fight in this form in the end. I can't escape." The initial attributes of the demon form were half of the god form. Now, Lu Chen had to buy himself more time to raise the attributes of the demon form. Demon clone. More and more clones appeared in the sky. Suddenly, more than 30 of these creatures appeared in the sky. As everyone's heads were not on their necks, for a moment, outsiders could not tell which head belonged to which body. The problem now was whether he should attack the head or the body. He could split his real body. After all, he could track the spirit nucleus. However, there was no spirit nucleus in the head, so even someone as strong as Heavenly Demon Fiend couldn't tell which one was Lu Chen's head. Some children were already crying in fear. Jiu was completely stunned. It turned out that Big Brother Lu Chen had already been merciful to her. If Big Brother Lu Chen had used the clone skill, she would have been shocked several times more. Now, the Heavenly Demon Fiend was also shocked. What kind of tactic was this? He had existed for millions of years and had never encountered such a strange clone. "Lu Chen, what tricks are you playing?" One of the heads shook its head helplessly and sighed. Actually, he did not want to do this. However, the demon form was his strongest form. Since the god form could not defeat the heavenly demon fiend, Lu Chen had no choice but to use the demon form. Lu Chen, no matter how many doppelgangers you have, I will destroy them all. Without waiting for the heavenly demonic fiend to attack, Lu Chen used another skill. Ghostly shadows. When this skill was used, the group of people was completely thrown into disarray. The sky was filled with headless flying dragons and Lu Chen's heads. The heavenly demonic fiend's eyes widened. He couldn't even find Lu Chen's head with more than 30 clones, let alone download countless headless flying dragons. Those heads were still flying around, making it even more dazzling. Panga finally couldn't hold it in any longer and complained, Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen, this is the final battle. Are you trying to play around? However, the heavenly demonic fiend was not immortal after all. He quickly calmed down. There was a spirit core in his body. As long as the spirit core was destroyed, even if Lu Chen had a way to escape, he would be completely crippled. Thinking of this, the heavenly demonic fiend's saber swung out, the saber light pointing straight at Lu Chen's true body. Ghost shadows, descend. Wanna run? The heavenly demonic fiend's saber naturally captured Lu Chen's whereabouts easily. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lu Chen's true body. However, Lu Chen had no intention of stopping at all. He once again descended on the other clones. The two launched a pure speed contest in the air. Every time they descended, Lu Chen's ghost shadows would decrease by 1. In just a few dozen seconds, the two had already changed their positions thousands of times. The number of ghost shadows in the sky was decreasing. Lu Chen, do you only know how to run? Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you being chased by me like a stray dog? The heavenly demonic fiend, Saber, said angrily. Lu Chen ignored his taunts and activated ghost shadows again. The number of ghost shadows that had just decreased suddenly increased again, although Lu Chen's strength was weaker. If he insisted on running, it would not be easy for the heavenly demonic fiend Saber to catch up to him. After several such chases, Lu Chen lasted for 3 minutes under the pursuit of the heavenly demonic fiend Saber. The heavenly demonic fiend Saber was already infuriated by Lu Chen. He was desperately increasing his speed to chase after Lu Chen. Suddenly, without any warning, Lu Chen did not continue to run. The knoll arm held the limitless god fiend sword tightly and stabbed over. Genesis Splitter. The heavenly demonic fiend Saber could not react in time and was almost hit by Lu Chen's sneak attack. At the critical moment, black mist appeared around the heavenly demonic fiend Saber again. The spirit shield helped him block Lu Chen's sneak attack this time. However, because the heavenly demonic fiend Saber's preparations were too hasty, Lu Chen once again broke the heavenly demonic fiend Saber's spirit shield. The spirit shield was damaged twice, and this time he used Panga's skill that could sever the connection of spiritual energy. A large amount of black mist surged in front of the heavenly demonic fiend Saber, but it could no longer form the spirit shield. The surrounding doppelgangers had already disappeared, leaving behind only Lu Chen's main body. His head looked indifferently at the heavenly demonic fiend Saber. Heavenly demonic fiend, you're only SOSO. I've already succeeded twice. With your level, you have the nerve to call yourself the ruler of Jiutian? I see that after you transformed, your skin is indeed thick enough. The heavenly demonic fiend, Saber, glared angrily, fuming with anger. My skin is thick? Lu Chen, you have the nerve to talk about me when you're hiding. If you're really so powerful, why don't you continue to fight me head-on? Why do you have to hide like this? Lu Chen coldly snorted. What a joke. I attacked you twice in front of you. How is that not a head-on fight? The heavenly demonic fiend Saber's face was pale. Lu Chen's words left the heavenly demonic fiend Saber speechless. Whether it was Lu Chen's sudden appearance of the limitless 3 styles, or Lu Chen's use of doppelgangers as a cover, Lu Chen definitely could not be said to be backstabbing. The heavenly demonic fiend Saber's gaze gradually turned cold. He stared at Lu Chen's figure. No matter how much you use these unorthodox methods, in the end, you still can't escape from my grasp. Now that I've played with you enough, it's time to end all of this. Jiu Tian's supreme skill, destruction of heaven and earth. After saying that, the heavenly demonic fiend Saber roared, "All of you, die for me. Go and be destroyed." A huge saber energy rumbled in the air. Flames soared into the sky, and the spiritual energy in the surrounding space was directly sucked dry by this move. The saber's edge directly charged. In the midst of the destruction of heaven and earth, the space had already become unreal. The saber energy was shooting at Lu Chen at an extremely fast speed. The heavenly demonic fiend Saber did not lie. He already wanted to end this battle, and his attack was several times stronger than before. Lu Chen hurriedly countered with the limitless 3 styles. However, the saber energy instantly engulfed the sword energy of the limitless 3 styles. Lu Chen was submerged in the endless destruction of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Not good. Mad God has been hit. This move of destruction of heaven and earth spiritual energy is too fierce. It directly defeated Mad God's limitless 3 swords. Since Mad God fought in his demon form, this form should be stronger than his previous God form. How? How could he be killed in one move? Nine Nether frowned. The heavenly demonic fiend Saber did not use his full strength at the beginning. What we didn't expect was that when he got serious, his strength would increase so much. When little Lu Chen suddenly attacked during the chase, the strength of his demon form's spiritual energy had already reached twice that of his god form. And when little Lu Chen attacked at that time, it meant that his demon form had already reached the upper limit of his attributes. However, even so, he couldn't block the heavenly demonic fiend Saber's attack. When he got serious, Panga narrowed his eyes slightly. The heavenly demonic fiend Saber was indeed powerful, exceeding everyone's expectations. Even Lu Chen's demon form was no match for it. No one expected that the heavenly demonic fiend Saber had hidden such a terrifying combat power. Lu Chen in his demon form was no match for the heavenly demonic fiend Saber. The light and shadow gradually dissipated. When people looked at the remaining wreckage in the sky, they were already in despair. In the sky, the monster's final form had already faded away. Now, only a human skeleton was left in the sky. Solipsistic's physical body had directly evaporated in the destruction of heaven and earth just now. In people's minds, they thought of an ending that no one was willing to believe. Solipsistic had died in battle. Chapter 1562. The heavenly demonic specter was so powerful that once it got serious, even Lu Chen, who was in his demon form, would not be able to stop it. Even though the attributes of his demon form were twice that of his god form, and his defense and physical strength had reached Lu Chen's peak state, Lu Chen was only able to preserve his skeleton under this attack. Seeing this scene, everyone was in complete despair. Mad God! Even if the solipsistic has died in battle, sure enough, no one can stop the heavenly demonic specter. It's over, it's completely over. No one can stop the heavenly demonic specter anymore. How many lives do we have in Jiutian? We're just ants in front of him. Forget it, even if we're going to be slaughtered, we can't just sit around and wait for death. However, there were still some people in the crowd who frowned and stared at the skeleton that stood upright. These people were the gods of the undead clan. Some of the undead clan members felt that something was wrong and said in disbelief, "How could this be? He's from the undead clan." One of the beautiful women was excited. She pulled her friend beside her and said in disbelief, "The bone-changing rebirth Holy Spirit pill has taken effect." Netherworld, Withered Claw, and Bone Demon were probably the only ones who knew the inside story. During the Battle of the Gods, Bone Demon was afraid that Lu Chun would die in battle. Of course, perhaps he had some other intentions. So he secretly gave Lu Chun the undead clan's sacred medicine. However, Lu Chun did not die in battle during the Battle of the Gods. Instead, this time, the sacred medicine had taken effect. This was definitely something they would not have thought of at that time. Netherworld frowned and said, "When the sacred medicine takes effect, it has the additional effect of strengthening the bones." Perhaps the sacred medicine helped Lu Chun protect his bones. We, the undead clan, can clearly feel the existence of the spirit core in Lu Chun's body. However, he has already retracted the spirit core into the bones of his body like us. The sacred medicine has really taken effect. Withered Claw suddenly said, "But where is Lu Chen's life bone? Why is there no life bone? There should be at least one." My guess is that although the holy elixir has taken effect, it's only equivalent to Lu Chen having the identity of an undead. He needs to cultivate his life bones one by one. Yuming said, "Lu Chen's situation is different from other undead. He's not even an immortal. He's just a mortal. Becoming an undead with a mortal's physique also means that he doesn't have a connate life bone. Doesn't that mean that the current Lu Chun is still very weak?" Gume said worriedly. Even Netherworld couldn't answer this question. "I don't know either. What I said before was just a guess. After all, Lu Chen's situation is too special." No one knows what will happen if he fuses with the bone-changing reincarnation Holy Spirit pill. Even Netherworld, Withered Claw, and Bone Demon did not know what kind of changes would happen to Lu Chun. At this moment, the heavenly demonic fiend was frowning in the sky as he looked at the skeleton before him. With the strength of the heavenly demonic fiend, he could naturally see that Lu Chun was not dead, or rather, not completely dead. He could feel that Lu Chen's spirit core was not destroyed. "Undead. Lu Chun, I have to say that I really can't see through you." The heavenly demonic fiend snorted coldly. "However, even if you're an undead, you can't change your fate." At this moment, the skeleton suddenly changed. From the skeleton's bones, 2 streams of blood slowly flowed out. These 2 streams of blood split into 2, shuttling between the bones like blood vessels. Divine blood demonic seed. The heavenly demonic fiend recognized these 2 streams of blood at a glance. What's going on? In the undead race, when one reached the level of God, they basically had a divine blood demonic seed. It was just that they had never heard of such a phenomenon. Just as everyone was puzzled by the changes in Lu Chen's body, Pangu suddenly exclaimed, "No, this is not an ordinary divine blood demonic seed. This is the origin of the divine blood demonic seed." Nine Nether also quickly thought of something and said, "Now that you mention it, I remember. Lu Chen and his wife relied on the origin of the divine blood demonic seed to reconstruct Lu Chen's body." The heavenly demonic fiend faintly had an ominous premonition and quickly made his move. A stream of saber chi shot out directly towards Lu Chun, who was undergoing some kind of change. Western Divine Realm. Suddenly, the primordial Buddha pushed out his palms, and a ball of gentle light wrapped around Lu Chun. This was the primordial Buddha's concept type skill. However, facing the attack of the heavenly demonic fiend, 1 layer of concept type space was not enough. Myriad Sword Realm. The Wui sword god made his move and covered Lu Chen with another layer of concept type space. Everyone, quickly make your move and protect the solipsistic with your life. The sword god shouted to everyone below. Now, it's our turn to protect the solipsistic. Unexpectedly, without waiting for the sword god to finish speaking, countless people had already made their move. In an instant, countless defensive arrays, spaces, and protective talismans were all added to Lu Chen's body. The people who made their move were not divided by race, realm, age, gender, old, or young. Everyone contributed everything they could. The strong contributed concept type skills, spiritual shields, and defensive arrays. The weak, such as some earthlings, could only inject spiritual energy. However, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, everyone was giving their all and contributing their strength without holding back. The strong light formed by a large number of skills had already wrapped Lu Chen tightly in a colorful ball of light. Seeing this scene, the Woodmanner's Er's eyes welled up with tears. She had seen Big Brother Lu Chen being chased by tens of thousands of races. She had seen Big Brother Lu Chen facing countless attacks alone. However, today, he was no longer facing swords and sabers, but the protection of countless people. He had once made an enemy of the world for his friends, for his family, for his people, and even for those unrelated weak people. Now, tens of thousands of races were spontaneously protecting him. This slash of the heavenly demonic fiend actually did not split open the ball of light. Suddenly, a large number of figures burst out from the ground and blocked the ball of light. Tong Tian was not in a hurry. He looked at the tens of thousands of gods and immortals in front of him with interest and said disdainfully, "Yo, you guys still don't want to give up? Didn't you guys like to kill each other the most? Why are all the races protecting a Jack Hallen who has already been exterminated? Lu Chen has already become like this. Even if he reconstructs his body, he is still not my opponent. If you guys use all your spiritual energy to protect him, then you won't have a chance to escape." A person walked out from the crowd. Yi Fan coldly looked at the heavenly demonic fiend. "If you want to kill my master, you'll have to step over my dead body first." A demon man walked up. "Isn't it just the heavenly demonic fiend? I don't care who you are. My life is my brother's. If you want to kill my brother, you'll have to ask me first." Konggu said, "Although I have enmity with Lu Chen, I have to admit that I admire him." Yuanshi Buddha put his palms together and said, "In the heavenly Tao, all living things go with the flow. Only he alone can go against the flow. Don't forget your original intentions. Only then can you achieve success. For those who attain the Tao, the heavens will not help them, but all living things will." Chapter 1563. The heavenly demonic fiend sneered. "Can you not make it sound so noble? You only want to save him to survive. All right, then let me expose your true colors. Let me see how many people are willing to sacrifice their lives to protect that trash under my god-slaying blade." With that, the heavenly demonic fiend raised the god-slaying blade and channeled his spiritual energy. God-slaying blade, God-slaying blade. Thousands of blade auras rushed toward the light ball like an army of thousands of horses. However, in the face of the heavenly demonic fiend's attack, not only did no one escape, but more and more people rushed into the sky and blocked the light ball. The primordial Buddha said loudly, "The will of all races is as strong as a fortress resisting the demonic fiend." Tianyuan, limitless array. With the 10 ancient gods taking the lead, countless people poured spiritual energy into the array. Even though they had suffered heavy casualties, the number of people rushing through the portal was also huge, injecting new spiritual energy into the array. The moment the god-slaying blade hit the Tianyuan level 5 array, Everyone felt the terrifying attack power of the heavenly demonic fiend. This array can absorb spiritual energy from thousands of miles away, quickly store energy for the array. The primordial Buddha said with difficulty, seeing that the array was in danger. People from all over Earth, as long as they had the ability to fight, scattered their spiritual energy toward the east without holding back. On the small Earth, countless spiritual threads rushed toward the battlefield from all directions and were absorbed by the Tianyuan Level 5 array. The god-slaying blade was powerful, but in the face of the combined defense of 10 billion people, it couldn't break the array in one hit. Looks like you really want to protect Lu Chun. The heavenly demonic fiend snorted and narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with anger. All right, since that's the case, I'll kill all of you in one move. Heavenly Tao Dominator skill, Heaven's destruction. Pangu looked back at the light ball anxiously. In the center of the light ball, the skeleton was already entangled by blood threads, but then a large amount of blood gushed out from the bones, filling up the thin blood threads. Panga's eyes widened. What's going on? This blood isn't god blood demonic seed. Logically, the god blood demonic seed's origin blood had completed the reconstruction of his meridians, and Lu Qin should be able to reconstruct his body. But why was there so much other blood? Yes, Niu also noticed this. She frowned and said, "It seems to be dragon blood and all creation bloodline." What? Dragon blood and all things bloodline? I can understand the fusion of a demonic seed with a divine bloodline and a dragon bloodline. However, how can it merge with the bloodline of all living things? Pangu exclaimed in shock. Niua shook her head. I'm not sure either. I think it might have something to do with Lu Chen's special realm. He didn't cultivate to become a god. Due to the uniqueness of his body, he can naturally accept the transformation of the demonic seed. However, at the same time, because he is also immortal, he can also fuse with the bloodlines of all things. Panga frowned. After pondering for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "This guy is indeed different from ordinary people. It's not difficult to understand why something special happened to him. However, he actually has the all-creation bloodline. I wonder what this unprecedented fusion means to Lu Chun." The two bloodlines of the god's blood and the devil's blood had already constructed the overall meridian framework, so the fusion of the dragon's blood and the creation's blood was extremely fast. Blood quickly filled his meridians and blood vessels. Following that, his meridians stretched out and muscles grew, rapidly reconstructing his body. At the same time, the killing move of the heavenly demonic fiend arrived. This move, Heaven Destroying Earth, lived up to its name. When this move struck the Heaven Essence Infinite Array, countless people spat out blood. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The array was instantly broken. At the same time, there was still energy remaining. A saber energy shot towards the people in front of the ball of light. Facing the killing move of the heavenly demonic fiend, Yi Fan took a deep breath. His lips curled up, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "I won't let you kill my master. Master, this disciple is unfilial. I won't be able to serve you in the future." After saying this, Yi Fan rushed out. He became one with his sword and roared, "Spirit core self-detonation." Hearing these words, Mu Long felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. Everyone knew what the self-detonation of a spirit core meant. However, perhaps this was the only way to block this saber. Yi Fan. As the saber light attacked, Yi Fan was abnormally calm. Actually, he didn't have any regrets. He had already avenged the Yi family. What regrets did he have? Perhaps his only regret was that he wasn't able to repay his master's kindness. If his master hadn't taken him in, he would have already died. He didn't know if the self-detonation of a senior immortal's spirit core could block this attack. However, it could at least help his master hold on for a little while longer. Master, Yifan being able to meet you is my honor. Yifan closed his eyes. Yifan. Xiaozhan, Chu Tian, Mysterious Armor King, and the others from the God Devil Immortal Academy were already sobbing, although they knew that anyone could die in this battle. When the moment truly arrived, they still found it hard to accept. Within Yifan's lower abdomen, the light gradually grew larger. It looked like the spirit core was about to explode. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yifan through some unknown method. His back was facing the saber light. 2 fingers were pointing at Yifan's lower abdomen. Yifan suddenly looked up. When he saw the person in front of him, he couldn't help but be shocked, speechless. "Don't speak," that person said indifferently. "I'll suppress the spiritual energy within your spirit core." A warm current instantly entered Yifan's body. It quickly helped Yifan sort out his spiritual energy. With a boom, the remnant power of the heaven-destroying, earth-exterminating spirit core exploded on that person's back. However, he was completely unaware of it. He was only focused on suppressing Yifan's spirit core. Not long after, the white light that was about to explode from Yifan's lower abdomen abruptly weakened. "Ma master!" Yifan looked at Lu Chun with incomparable shock. In order to prevent his spirit core from exploding, his master took the heaven-piercing demonic fiend's heaven-destroying, earth-exterminating spirit core. Lu Chun raised his head and smiled. "Silly boy, Master said that he would bring you to defy the heavens and change your fate. How could I let your spirit core explode?" Although it was a reprimand, Lu Chen's eyes were filled with affection. He raised his head and looked at the crowd. Here, he saw too many familiar figures. These people were covered in blood. Those with lower strength had already fallen to the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Those who were still standing here had already exhausted their spiritual energy, and their faces were deathly pale. There were even more people who had been affected. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that of the 10 billion people who had attacked, more than 70% had been killed or severely injured by the heaven-piercing demonic fiend's blade. Lu Chen took a deep breath. His gaze fell on the Flame Demon. "Flame Demon, you also came?" The Flame Demon was momentarily stunned. Now wasn't the time to reminisce. He looked at Lu Chen worriedly. "Lu Chen, why you—" Lu Chen's smile was still the same. "Thank you for buying time for me. In order to save my life, billions of people died. Tragically—" Lu Chen closed his eyes. His heart was filled with sorrow. After a long time, Lu Chen finally calmed down. "Leave the rest to me. You all can go and rest." "Lu Chen, are you all right?" Guing looked at Lu Chen worriedly. This guy had just taken a blow that could destroy heaven and earth. "I'm fine." Lu Chen smiled indifferently. Then he turned around. Only when Lu Chen turned around did people discover that Lu Chen's back did not have the slightest injury. At this time, Lu Chen was in his god form. He had a head of white hair and stood tall. He pointed at the air and stood above the void. The limitless godly demon sword hung beside him. However, looking at the limitless sword, one would discover that the limitless godly demon sword's form had changed slightly from before. Black and white had completely merged into one. How did the limitless sword change? No, it's not just the limitless sword. The feeling that Lu Chen gives people is also different. Panga said with his eyes wide open. Nine nether narrowed his eyes slightly. There's a faint feeling of him standing above all things. Could it be? The two looked at each other and said the same 4 words at the same time. limitless godly demon. Using himself as a sacrifice, he activated limitless godly demon. Panga did not dare to believe it. Lu Chen looked indifferently at the heavenly demonic fiend in front of him and slowly said, "Bastard, today I will tear you into pieces." The heavenly demonic fiend also felt that Lu Chen was different. However, he was still extremely confident in himself. "Ha ha! Lu Chen, you are really lucky. No wonder you can reach the 9 heavens. However, in front of me, no matter how tough your life is, you will still die for me." Heavenly Tao, sovereign skill, endless destruction. This time, the heavenly demonic fiend used an even stronger move. Lu Chen grabbed the limitless godly demon sword. "Limitless, are you ready?" The limitless godly demon sword hummed slightly, seemingly eager to try. Receiving the response of the limitless godly demon sword, Lu Chen retracted his gaze and stared at the heavenly demonic fiend. With a forceful pull, the limitless godly demon sword actually split into 2. Lu Chen's eyes were about to split open as he held the sword with both hands. Heavenly demon, reversal, divine calamity. Heavenly demon, reversal, 10,000 demons purgatory. Chapter 1564. Heavenly demon fiend's eyes widened. Demon god defying fate. You got heavenly demon god. No, maybe the other possibility was more likely. Lu Chen originally had heavenly demon god. Since no one had seen what heavenly demon god was, from the other equipment of demon god defying fate was far beyond the concept of equipment. There was heavenly great void arm, heavenly demon god's might, heart sutra, martial technique. According to this, no one could be sure what heavenly demon god was. From Lu Chen's previous performance, he definitely hadn't collected the complete set of demon god defying fate. In other words, Lu Chen had just died once before activating heavenly demon god. You are heavenly demon god. Heavenly demon fiend finally understood. The death just now had completely activated heavenly demon god. At this point, Lu Chen had already collected the complete set of demon god defying fate. If there was anything heavenly demon fiend was afraid of, it could only be demon god defying fate. Now that Lu Chen had swung his sword twice, heavenly demon fiend didn't dare to be careless. He gathered all the spiritual energy in his body and roared, "Even if you have heavenly demon god, you are still just a trash." Great sky technique, Jiutian sky slash. The 3 ultimate skills collided in the air. This time, the explosion shook the entire galaxy. Ultimate void guard. In the chaos, Lu Chen roared, and a spirit shield quickly covered the surface of Earth. After another evolution, the Great Void Arms Void Guard effect was enough to protect the entire Earth. Even though Lu Chen protected Earth in the nick of time, the huge tremor had already caused a terrifying impact. Countless buildings on Earth's surface collapsed. Even the taller buildings weren't spared. Countless places had strong earthquakes of magnitude 10 and above. Monstrous waves rose from the sea, forming an unprecedented, terrifying tsunami. Volcanoes erupted at the same time. If it wasn't for the fact that people's physical strength had improved, the entire human race would have been wiped out in this aftermath. In the galaxy, a white light flashed, like a star being destroyed, instantly illuminating the entire galaxy. A moment later, people who had just recovered their sight anxiously looked for something in the sky. As the white light dissipated, the 2 people in the sky finally came into view. Lu Chen and the heavenly demon fiend were both covered in blood. Their upper bodies were bare, especially Lu Chen. His left arm hung unnaturally at his side. In the battle just now, not only did Lu Chen have to fight with the heavenly demonic fiend, but he also had to withstand the shockwaves from the collision of their moves, causing his injuries to be even more severe. What? This still can't kill the heavenly devilish fiend. Panga popped out his eyes. God's grace catastrophe and 10,000 devils purgatory should be the ultimate moves of God and devil. This heavenly demonic wraith is too strong. 9. Nether couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that even the life-reversing divine demon set can't defeat him? I told you that little Lu Chun is too kind. If he didn't protect Earth just now, his arm wouldn't have been crippled at such a critical moment. 9 Nether was, after all, a chaos demon god. His thoughts were definitely different from Panga's, but no matter what, he still hoped that Lu Chen could defeat the heavenly devilish fiend. The heavenly demonic wraith panted heavily. From the beginning of the battle until now, he had never been in such a sorry state. But this time, he didn't feel angry. Instead, he seemed more and more excited. Life-reversing divine demon set is just SOSO. Life-reversing divine demon set is just SOSO. Ha ha ha. Lu Chun, the heavenly demonic wraith, raised his head, his eyes full of crazy excitement. I still have to thank you for allowing me to defeat the only thing I am afraid of. Life-reversing divine demon set can't do anything to me. In this world, I am the one and only supreme. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chen, you have always been going against heaven, but in the end, you have helped me time and time again. This is heaven's will. Do you understand? Seeing that you have done so much, I will give you a super big gift. God's grace catastrophe and 10,000 devils purgatory are your last trump cards, right? But I haven't used my trump cards yet. Now, I will let you see my strongest skill. You and your so-called friends, your world will be destroyed together. As he spoke, the heavenly demonic wraith raised his god-slaying extinction blade. However, a strange, huge shadow appeared on the blade. This shadow wasn't a blade, but a spear. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the shape of the spear was Tong Tian Tower. Someone recognized it. Everyone looked at the heavenly demonic wraith in horror, their minds buzzing. Only now did they realize that if the heavenly demonic wraith was the manifestation of Tong Tian Tower's consciousness, then his strongest weapon should be his physical body. The heavenly demonic wraith smiled and looked at Lu Chen, who couldn't move an arm. To be honest, I really don't want to kill you. Perhaps I won't be able to find an opponent like you in the future. Unfortunately, compared to an opponent, I prefer the pleasure of destruction. As the last gift, enjoy this ultimate attack. Taking a deep breath, the heavenly demonic wraith's eyes gradually turned cold. His killing intent surged as he roared, "Go to hell!" Above the supreme dominator skill, Zhou Qian, the violent spiritual energy condensed, causing the space around Tong Tian Tower to collapse. For a moment, the sky darkened, and everyone's vision became blurry. They even had the illusion of being able to recognize space. It was as if the sky around Tong Tian Tower was collapsing and distorting. Hope, despair, fear, reluctance, relief, and relief. Indescribable emotions intertwined in everyone's mind. Although Lu Chen had blocked Zhou Qian's heaven-piercing slash, this move was even more terrifying than Zhou Qian's heaven-piercing slash. Lu Chen, who had already used his full strength, couldn't use God's calamity and 10,000 devil purgatory to block such a terrifying move. Even fiend gods and fate reversers are unable to defeat Skypiercer Fiend. Lu Chen has already reached the limit. Panga said gloomily that Skypiercer Fiend is simply undefeatable. Panga said so as well the 10 ancient gods, the ancient gods who had passed through the uncontrollable turbulence and the strongest experts from all sides, had already lost their luster. Ha 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 ha, this is exactly what I want. Heavenly demonic wraith laughed wildly. In front of me, there is no hope. However, at this moment, there was still one person who appeared somewhat different. Lu Chen's eyes widened, and he suddenly shouted loudly, "All living beings of the heavens, are you willing to worship me as the war god? If you are willing, lend me your spiritual energy. I don't care if you are a mortal, a cultivator, an immortal, a god, or an ancient god. Lend me all your strength." Those who had already given up all hope suddenly raised their heads and looked at the white-haired man standing in front of heavenly demonic wraith. At this moment, his face was malevolent, and his eyes were about to split open. Although he was already injured all over, his eyes were still twinkling like stars. In those eyes, people could see something else. Hope. Little Critter was the first to respond to its father's call and contributed all its spiritual energy. Then Little Furball, Lu Yao, Mu Sheng, Xiao Yuan, Rhubarb, Yifan Kongu, Primeval Buddha, Pangu, Nine Nether, Mulong, Jiu, Gain Yenemo, Ling Shuang. Countless people contributed all their spiritual energy. Solipsistic, you bastard, only you can be called the war god in this world. Hong Meng shouted angrily and released all his spiritual energy. Billions of people on Earth, no matter where they were, sat cross-legged and contributed their spiritual energy. In an instant, countless spiritual threads from various planets, and even the elite guards from outer space rushed toward this small planet in the Milky Way after obtaining the heavenly demonic god. Lu Chen's heavenly demonic god's heavenly demonic might had greatly increased, and its range of influence had expanded to the entire Jiutian. Countless spiritual energies converged, and Lu Chen, who had been depleted of spiritual energy, became unprecedentedly powerful. His whole body glowed with a golden light, like a bright sun in the sky, illuminating thousands of miles and breaking through the collapsing world in front of him. The two limitless swords beside him merged into one again. Lu Chen held the heavenly demonic limitless sword in his right hand, and Lu Chen closed his eyes slightly. Ask the heavens what is Tao, and the heavens say, no Tao is Tao. Ask the heavens what is no Tao, and the heavens say, no Tao, no heaven. This was what the Hunyuan heavenly Tao said to Lu Chen when he was guarding the 8th level of the sky-reaching tower. See through all laws and know no Tao, trample through the Jiutian, and there is no heaven. Lu Chen took a deep breath and opened his eyes. Then Lu Chen's eyes bulged, and he shouted angrily, heavenly demonic god-defying fate, no law and no heaven. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.